Radio.
Your home of AFL.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Treasurer Josh Frydenberg says the coalition always knew there was a risk Solomon Islands would sign a security deal with China after questions were raised over when the government first became aware of the controversial agreement. Nine Newspapers is reporting Australian intelligence agencies played a role in leaking the draft deal on social media. It comes after Foreign Minister Marise Payne told Senate estimates earlier this month she only became aware of the draft agreement after it was leaked online. Mr Frydenberg says the coalition has been heavily engaged with the Solomons ahead of the deal being signed.
Well, we've known that this was always a risk. We've known that there were discussions underway. We've known that there was always a risk of such a partnership.
But opposition frontbencher Tanya Plibersek says the deal has come on top of years of neglect by the coalition.
And this is a really serious strategic threat. This comes on top of almost a decade of this government neglecting relations with our Pacific neighbours. They've cut the aid budget. They've cut the aid budget to the Solomon Islands.
Victoria has recorded another 13 COVID-related deaths as the state's restrictions have been further wound back. Yvette Gray reports.
Victoria has recorded 8,120 new cases of COVID-19. There are 449 people in hospital with the virus, including 35 patients in intensive care and 8 on ventilators. It comes as the state ditched a raft of COVID restrictions overnight, including masks in schools, early childhood settings, hospitality, retail and at events. Hospitality venue patrons no longer have to prove their vaccination status or check in, while visitor restrictions have been removed at hospitals. Positive COVID cases no longer need to isolate for 7 days. Instead, they must test negative on rapid antigen tests for 5 out of 7 days.
Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister says the evacuation of about 100,000 people trapped in Mariupol will only succeed with the help of the United Nations. Irina Vereshchuk is adamant that the UN needs to become involved in arranging humanitarian corridors, saying it's the only organisation with the capacity and strength to prevent death. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres is to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow on Tuesday. Speaking through an interpreter, Ms Vereshchuk says there is no time to wait.
When I negotiate with Russia, I think about those people who need to be evacuated, who have no weapons, who are just peaceful people.
The European Union has agreed on new digital regulations that will force tech giants such as Google and Meta to police illegal content on their platforms more aggressively. Chelsea Hetherington reports.
The EU Parliament has reached a deal on the Digital Services Act, a landmark piece of legislation that aims to address illegal and harmful content by getting platforms to rapidly take it down. A key part of the Act will limit how digital giants and social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter target users with online ads. It will effectively stop them from targeting users with algorithms using data based on their gender, race or religion. Tech companies will also be required to implement new procedures designed to take down hate speech, incitement to terrorism and abuse. Failure to comply with the rules may result in multi-billion-dollar fines.
The state government says plans to plant more than 180,000 more trees across Melbourne's western suburbs will help the area become more climate resilient. The program, aimed at greening the western suburbs, will see trees planted in public areas throughout Hobsons Bay, Maribyrnong, Brimbank, Melton, Moonee Valley and Wyndham. Minister for Energy, Environment and Climate Change, Lily D'Ambrosio, says the added tree cover could reduce urban temperatures by up to 25 degrees. She says the added benefits are needed in the western suburbs, where tree cover is the lowest in the city.
We need to do more to give them the necessary shade, and what is really critical, of course, is to ensure that our streets, our parks, our communities are cooler and more climate resilient.
To sport, and Fremantle is looking to extend its best start to an AFL season since 2015 when it hosts Carlton at Perth Stadium this evening. The Blues have won their last 2 games against the Dockers and WA and have been boosted by the return of captain Patrick Cripps. In other games, the Western Bulldogs host Adelaide at Docklands, while West Coast travels to Adelaide to play Port. To the weather now. For the state, cool to mild, a dry day apart from the chance of an afternoon shower about the eastern ranges. Partly cloudy, tending mostly sunny in the north. For Melbourne, a mostly sunny afternoon with a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, also 19. Monday, partly cloudy and 21. Right now in Melbourne, it's 16 degrees. ABC News.
Meet Australia's mini acts.
What are you doing?
I'm just creating a little miniature scene in this hole in the wall.
Of course.
Join a shrunk-down tour
I make tiny things.
of Australia's history.
1916, please.
From the first balloon flight to the pearling industry to the relocation of Taronga Park Zoo.
How do you move a zoo? Zoo mobilist.
Tiny Oz.
That's cool.
Tuesday nights on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Season 2022, the fans are back. The colour and soundtrack of our great game. Let's go.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead.
And so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach. There's no loyalty in football clubs league.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
They need them, otherwise they're no chance. They're just an above-average team without those excitement, creative players. The playing group there's mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, you need to get better at this. Football is a simple game. Jeremy Cameron's with us. Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No,
well, we haven't had a fish off.
Big moment, sets fly from 50. Good kick. The MCG erupts.
This is The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Hello, welcome to The Lead for round 6 of the AFL. Last night, the Saints grounded out a 17-point win over the Giants to make it 5 on the trot and their best start to a season since 2010. A night where so much of the focus was on the return of Toby Green and the future of Liam Cameron. The Saints stood up under the bright lights of Friday night, led by small forward Jack Higgins, who booted 5 goals, making it 10 goals in the last 3 weeks. The Saturday team, they made the trek down the freeway to Ballarat for the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide. It's a tough place to come and play when you're an opposition side. It's often not an easy place if you're driving the ABC bus, as Mark McClure was doing. We got here, but it wasn't without issue. There was a crash at Bacchus Marsh. We went off the GBS, we went off the radar and somehow found our way to Ballarat, and it's great to be here. We can't wait. It's chilly. It's around 13 degrees, and it's going to get a bit colder throughout the afternoon. Adam Ramanauskas alongside me. Did you have a similar challenge, Rama?
Well, good afternoon. It was, it wasn't the straight up the Western Highway trip as it normally is. I went up and down a couple of dirt roads, and but eventually made my way here just in perfect time.
Cameron Ling, welcome to you. I was a little bit concerned when Rama rang and said, look, the GPS is saying I should be there by about 12:30. So, fingers crossed it starts to open up a bit. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone. Rama, what I need to know the answer to is, how did your fancy car actually go on the dirt roads? Did it have enough clearance?
Okay. No puncture tyres?
Right. Is that where we're going early, are we, Lingy? Okay. That's okay. We'll set it up like that.
I actually can't joke because the last time we came down here a couple of years ago, I did actually suffer a punctured tyre, and we ended up at the Bland Roadhouse and had to get a mate to help me bring a spare tyre because European cars, there was no spare tyre in the boot. So that didn't go down well. David Parkin left us, jumped in with some supporter groups. So thankfully this time was far easier to make our way down here. It's great to be out of Melbourne and to some of these regional venues. Rama, we were talking on our way down about back in the days we used to play in Bendigo and Ballarat, and you get the AFL far more out of some of the capital cities. So it's good that the Bulldogs are able to have this initiative.
Well, it's a terrific ground, I think, first and foremost here in Ballarat. And the Bulldogs are starting to make it a little bit of a home away from home. They'll play a couple of games here throughout the year. I think it's better that they do play earlier in the season because it gets bitterly cold, as we know, in Ballarat as the winter months progress. But looking out at the surface here, it's pristine. It's as good as the MCG. It's as good as the Dockland. So it's a wonderful stadium. They get great supporters support down here. It'll be full. The Crows will get some good support as they always do. They're funnily enough a popular team, even though they are where they are sitting sort of on the ladder at the minute. But it is. I do enjoy coming out to the regions. I hope in the future that there can be a few more stadiums like this around.
So to paint the picture for you, the Crows cheer squad have got their pom-poms. They're ready to go already at the southern end. To the left of us is the seating arrangement, which is sort of back towards the freeway to head to Melbourne. We're on the western side of the ground, and the eastern side has the hill. We've got a great little broadcast position here. except for Adam Ramanaskas. You can't see too much to the right forward pocket, Ramo. You're looking right at a pole.
Yeah, I am. I'm looking at a pole, but next time we're in, we may move to the box next door where it's a bit more of a free view. But just to paint another picture too for you, Lingy, Sellers is already he's being a distraction down in the food vans already. He's being demanding. He wants his hot
baked
jam
potatoes,
donuts.
jam donuts.
They said that they're going to be about 20 minutes. Sellers went back down there in about 3 minutes and demanded he have his donuts.
They serve up good donuts there.
Yeah, to get up and running, and he asked 5 minutes later how they were going. They're still warming him up, so hopefully they find their way to the ABC grandstand box. And yeah, for those fans that are making their way down, get in touch with us. 0437 774 774 is our SMS line through to the ABC commentary team. But we're about to be joined by Brad Crouch in a short amount of time, part of the St Kilda midfield group that has started the season so well. So a 17-point win over the Giants. And Lingy, I guess the question is are you starting to become a believer in them now after their opening round loss to the Pies? They've managed to find a style of footy which, despite some of the injuries last night with Jack Hayes and Rowan Marshall with a bad corky, they were still able to see off the best of the Giants.
Yeah, fair question, Clinchy, because I was pretty scathing on them after that round 1 loss, wasn't I? And I think with good reason. I'm starting to believe, absolutely, because I love the way that they've adjusted their playing. They're playing with higher impact rather than just possessions. I even talk about the bloke we're about to have a chat to, Brad Crouch. Last night, 23 disposals, 2 goals. That's Brad Crouch at his best, not 35 touches and it not going far or not doing much and a little bit of 1-2 stuff. Jade Gresham's high impact. Bradley Hill, who I've been critical of in the past, is now playing with genuine impact. Not running around the back, getting little handballs and kicking sideways and getting lots and lots of numbers. It is important high-end running in the attacking half of the ground from Bradley Hill. So I love the way that Brett Ratton and his coaching group and the players have adjusted the way that they're playing. And it is brilliant football. And they were terrific again last night in a different way of winning. Like, it wasn't... They've been blasting teams out of the water the last couple of weeks. It was a different way, and they still found a way to win.
Yeah, though they had to, Lingy, last night with Hayes going down and then Rowan Marshall going down. It was... You sort of was scratching your head sort of halfway through that third quarter with how they would adjust. And simply what they did is they just put a ring around that stoppage. So hit-outs were ridiculously in favour of GWS. I think it was 77-19. But at the end of the game, clearance was only +10 in the Giants' favour. They simply needed to change their style last night, the Giants. They needed to whack it forward more. I think, Ling, it didn't make sense that Flynn and Bruce were still trying to put it down the throat of their midfielders.
Rama, that's got to be the biggest question out of this, isn't it? From the Giants' perspective, and you're right about the Saints. Well played. They found a different way of winning. The hit-out, 77-19, as you said, Giants' way. Their midfield is Josh Kelly, Tom Green, Steve Cornelio, Callan Ward, Lockie Whitfield, Tom Taranto, and Toby Green. Lots of T's in that. That is a star-studded A-plus midfield group of names. And when you win the hit-out 77-19, with that midfield group, you should be winning this game by 80-plus points, shouldn't you? Is that too simple? I mean, credit to St Kilda, yes, but the Giants have got to be better than that.
Here's the problem. So still with those names that you mentioned, they still want to bring another number up to the stoppage. Like, those guys are talented enough in themselves to be winning around that contest. They don't need extra numbers. What frustrates me with the Giants right now, they want to be this dour, contested, sort of tough team when really they're a bunch of super talented players that are just not, they're not connecting well at the moment. I think they've got to throw the playbook out at the minute and just let these guys start to play. The Saints, on the other hand, Lingy, if you look through what they are, they've now established who the stars of the show are, let's call it. But then they've got these significant role players now that are quite happy to play that role and are very, very good at executing that.
You're exactly right, Rama, and they are doing it beautifully, and they're doing it with impact. Whether they're asked to play a defensive role, they're impacting defensively, or they're attacking, it's impact stuff. And the Giants, for me, it's funny when you talk about them wanting to be known as a respected, dour, hard team. You can be that and still play with electric speed and ball movement. There's nothing more intimidating. I remember your great team of 2000, Rama, was my first season. and then the great Brisbane teams that were followed. Both those teams were physically intimidating. Some of the scariest players to play the game you'd come up against. But then you were also petrified about the fact that you could move the ball like lightning and you could score heavily, which meant not only were you physically felt out of the game because the Essendon team or the Brisbane team were great and big and strong, but you also look up at the scoreboard and go, oh, and we're 40 points behind already. You're just gone and you're deflated. The Giants can be hard and tough and really physically intimidating, but they can also be highly skilled and move the ball quicker if they are prepared to let those players play to their strengths.
I think the most significant shift in the game this season is the way the ball's moving forward quicker.
Yes.
It's getting into forward lines quicker now. It's not allowing teams to roll back with numbers inside forward 50. Jack Higgins last night, 4 goals, 3. But when he's inside forward 50 now, it's because those contests that Max King or Membry or others are creating, they're 2-on-2 contests. They're not, Jack Higgins is not running into forward 50 and there's 8 or 9 people that he's got to sort of compete with to get the ball. It's a group of 2, a group of 4. And he can go to work at that. Dan Butler probably hasn't got to the level that he's wanted to yet, but that's coming. I guarantee you that is coming. St Kilda continue to move the ball the way they are. 57 inside 50s from 328 possessions last night, Lee. That's good efficiency.
That's brilliant. And you're right, the comp's going that way, but more teams still need to go that way if they're going to be a good team.
Yep. The voice of Cameron Ling, Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch with you on the lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. So Jack Higgins, obviously, to kick 4 goals, he's turned around from back in round 1 where people were questioning as to whether he should be in St Kilda's best side, where they had to go back and work on his pressure acts. Is he more of a traditional small forward, like a sort of Stephen Milne sort of type than, as you touched on, Dan Butler can provide that pressure? But alongside Max King, who didn't have a great night, kicking 1 goal, 7, is Jack Higgins going to be, with Tim Membry, their third legitimate forward option?
I love what Jack's done, but I love the way St Kilda handled it. Don't worry, all that outside talk was accurate after round 1. St Kilda internally let him have it. They said that he needed to be better in the areas of the game that they needed him to be good at. So he still had to put the defensive pressure. He had to do certain acts. He had to cover for teammates, and you get the rewards as an offensive player from that. So they hit him between the eyes during that week. He has responded superbly. He didn't whinge about it, didn't sulk about it, didn't think, woe is me. He's just gone back and played scintillating footy since that moment. That's a real credit. That takes character to not drop your bundle for a few weeks. It's great that they nailed him on it, and it's great that he responded the way that he did.
He's kicked 14 goals now, basically in 4 games. 4 games and a quarter.
Yeah.
Really, because I think he got knocked out early in that. Was it Richmond? I think it was. I think he already had a goal on the board at that stage. Like what he's doing is he's playing with his flair within his role now. I think that's the most impressive part. In the past, there's been a small criticism on he's been a bit selfish, but I think he's now set the standard of what type of player he can be within the role and the system that St Kilda want him to play. The other one, Lingy, I think that we can't gloss over last night, St Kilda win by 17 points, but Max King kicks 1 goal, 7. Now, if you flip that script around the other way and GWS win by 17 points, we're all very critical of Max King at the moment. So, love that he's got the looks, love how all that's working, but this is a chink in his armour right at the moment with this goal kicking.
And it felt like it had jumped forward this season already. It had a couple of shots at goal that maybe last year he might have missed, and he was nailing them. The technique had just been adjusted a little bit, but there's still perhaps occasionally that higher ball drop and doesn't quite hit it sweet. And last night, I think once that, what do they say, the little man on the shoulder gets talking a little bit, unfortunately it ended up a bit of a horror night in front of goals, and 1 goal, 7. I still go back to with him. He's played, 46 games of football? And the fact that he's getting 8 shots at goal, he'll sort it out. He'll still have these occasionally for the next probably 2 years. Tom Hawkins used to be a bit of a wayward kick. He'd have a bit of a wave on his kick. It'd kind of go everywhere.
Beautiful.
Now he's just superb. Just years of work on his game, work on his craft. That's what Max King will do. 46 games in, he could be anything the way that he's playing at the moment. I agree he's got to fix it up, Rama. I agree with that. But it's pretty special so early on in his career.
That's what Saints fans are hoping, that they're getting the wins at the moment. They're 5-1 with a couple of promising games to come. They've got Port Adelaide and then Melbourne and Geelong, so they'll be good tests as to where they sit in terms of the top 4, top 8 calculations. But last night they were winners by 17 points over the Giants. Here's a bit of how the ABC Sport team called it last night.
Higgins is unmarked, top of the goal square, runs it and thumps it out of the ground. He won't miss this time. They go up inside forward 50 against St Kilda at the drop. Perryman fires out a hand pass only as far as Gresham. Check side from the pocket. Superb effort from Jade Gresham. Crouch senses an opportunity here, so he crosses the boundary line to kick, goes the check side here, curls it back beautifully.
Higgins free, an open 50, an open goal square. Higgins lets fly now, it bounces once, twice and through.
Messi from Keith, off to Higgins, on the bounce, it sits up for him, he snaps and goals.
Jack Higgins, it's a good looking effort, it's at a good height, it sails straight through.
Free kick spotted going Max King's way. No goals 5, he can make that 1 goal 5. Higgins takes the mark, floats off the hand pass, the Crouch from close range, pops it through. Party time for the Saints.
Himmelberg gathers it again, but this is St Kilda's night in Canberra. 5 in a row, 5-1 to start the season. They embrace each other and their fans are in dreamland.
They sure are. St Kilda fans are enjoying that, winners by 17 points last night to move to second on the AFL ladder, 5 wins and 1 loss. A big part of it in the midfield was Brad Crouch, who's starting to hit his straps with the Saints, and he's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. Brad, congratulations. What was that like last night?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. No, it was really good. We fought the game out pretty well, and we obviously come up against a bit of adversity as well with losing a few boys throughout the night and had to sort of find a way to win. So, it was really pleasing, and we thought it was a really big win for us.
Before I throw you to Cameron Lang, is that the most impressive part through the opening sort of 6 rounds? Is that there's been moments where you've had the absolute best momentum where you've been able to put it on the scoreboard, and there were patches last night where in the third quarter the Giants were able to fight back and you found a way to run out the game and finish pretty strongly.
Yeah, exactly. We this time last year we were really struggling with our inconsistencies and, not knowing, and our supporters weren't knowing what we were going to put out every week. And, I guess halfway through the season last year, we started to change a few things and started to play a lot more consistent footy, and the difference between our best and our worst has become a lot less. And, I think we're just starting to reap a few of the rewards of a lot of hard work and a little bit of effort. And it was pretty pleasing on the weekend because, different times we, could have been mistaken or easily forgiven to slip away. We let that one slip away from us, especially up there. And they were TWS had coming off a couple of tough losses. We knew they were pretty fired up. So it was a huge win for us.
And part of that area, Brad, that you could have slipped up on was around the middle of the ground. Rama just said before, 77-19 was the hit-outs the Giants' way because you guys were obviously personnel down in that area. Can you talk us through what was happening? Was it as simple as trying to put a bit of a ring around those stoppages, or how did you stop that effectiveness where really the Giants should have been able to dominate from that part of the ground?
Yeah, it was probably something we spoke about a little bit early on in the game. We knew going in that they took in the 2 rucks. I think they only played the 1 ruck last week, and both of them big boys. They're both huge boys and really good at centre bounce stuff as well. So I think early days, Rollins obviously really sore and they were jumping a bit all over us, but they brought up a lot of numbers around the ball, which sort of suited us because we saw at different times we probably accepted that we're not going to win every stoppage, we're going to lose a few, but we were really set up well behind the ball, and our attack can come back to them and counter them. So we probably looked at it a little bit like that, and I think we sort of saw the game at times open up for us, and we had some good looks at getting our forwards one-on-one ahead of the ball.
And when you were able to get those forwards one-on-one, Max King obviously got a hold of it a number of times. His goal kicking to this point, before this game, had been excellent, and he'd seen the real improvements. He takes a little step backwards last night, and that's going to happen when you're a young player. After the game, is there a necessity to go and talk to him about it, to address it with him, or is he much more resilient with that and knows what he needs to now go back and work on?
Yeah, he's much more resilient, Max. I think, God, I think he's still 21 years old. Like, it's pretty scary, really. I think I saw Tom Hawkins the other day speaking in an interview saying he didn't really know what he was doing to his goal. He was 27, 28. So, with Max, especially us midfielders that don't know how to kick goals ourselves, we just we leave him alone because we've got no advice to offer. But he gets a lot of advice, and last year he obviously didn't kick well early in the season and kicked really well late. And he's forever working on it. So Roughhead spends a lot of time with him as well. So I think you sort of just let him go, and he's been kicking the ball really well. And the main thing for us is that he's getting a lot of good looks at goal. Like if he kicks half of them, he's going to be having some pretty good days out.
Brad, it looks like there's a real emphasis now to take the ball forward quicker from St Kilda particularly. Now, that's given Max the looks that he's having. Obviously, Higgins is playing well and hitting the scoreboard. But Membry, was there a clear shift in your focus through the pre-season as a club to go, okay, less possessions, more impact with those possessions?
Yeah, there was. I think we pretty much know that we've got a pretty dangerous forward line, and we've got a lot of depth to our forward line, and we want to get it in there and give them every chance. I think the frustration with the forward sometimes can be that the ball doesn't get kicked in quick enough, and that's probably fair enough. Especially when you've got Max who's I think 203 centimetres and pretty dangerous, and then we had Hazy up there and on the weekend for until he got injured, and Timmy as well, and then we got the small forwards that are really dangerous, and Butler and Higgins. We know that we've got a really good forward line, dangerous forward line. We want to get the ball in there fast, but we also want to make sure that we can defend the ground as well. So we've got to be really careful and get the balance right between moving the ball fast and getting it forward, and keeping ourselves being able to defend the corridor as well. Because sometimes if you move it too fast, the back end of that is that they can move it back past you. So you've got to get the balance right, so that you can defend the ground as well.
So then does your perception of a good game and the rest of the midfielders now change? Because in the past, you're a high possession player, was 30-plus most weeks in a row. But last night, it's 23 possessions, 4 clearances, 4 tackles, 2 goals. So how are you now judging your game in terms of those impact levels?
Yeah, definitely. I think from whenever I've come to the Saints, that has been a massive, massive thing for me. And speaking to Rats was, how can we best get you to play the best that's going to make our team as good as we can? So, and I think that's throughout our whole midfield. We try and make a real emphasis on how we play as a midfield and try and keep it sort of all about all of us and how the midfield's going, instead of, if one bloke's down, you need to give him more of the ball or anything like that. That's not our focus at all. And we try and, on the same thing yesterday, we had a game. The game chucks different situations at you every week. So yesterday they had numbers around the ball. We're probably not going to win clearance, but we've got to fight and pressure and get the ball coming in pretty bad to our back, so we can then move the ball the other way. So we're trying to definitely have a much more focus on how we perform as a whole midfield instead of just individuals. And I think hopefully our supporters have seen a lot of that at the moment, because I think we're playing some really good team footy, and I think the game more than ever is relied on teams playing together, and we probably realised that early in the season last year.
Now, you've got a nice problem coming up. Paddy Ryder will obviously come back into the team. Poor Jack Hayes doing his knee last night is horrible. But then you've got Hunter, Clark, Billings and Jones still to come in. You look like a really nicely balanced team at the moment, with guys playing particular roles and being happy with it. And I talk of Jack Sinclair, sort of Mason Wood, the way he's playing, Wangani Malera on the wings. They're playing their roles and probably not getting the credit outside, but I imagine they're getting the credit inside. So with those 3 guys, particularly Hunter, Clark, Billings and Jones, how do they come back into the side? Because they will at some stage.
Yeah, exactly. They're all, I think Jonesy, he'll probably be back this week. I'm not sure with the COVID stuff what day he's back, but he's probably a walk-up start for us. He's a very good player. He'll play midfield, and then in probably 2 or 3 weeks' time, we've got Hunt who'll come back from that shoulder. But I think we're very mindful about different roles, and I think we've probably found that we've changed things a lot during week to week. We've had a lot of guys play from go from back to forward or forward to back from week to week. Ben Long's a pretty good example of that. He went back yesterday after playing really well forward the other week, and Hilly's gone forward from being a back. So I think that sort of comes in the same conversation as being a really good team, and it's not all about the individual stuff, because as long as we can win, we're a happy team, and when them boys come back, they're going to be great for us as well. So we're looking forward to having them lads back.
I'm glad you mentioned Bradley Hill there, Brad, because to me, he's the best symbol of exactly what you're talking about. That, and I've been slightly critical of him at times, playing at half-back where it wasn't having an impact. Yet the way that he shifted his mindset to play the role he's being asked to play now as that high half-forward, he is having unbelievable impact on games of footy. Just how you get somebody to embrace that new role. Can you just talk that through? It's easy to be able to say, hey, go play half forward instead of half back, and go sort it out. But how do you actually say, we don't need you having it 35 times and going nowhere with it. We need you doing all this running, and you might end up a game with 10 touches and still have a massive game. How's that conversation go about?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's, we've been really, at the footy club, we're trying to really reward roles that, and guys that play outside themselves and play roles that they're not used to, and play team roles. So last night after the game, Brad spoke about Healy. Like, he played a role for us yesterday where he covered the corridor and really helped out the fence. And, sometimes from home, it's hard to see that sort of stuff. But as teammates, we absolutely love it, and we try to reward it. And I think that's what most good teams do, reward the players that are playing selfless footy. And, next week he might get a role where he dominates and has 35 touches and kicks a couple of goals, or 4 goals like he did the other week. So we're definitely finding that week to week, sometimes it's just not your day. You've got to do the team thing. And it was a bit like that last night for Hilly. Like, he played a real team role for us. And I think most coaches would be pretty nervous knowing that they don't know where he's going to line up, and really finding that hard to prepare for as well, because our halfback at times he's been tagged because he's so dangerous and provides a slower run, but then he might line up forward or he might line up on a wing, which gives us that really flexibility that we that obviously causes some of the other coaches a headache.
Brad Crouch is with us on ABC Sport. As we let you go, Brad, if you had that shot from the boundary out of 10 times, how many times did you nail the banana?
Oh, probably 0. I reckon I need 30 or 40.
That's all right. You got the one that mattered, and it's on the highlight reel. And obviously, your brother playing for the Crows, you had a couple of challenging years there with your foot. How great is it just to be back playing regular footy, your 25th game for the Saints after what's been a challenging sort of 4 or 5 years for you? Yeah, no, it's really good. Like, I think my brother's had a fair bit of issues over the last year or so with his groins as well. He had also his pubis last year, and it puts things into perspective. And when things are going well, you got to really appreciate it, because there's plenty of dark times in footy if you play long enough. And my body's been feeling great now for a few years, but you're only one knock away or one movement away from, we saw Hazy last night from doing ACL, and you're absolutely shattered. So it's such a fickle game, and everyone loves it. We really enjoy it, but you got to try and keep things in perspective and try and enjoy the good times, because it's a great game, but it comes with its ups and downs. Absolutely. Well, Saints fans are enjoying the good times at the moment, Brad. Congratulations on the win last night, and hopefully you can keep it going.
Thanks for having me, boys. Cheers.
Brad Crouch joining us from the Saints after their 17-point win over GWS. So if you want to join the Saints on their march to 60,000 members, you can visit saintsmembership.com.au today. So they'd be relatively happy with the way in which they've been travelling. But Jack Hayes, obviously, ACL, concreter, gets picked up as one of the last spots on the list. Hopefully they give him another one-year deal.
Yeah, look, hopefully, because I think he'd shown enough to suggest that he's a capable AFL footballer. Just listening to Brad Crouch there,
I've just got a South Australian audience are about to depart, so they're coming across for the full call of the Adelaide Crows taking on the Western Bulldogs down in Ballarat. So for our South Australian audience who are about to depart, we bid you farewell and look forward to your company throughout the afternoon as the Crows take on the Western Bulldogs. And for everyone else, sorry, Ramo, you want to fire a question to Lingy around the Giants?
No, I'm just listening to Brad Crouch talk there. A lot of these words were about team and selfless and, unrewarded running and the like. It just, I'm not saying they're Melbourne, but the start of last season, that's how Melbourne were talking about themselves as well, about just, the little things that probably sometimes we don't notice. As just general supporters, but internally, what is really lauded within team meetings about, you mentioned Brad Hill to Brad Crouch there. Some of his unrewarded running last night was terrific, and in the past he hasn't done that because he's made the game about himself. So you see now, I just see the little things that St Kilda are starting to do, and just wonder how long they can sustain this for.
It's funny you picked up on that as well, Rama. As Brad Crouch was talking then, my brain was just pinging left, right and centre of Melbourne talk, Richmond talk about 5 or 6 years ago before they went on their run. Lots of little happy memories of talk internally during my time at the Cats. You would have experienced where it's funny how you capture it and how, I don't know, sometimes it's you're trying to capture lightning in a bottle sort of thing. But when you get it, it is unbelievably powerful, and people genuinely start caring about the internal recognition and the rewards they're getting. And the fact that Bradley Hill was spoken about by the coach and lauded by his teammates internally after last night's game, which to us in the big wide world sitting on our couches was nowhere near as good as the game that he played against Hawthorn where he ripped them to shreds and kicked 4 goals. But internally, clearly it's being valued. And when you capture that, she can do wonderful things. You got guys running around. Ed Langdon's the best example at Melbourne. So clearly every single week he just gets so much love and reward from his teammates and his coaches for the work that he does off the ball. All of last year, all of this year. And he just wants to do more and more of it. When you can capture that, you can achieve incredible things. And, wow, listening to Brad Crouch there, the Saints may have just got a hold of it.
Yeah. So Lingy, now, you and I are in team meetings and match committee this week for the Giants. They come up against Adelaide next week.
Yep.
What are we changing? What's number one on the list that we think we need to change straight away? Is it structural? Is it ball movement? Is it what is it that we need to change instantly for the Giants to still be a shot at this season?
Oh, I think it's not just one thing, as you know, Ramo. You don't just click your fingers, one thing's fixed, and away you go. So there's a couple of layers, I think, for the Giants. And they frustrate me this year because I thought they'd worked it out at the back end of last year. For the 2020 year, they played this horrible, horrible football. The first half of 2021, it was still the same horrible, slow football. And then they quickened things up last year. They still were winning the contest because they've got talent. They trusted their defenders last year and let them play one-on-one. They didn't need a +1 or anything like that. Trust them. Mobile backline, intercept, take the game on. You've got Haynes and Cumming and all these, Sam Taylor, everyone like that. And they got it. Then we start this year and we're back all the way back to the start of 2021 or 2020 again. So they need to quicken their ball movement up. They've got too many skillful players. Play to your players' strengths. If you had a bunch of just average players who are just dour players playing in your team, you might bottle things up a bit. The Giants don't have that. Play to their strengths. So quicken that ball use up. Take the ball forward as often as they possibly can when it presents. Secondly, trust the midfield and the defence to be one-on-one, to be even numbers. You don't need an extra number here, an extra number there. Force the opposition to play you in each part of the ground with the same amount of numbers and back the fact that you got more talent than them. Yeah. But then also, Rama, for the last thing I'll quickly say is I would then be grabbing 5 or 6 of the key senior players, Lockie Whitfield, Josh Kelly, these types of players, aside for a personal small group meeting where you really hit them between the eyes about what you want to stand for as a player, what you want to be remembered for as a player and as a team, or if you're just happy to have played 180, 200 games in your career and be forgotten about immediately because you haven't achieved anything really. If you want to actually stand and be remembered forever as a great player and a great team, it's on you 6 or 7 players to really get going with that.
Off the back of Lingy's thoughts, here are the thoughts of Leon Cameron, the coach after last night's loss.
But yeah, boys are a little bit down on confidence. Their belief's not gone though. Their belief's there. We've got a good group. I've had a number of these players for 10 years. I know when their belief's gone and when it's not. It's not gone. We've played St Kilda top 4. We've played Fremantle top 4. We've played Melbourne first. We've played some really good teams. We're not shying away from our part in this. Our part in this is that we've been inconsistent. We're inconsistent at the moment. I'd be telling fibs if I didn't say that. We're inconsistent. Inconsistent in the third quarter has cost us a chance to win a game tonight. Credit to St Kilda. That's why they're sitting 5-1 and we're 1-5. But we've got some challenges and we'll hit them head on. We need to. We're not going to run. We've got round 7 next week. Can't have a week off.
So Leon Cameron with his thoughts on last night's loss. I guess, Lingy, the question is, we thought they might be sort of pushing for top 4, or are they rebuilding? And then when you look at the names in their midfield especially, you mentioned some of them, Kelly and Cornelio and Toby Green, Tom Green, Taranto, you feel like their list should be good enough to be competing with top 8 sides. And then there's the question of how do we try and judge Leon Cameron? So how do you try and assess if he's getting the best out of this group and whether they can push for a grand final like they were in 2016, when I think ultimately most people thought they would have won a premiership by this stage. They've been close on a couple of occasions, but they haven't had the list to get there.
No, but you go through, I think they've still got the list to be a top 4 team. So I don't cop that's the reason. They haven't got enough players. You ran through them. They've got some outstanding talent. Even the way Leon spoke then about the fact that they've, he's alluding to the fact they've had a tough run, Rammer, that they've played these teams who are top 4, St Kilda, Fremantle top 4, Melbourne top. They're supposed to be the tough team. Saying that St Kilda and Fremantle they're in the top 4, so therefore we've had a tough run. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
St Kilda and Freo weren't in the top 4 last year. You're supposed to be the team that they're looking at going, oh, gee, we've got a bit of a tough run. We've got the Giants coming up. That's a cop-out.
Well, what's interesting is those teams that Leon has mentioned, they're ball movement teams now. And that's what I think exposed them. Like you look last night, 57 inside 50s to St Kilda, but they were entries that were going into one-on-ones. And I think now, when the ball's in fast motion, because GWS want to play this dour contested style of game, their transition out of contest is really ordinary at the moment. They just can't. They're just not spreading like they were. I think you made a really good point, Lingy. I would love to see even numbers across the ground now. I think it's almost like they want to use a little bit of trickery to win game rather than trusting the talent that they've got to win games. Last night was just the most perfect example of that. So much dominance in the ruck space, and they still wanted to take another player up to the contest, because that to me suggests that they don't trust their guys around the ball at the minute, which I think that's the worry, because that's where their talent base is. I think you got to let the talent be talented,
and the back line is good enough. It's Nick Haynes, it's Isaac Cummings, Sam Taylor, it's Connor Iden, it's Lockie Ash if he goes back there. They're good enough. You can play them one-on-one. You can play them and trust them. They'll intercept and help out each other. And you're right, the midfield base is so sorry, I keep going to say so good, Clinchy, but that's only on paper right now. Yeah. Maybe I've got to start walking back the fact I think they're good, because they're not producing anything out on the field. But maybe if they're put in a situation where they can play to their strengths more, then they'll prove they still are a good midfield group.
The voice of Cameron Ling alongside Adam Ramanauskas. Matt Clinch with you on the lead. Obviously, the big talking point around the week has been the umpire dissent, and the 50-metre penalties that have come from that. Brad Scott made the decision from the AFL that they were going to double down. Arms out was going to be a 50-metre penalty. Dan McKenzie copped it last night. He was the player who tried to point to the umpire to say that he thought the ball hit the ground, and obviously a 50-metre penalty was paid. The hard part for the umpires is if you don't pay one, everyone's going to highlight that.
Yeah.
And they're going to highlight when umpires get decisions wrong.
And there were occasions last night where they didn't pay it.
So how would you say that's going?
Oh, look, I don't think there should be abuse. We shouldn't be abusing umpires. Full stop. That's one thing. But there's got to be a difference between abuse, dissent, and emotion. I think that's how we differentiate between those three is really, really tricky. If I'm a supporter, I want my players showing emotion. Okay, I always want my players to show emotion because you show emotion, it looks like you care. Okay, you abuse an umpire, you deserve to get a 50-metre penalty against you. Dan McKenzie, I didn't think last night that deserved. That was like a question. It hit the ground. And I think he was waiting for the umpire to say no. All the umpire had to say, no, it did, and I thought he marked it or whatever. And that was it. It was over. It's all over.
You know what's worrying me, though, Ramatu, with it is that a lot of abuse comes from the crowd in community football.
Yeah.
And it certainly comes and is driven from the big AFL crowds, the big noise of, terrible decision. And it really rises when there's a contentious decision. This is adding more crowd abuse to the game because the crowd is getting more frustrated at a 50-metre penalty like that last night that you're referring to with McKenzie. So therefore that is creating more outside noise, crowd noise at an umpire, which only invites, it's got the trickle-down effect, only invites more crowd noise and crowd abuse at community football to be okay. Well, we can yell and scream at the AFL game. I can yell and scream at this umpire here at my local footy game. Well, no, you can't. So let's try and protect the umpires more by making it easier for them to umpire. And what did you say the three words were? It was abuse, dissent
and emotion.
That's a great summary because that emotion and then calming yourself enough to turn and ask a respectful question.
Yeah.
I thought didn't it hit the ground? And an umpire to say, no, all I saw was him mark it. That's why I paid the mark. Move on with it. I think that's terrific player-umpire interaction. And that's what we're going to get to.
My two favourite umpires when I played Lingy were Darren Goldsby and Matty James. You could have conversations with them out in the ground. They would tell you you're kidding yourself, and you just move on. Yep. And it was fine. I think we want a level of interaction still between a player and an umpire. We just don't want abuse. That's rather the word dissent. I don't think is right. I think the word abuse is a better one. I remember last year Mitch Robinson throwing his mouthguard in disgust at a decision. There wasn't even a 50-metre penalty. That's what we don't want, absolutely. But the Dan McKenzie stuff, that's not a 50-metre penalty. Now, whether the Brad Scott or Dan Richardson come out next week and say, no, that's not what we want the rule to be. But if I'm a supporter, I don't want my player, to just, a decision's against him and then he just puts his hands up on the mark and doesn't show any emotion. I want to see my players' reaction. I want to see that they're engaged in the game, that they care.
I wonder
we're all fans of American sport. It's an interesting time in the NBA playoffs that you see technical fouls given whenever there's abuse or
slam
gesturing,
the ball on the ground, all that sort of
back
stuff.
towards a referee. Yeah. I just wonder when we come to finals whether this might be relaxed a little bit, because a 50-metre penalty is going to be a big penalty to play if you put your arms out in frustration.
Lingy, 20-minute mark of the last quarter in a prelim final, and that's a 50-metre penalty against Dan McKenzie.
And I would be horrified if that could determine a game and somebody's career. It could be a premiership for a player who hasn't won it, like a Shane Crawford in 2008, 300-game player. They don't get through to that grand final because his teammate gave away a 50-metre penalty and it never happened. These are legacies that we're dealing with here, people's jobs, everything. It's funny, though. I watch a lot of NFL, and you guys do as well. That's one that is surprisingly outstanding with their interactions with the referees in that game. Yep. They don't, for all the emotion and a physical game and it's crazy and everything like that, they have a level of control towards the referees. So I think our players have got to come a long way in this and improve in this, and they've got to have that composure. But I think the rule makers have got to come a little bit back from where we are now and say, if you turn to an umpire and you ask a calm, respectful question and he answers that is fine. But if you turn, and even if you ask that same question with an aggressive tone, if you don't swear, but you get aggressive towards him and it looks demonstrative at all, we're going to pay it every single time. Then players have got to come on the journey as well.
So I think the perfect example is that when a defender gives away a free kick inside forward 50 to a forward, the umpire then comes over and shows you where the mark is. Is a player then allowed to ask the question to the umpire, what was that free kick for? Is that allowed still?
Yeah, you're allowed to ask, but you can't use your hands to gesture.
So I'm going to have to put my arms behind the side and say,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Umpire, what was that free kick for?
Yep.
That's how I have to do it.
Well, that's the way it appears through Brad Scott at the moment. The AFL want it to be done.
You're talking with Rama there, and you're using your hands to answer. And it's a simple hand gesture just to acknowledge the fact that you're talking to Rama. It can't be just on hands. It's got to be, again, maybe the movement of the hands, the aggressive nature of the hand. I don't know what it's got to be, but it can't just be asking a question.
One side of my family is Italian. Now, all Italians talk with their hands, so all the Italians that are playing AFL football out there, they're going to have a real lot of trouble.
Adam Ramanauskas, Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you on the lead. Some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi, guys. A good comparison would be a similar career pass would be Matt Taberner 2 years ago, Max King now. Taberner 7 goals last week, would have been 3 goals 5 last year. That's from Rob the Fremantle Tragic.
Yeah, okay.
And Stuart's making the argument that it's great Ballarat's got games, but the north and the south of Tassie have got 4 AFL games each year with Hawthorn and North Melbourne playing down there. It would be great if we had 4 games in each side of Tassie. Well, yep, if you get a team down there, you might be able to see a few more games down there. The other interesting part I wanted to get your opinion on is we have this great showpiece game on Anzac Day, Collingwood and Essendon. We're seeing this year we're putting in a game before that with Hawthorn taking on Sydney. I just feel like it takes away some of the lead up to the match. That game's going to get underway at 12:30 Eastern time. Mm-hmm. And then obviously Anzac Day at 3:20. We've had matches that have been played afterwards. The Collingwood and Essendon one. I think this runs the risk that it might take away from the significance of the day. And football's always played a great part in supporting that. Mick Moldhouse went down and spoke to Collingwood and Kevin Sheedy, obviously, with Essendon that you know well. But it just feels like the balance is a bit all over the place this weekend.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with Essendon and Collingwood sharing Anzac Day with if other teams want to play on that day, so be it. That's all fine. But yeah, I do think that game is the showpiece game of the round. The other part that I truly believe in is that every game on the Anzac Day round, whoever's playing against each other should be awarded an Anzac Day or Anzac game medal, because a lot of people will talk about, James Hurd's won 3 Anzac Day medals, but, Lingy playing for Geelong, I never had an opportunity to do that. So now every team is playing during the Anzac round. The last post is played before every game. I think awarding a player a medal from that game would be a really nice thing. It's a great thing to have on your resume, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's a good point, Rama, a really good point, because either don't have it on a person's resume, because nobody else gets the chance to do it, or offer all of them. And if you step up and play a great game of football, regardless of you don't play for Essendon or Collingwood on Anzac Day, or the Anzac Day round, then you've stepped up in what's considered a really big round. Can I ask this might be a silly, naive question. Is there a reason why that game is being played as a lead-up game and so early and in Tasmania? Is there a particular... Is there messaging around it from the AFL? It's not symbolising anything?
I don't think so.
Not that I know of.
My only guess is the timing is to allow for one game to not run into the other one. But, they made the conscious decision to put it on early in the day rather than later in the day, and maybe that's to allow for more people in Tassie to attend the game rather than doing it as a night game.
Okay, well, see, I would prefer it not to be in the lead-up. I love the fact that Anzac Day morning is, in Geelong, we go to the Anzac Day parade through Geelong, and you sort of have that quiet morning together with the family, and it's a bit of a chance to teach my kids about what Anzac Day is. Now, just because that game's on doesn't mean I'm not going to do that, but I don't mind the just slower, quieter start to an Anzac Day, and then you're all excited about that first bounce of Essendon and Collingwood. I love the Anzac Eve game. It's become an outstanding spectacle and a really terrific game between Richmond and Melbourne, and should be a beauty this year. I just don't think it's necessary to have that other game on Anzac. It's still afternoon, still after 12 o'clock, which is good at least. But, I don't think there's a need for it.
Yeah, it's a funny sort of fixturing game in Canberra on Friday night, no Thursday night game.
I thought
a couple of games in Melbourne.
I actually thought the AFL missed an opportunity in this round to not play a Thursday night game. I thought it was an error, considering it's still school holidays. So, could have got numbers there. The weather was nice on Thursday. So, throughout the season they play Thursday night games basically whenever they want, but not to play one on school holidays. I thought they just missed a trick there.
So we're in Ballarat. For most of our audience, you'll hear the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide, and then Port Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles this afternoon. One win between the two sides. All of a sudden, the pressure on Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley, their second half was far better last week against the Blues, but they'll be looking to continue that. The match I'm interested in is tonight, the Len Hall match between Fremantle and Carlton. Two sides who are in the 8. Their supporters are hoping that, this is the season where they're going to take that leap forward. What's your thoughts, Lingy, over those two sides? Because we've seen the Blues get Paddy Cripps back in, and Freo, they were pretty good against the Bombers, even though the Bombers were pretty average.
Yeah, I love what Fremantle's doing, but I've been slower to completely buy them than what Rama has. I think they are still a couple of years ago. I think, Rama, you've nailed it. They are playing outstanding footy this year, and with no Fife and with Chera having been gone in the off-season and Dave Mundy missing a couple of games through COVID protocols and all that, they've been brilliant. I'm probably still more of a buyer on Carlton for this year than Fremantle, but I'm starting to doubt that when Carlton keep nearly giving up 50-point leads to not great teams in Port Adelaide, and I think it was Hawthorn a few weeks back. I'm still on Carlton on this one, Rama. But you see something else in Fremantle now that I don't quite.
I'm on Fremantle because the game's over in Perth, so that's the only. If the game was in Melbourne, I'm on Carlton. But I just think Fremantle, what they've done through their developing years of a couple of years ago, they created an identity. They became a really tricky team to play against. Defensively, they're sound structurally. Okay, so that's one part of it. Now they add the layer of attack. Okay, so they're adding more layers to Brayshaw's game. They're adding more layers to Sarong's game. Frederick comes in and looks like a real lively player. Tabner's able to kick goals. Why I like that, Lee, is because the roles then of Mundy, Fife's not in the team at the moment, they're becoming less. And the guys that are building their careers, their roles are becoming more and more significant. And that's the part that I love about Fremantle at the moment. Their attacking game is still a work in progress. You look at the way... Look, in the third quarter last week, they dismantled Essendon with their attack, run and flare. It was too easy. But the next part too is, Lingy, they've got their contest right. And and I know, if you get your contest right, then you're able to spread from contest, which Fremantle can comfortably do. They'll be a dangerous team.
Yeah, no, they taught their midfielders the right way of playing. Like Sarong in his first couple of years was doing run-with roles, teaching a balance in the game. Brayshaw was doing the same. Carlton, I said I'm a believer in Carlton. Paddy Cripps coming back after, a week off, was it?
Yeah, 1 week hammy.
With a hammy.
I don't like this.
No, they've set themselves up well from a win-loss record where you can now have the luxury of giving an extra week and erring on the side of caution to an important player like Cripps. So I'm nervous about that decision.
Yeah, Freo have added good speed into their side. They're a good turnover side, and looking forward to seeing how Adam Chera goes against his former side, and George Hewitt in great form for the Blues as well. 12 clearances last week. Anzac Eve, of course, Richmond and Melbourne, always a great game. And just had a little bit of a look at the Geelong lineup as well, Lingy. There's no Patrick Dangerfield, but we do get to look at Ollie Dempsey. What's your mail as to how he'll go?
Well, exciting player, former basketballer, a lot of basketball growing up. He's very light, very skinny, but he took a hanger last week. He's kicked a couple of bags of 4 goals. He will be an exciting player. I worry about the size right now because you can get hit pretty hard in senior AFL footy, but he's got some tricks to him, so he's going to be fun to watch.
Can't wait for that. Geelong taking on North Melbourne. Lingy, thank you very much. Who wins? Crows, Bulldogs?
I think the Doggies, I like the fact that they're building a bit. Their midfield's getting rolling. Libba back in the middle.
Yeah, so no Tim English. Thanks, Lee. Look forward to chatting to you next week. Rami, you're going to stick around and Meg Baines is going to join us from the Western Bulldogs. Good challenge for the Crows. Taylor Walker, Josh Rochelle in great form for Adelaide. No Rory Sloane, of course. Their captain, unfortunately, out for the season with an ACL. This has been The Lead on ABC Sport. Mark McClure's got his donuts. He's happy. He's going to join us in just a moment on ABC Sport.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Moldova has summoned the Russian ambassador following remarks by a Russian general that appeared to expand Moscow's current ambitions for its invasion of Ukraine. A Russian military commander claims Moscow now aims to take full control of the south of Ukraine, as well as the eastern Donbas region. This would deprive Kyiv of its Black Sea ports and connect with the Russian-backed separatist region of Transnistria in Moldova that borders Ukraine. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres will visit Moscow in coming days for talks with President Vladimir Putin in the United Nations' latest attempt to stop the fighting in Ukraine. Meantime, protests have continued outside the Russian embassy in Canberra as the local Ukrainian Orthodox community celebrates Easter. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine has overshadowed this year's Easter for the country's Orthodox Christians. The local community gathered in front of the Russian embassy today, calling for the Australian government to shut it down. The crowd was addressed by Liberal Senator Zed Seselja. Many of the protesters were holding banners, waving at passing cars, urging them to sound their car horns. The group has maintained the weekly protest since the invasion of Ukraine began.
The federal government is welcoming news that the United States is planning to open an embassy in Solomon Islands earlier than planned. A US delegation has met with Solomon's Prime Minister, Manasseh Sogavare, to discuss concerns about a contentious new security pact he signed with China. Shortly after the meeting, the White House announced the US will expedite the opening of an embassy in the Solomons' capital, Honiara, 30 years after it closed its mission in the country. Coalition frontbencher Simon Birmingham says it's a good move.
We welcome deeper engagement by all of our partners in the Pacific. Australia has a comprehensive network of embassies and high commissions across Pacific Island nations.
Shadow Treasurer Jim Chalmers says the reported dumping of Liberal National Party postal vote information by a postie is utterly unacceptable. Australia Post says one of its staff has been stood down after a complaint they were seen putting hundreds of LNP-branded postal vote applications in a wheelie bin in suburban Brisbane. Mr Chalmers says the behaviour is deeply concerning.
What happened there was completely unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable. We need to know what's happened here. We need to know that it won't happen again.
There are fears the combination of the Easter break, Anzac Day long weekend and Tamworth Country Music Festival could become super spreader COVID events in New South Wales. Professor Jenny May from the University of Newcastle's Department of Rural Health says the dropping of isolation rules for close contacts, which is now in force, could make matters worse. Professor May, who is based in Tamworth as a GP, says while national figures are showing a plateau in cases, a lot of COVID is not being reported.
Easter and country music and Anzac Day are very likely to cause a very large uptick in figures, certainly in our area and for the visitors that are with us now. I don't know whether regional communities are a bit slower to some of these trends. Certainly we're seeing high numbers of COVID patients anecdotally.
Western Australia has today reported 7,758 new COVID-19 infections. There are currently 248 people in hospital with the virus, 7 of them in intensive care. One historical death has also been reported to the Department of Health. A woman aged in her 80s died with coronavirus on the 12th of April. The two remaining candidates in the French presidential campaign have made their final pitches to voters ahead of tomorrow's election. The BBC's Lucy Williamson has more.
Emmanuel Macron ended his campaign with a warning. There are millions of people who, a few hours before the Brexit referendum, said to themselves, "What's the point of voting?" he told French television. The next day, they woke up with a hangover. Marine Le Pen had a similar message for voters at her final rally. "Rise up," she told them, "and we'll be in power." Many far-left voters say their decision on Sunday will depend on whether their fear of the far right outweighs their rejection of Mr Macron's reforms.
And in sport, Jason Day and Jason Scrivener are tied for 6th spot at the halfway point of the PGA Teams event in Louisiana. The Australian pairing is currently on 14 under after 2 rounds, 3 shots adrift of Americans Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay. You're up to date with the latest on ABC News.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The Anzac Day Round. We honour the Anzac spirit. We remember our fallen soldiers and pay tributes to the men and women who fought for our country. This weekend means so much more. It brings out some of the best our game has to offer.
McDonald Timothy dances around Pendlebury, snaps on the right. Oh, how good!
With moments of brilliance.
Jams it on the right, kicks another! 2 in the space of a minute.
Inspiration.
On the 50, Zaha Rakas, first-year player, snaps and goes and puts the Bombers in front.
And leaves you on the edge of your seat.
Runs into the 50, snaps on the right foot, scores a level.
This weekend, the tradition continues.
Grandstand AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season. We're gonna be kids. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Round 6 of the AFL Premiership season. The Anzac Appeal round continues from Eureka Stadium in the gold mining town of Ballarat. Corbin Middlemass alongside 3-time Premiership player Mark McClure, and we are on the Plain Arena here at Eureka Stadium. It is a glorious day. A little bit fresh in the breeze, Salas, but about 17 degrees, and the ground looks a picture.
You look a bit soft if you reckon it's too cold. It's beautiful out here. It's magnificent.
Got a jacket on and a jumper and everything.
But we've got a neat Baines.
We do. The Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs Football Club, Meet Baines, joins us straight off the top. I can tell you there's no late change today. Riley West and Will Hamill are the respective subs for the Bulldogs and the Crows. Amit, welcome. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, gents. Good to be here.
Ballarat. You play a couple of home games here each year. What does it mean to the club to be able to stage a game in these parts?
Yeah, look, it's terrific. I think it's terrific for Ballarat and regional Victoria to have AFL content here and from this year AFLW as well. So we love getting down the highway, really well supported and welcomed by the local community, which is great. And as you'll hear through the call today, there'll be a really loud red, white and blue presence.
The game itself for Bulldogs fans, so are many of them sort of based in this particular region, or are they a lot of people making a trip from Melbourne? How do you sort of split it up in that sense?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of two. We do get a lot of visitation, which is great, and part of the partnership with the state government and City of Ballarat and Adelaide Crows, their fans are great travellers as well. So there's a few here from interstate, so it's a good mix. And, as you said at the start, magnificent day here, so should be treated to a really good game of footy.
Did you get here all right, Salas, on the road trip?
I did get here all right. We took an offshoot, as you well know, to get through the traffic. But it was hopefully it's not a bad crash, and I hope everyone's okay. And how are you going? How is the club faring, and how's the team playing?
Yeah, look, we feel good. Obviously, a couple of wasted opportunities perhaps in the early games, but good to get back on the winners board last week and, second quarter aside, play a bit more consistent footy.
You've had 2 wins, North and Sydney. Sydney's a pretty good win. They're a good side, but North, and then you've got beaten by Melbourne, you're beaten by Carlton and Richmond. Now, Richmond aren't that flash.
Yeah, look, it's probably hard to tell, isn't it, in the early part of the season how it'll play out, but certainly in the Carlton and Richmond losses, kicking 9-17 and 7-19, I think they were in those 2 games, doesn't help.
So you've got to get your forward line right. Is that why you got Shaki in there, and that's why you got Ugle-Hagen coming off the bench?
Well, I think last week was a good step in the right direction. We were 18 goals 5 there at one stage in the last quarter. So, as you know, as a forward, sometimes these things become more mental than anything else. Even watching last night's game was probably a good example of that.
Is your style of play quick enough?
Yeah, no, we think so. We think that, from a midfield perspective, our guys have been pretty dominant across the season. Certainly had enough forward entries and opportunities. It's about taking those, particularly from a skill point of view.
All your kicking's atrocious by the sound of it in some games.
Yeah, the goal kicking just hasn't finished off, and truthfully, probably around the ground, skill execution has let us down. A couple of turnover goals as well that have been costly. So, that's something that the guys continue to work on, and something that we've been, one of the best teams at. So we're confident that'll return.
Tell me about young Nilcom. He's not young.
No, Robbie's had a great journey. So he's debuting today, obviously, which is really exciting for him. Plied his career at Vermont in the Eastern Footy League in Melbourne, and then had a couple of seasons with our VFL team and did really well. So tremendous that he gets that opportunity today. Got him, Tim O'Brien playing his 100th, and Big Steph Martin his 200th. So great opportunity, and their families are down here and really excited.
English is the big loss.
Massive loss for us. There's no doubt about that. Tim, was... probably challenged himself over the summer to really take that number one ruck mantle, not just at our club, but to be a dominant player in the comp. And, the first 5 rounds, he certainly was that. So he's going to be a loss over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Pete Baines, Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs, with us on ABC Radio across the country. Just on Tim English, I think the obvious question is the form ruckman in the competition, maybe the All-Australian ruckman through the first 5 rounds, but he's off contract. Where is that situation at?
Yeah, look, Sam Power, who heads up our list management, continues to have, productive conversations with Tim's management group in Perth. And, Tim's messaging back to us is that he's really happy at the footy club. And I think a big thing for him was really proving himself as that number one ruck. So I think all other parts of his life are pretty settled. So, it will take a bit of time, but hopefully he does recommit. And, there's a big part for him to play in this footy club going forward.
Is there a contract offer on the table for him at the moment?
Yeah, no, those discussions take place. I think Sam might even be catching up again with his management group over this weekend to fast-track some of those discussions. So, yeah, we're hopeful, like a few of our other boys that are out of contract, that, they continue to want to commit here longer term, knowing what, the team is capable of if they all stay together.
So the anxiety around the English contract is low?
It's low anxiety at this stage of the year. Yeah, round 6. And as I said, the conversations have been really positive. I think if those had been put off completely, or if the vibe was a bit different, you might be a bit more anxious. But, yeah, pretty comfortable where things sit right now.
You mentioned a couple of the others, a high-profile player in Josh Dunkley, who seemingly I won't say seemingly was on the way out, but he was courted by Essendon a few years ago and then decided to stay. His best mates arrived at a club in Adam Treloar. They've obviously hit off a relationship in the short time that they've been together. Where's Josh's contract at?
Yeah, I think you summed it up well, Corbin. I think he obviously did want to leave a couple of seasons ago, but the arrival of Adam Treloar perversely has cemented him back the other way. So, again, those discussions are ongoing. Josh, I think, has publicly stated that he wants to stay longer term, and there's no doubt that friendship, or bromance, as the boys like to tease him about, between Josh and Adam is really a strong part of that.
Take me back to, I guess, not the events of round 1, but obviously post the first game against Melbourne. We obviously saw the tirade from Luke Beveridge post that. The club got together on the front foot, really condemned the approach from Luke Beveridge in the aftermath. But it did raise questions about, is there enough support around Beveridge at the moment? And I guess coaches across the competition. How has, I guess, the support around Beveridge been addressed from that night going forward?
Yeah, look, as we spoke about, without revisiting that incident, where obviously it was inappropriate, and as you said, we did, condemn those actions. And to Luke's credit, he took full responsibility for that in the aftermath. So, that was a genuine show of contrition and remorse. I think it was a build-up of a number of factors. I think we feel that he is pretty well supported around the club, and it was an opportunity just to reaffirm that support for him. And I think particularly from a media perspective, his approach internally hadn't changed, because it was pretty good prior to that anyway. But certainly from a media perspective, I think that's been a lot more productive relationship both ways since then.
And is today a must-win? Can't go 2-4.
No, absolutely. You want to square the ledger at 3-3, and you spoke on a couple of those injuries as well. These are opportunities that you have to take. Adelaide have been a terrific side. Clearly, Tex Walker coming back's made a significant difference for them. Josh Rochelle, he's having a wonderful debut season, so it's going to be a really tough challenge. But yeah, clearly we need to win.
One of the other outs this week is obviously Lockie Hunter. He's out for personal reasons, so I'm not sure how much you can tell us, but what can you update us with on his situation?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's been a difficult probably 2 to 3 years for Lockie. I think it's been re-reported that he did miss some time in 2020 as well. So there have been some significant personal events for him over that period that, surface from time to time. And for us, with any of our people, their health and well-being is the number one thing that we care about. So for him, it was very much, we support you, but it's important that you take a little bit of time away, which he was keen to do, to get things right so that you can be the best footballer you are when you come back, and football will always be there for him. So, we wish him well, and we'll continue to support him.
There's no time frame on that?
No, I think with these things it is pretty difficult to be precise. It'll be determined by the individual, and we've had a history, I suppose, of dealing with this in a really professional and supportive way with a bunch of players over the last few years, and in each of those situations there have been different timelines, so it'll be what is best for Lockie.
How do you take in the game today? I mean, have you got the family down here? You're sitting outside in the elements. Where do you watch the game from?
Yeah, we will be outside. I just, having grown up in the country myself, I just love watching footy at this venue. Just being able to hear the slap in contests and all the voices in the game. It's terrific. So I do have the family down here as well. And my kids, and it's just a terrific day to come down. We'll have a feed. We'll give a plug to the Forge Pizzeria in Ballarat. Great place after the game. But no, it's just a tremendous venue to watch footy and sort of get back to a bit of grassroots.
All the CEOs go behind glass. You know that.
We certainly eat behind glass, sellers, and then be outside for the game.
Good on you. Thanks very much.
We'll let you go. I appreciate your time. And Mead Baines with us, the Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs. The live mascot, the little bulldog, is out here on the turf. I remember the old Bulldog's name was Sid, who was the mascot sellers for the 2016 Grand Final. Unfortunately, Sid's passed away. I'm not quite sure of the new Bulldogs.
His young brother.
But he's here anyway. So, and the two banner crews are alongside us as well. So
it's a magnificent day here. It's beautiful. The place looks just immaculate. The grass is perfect. Great for a footy game like this, and Adelaide are in good form, and the doggies are just hanging in there. Like to see them play better.
We'll get into the full preview shortly with yourself and Rama upstairs. Just before we leave from down here, as you said, playing surface is tremendous. There was an announcement made recently that Victoria is going to host the 2026 Commonwealth Games, and this, Sellers, is going to be the home of the athletics. So there's going to be some money put into it, and this is where all your major events are going to be, the 100 dash as well as all your track and field events.
I actually like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Bendigo, Ballarat, all the major towns around the country, and down south in the Gippsland area as well should be done. So to me, it's a great thing, because then we get out there and we see things. It was a good drive out here today, wasn't it?
It was.
Beautiful
Absolutely.
scenery,
Beautiful
except
drive.
for the traffic jam. And apart from that, terrific. Love this place.
Heard some of the greats from Ballarat over the years, Sellers, that you would have played with and against?
Yeah, Val Perovic's one of them. I don't know if he's infamous or he's but he's a terrific fellow. Look, the Ballarat football community is solid. They've populated the AFL for many, many years, and it's a very strong competition, and I hope it continues on.
Absolutely. No late change for either the Western Bulldogs or the Crows. The banner crews are setting up behind us, and we'll have, of course, the Anzac observance ceremony to take place as well. The two respective Medi subs, we've got Riley West for the Western Bulldogs and Aaron Hamill for the Crows. We should probably head upstairs, Sellers.
Can we go by the donut tent?
We can. I know you've already been once already. Early rating on the donuts, out of 10?
Oh, I think I've moved on those ones, so
yes.
We'll be right.
We'll be up for round two. Matt Clinch and Adam Rabanaskas are upstairs, of course. The Bulldogs and the Crows on the way. Clinchy.
Thank you, Corby. Thank you, Sellers. Don't know if they do frequent flyers or reward cards at the donut van, but we're going to give it a red-hot crack on this Saturday afternoon from Ballarat. Matt Clinch and Adam Rabanaskas. Rama, I guess the interest around this game is both sides come in 2 and 3, as Corby and Sellers touched on. The Bulldogs we expect to be a top 4 side, having featured in last year's grand final. The Crows are an interesting watch because they're a rebuilding side who have an abundance of talent, with Taylor Walker back in the side, their midfield with Ben Keys coming across from the Brisbane Lions, and Riley Thilthorpe, who can't get a game at the moment for this Adelaide team. So it's sort of interesting, can they springboard up the ladder and all of a sudden find some shortcuts in their rebuild, or is this a bit of the beginning before the actual official rebuild?
No, I think this is the rebuild. Clearly they're going to the draft to reload those players, but you still have to keep those experienced players in and around the team. You can't just get, and we've seen in the past, teams that have just gone and got young players, their performances have really lacked. So you need to have those guys. I'm a firm believer in young players get their best development in the last quarters of the game when it's close, when it's tight. You know, that a last quarter, when it's tight, could be worth 2 games of development to a young player, because you want to see whether they're making the right decisions or not. You want to see if they can execute under pressure. You want to see if they can defend inside their defensive 50 one-on-one. So I think Adelaide are going about it the right way. Chase Jones, they got Haitley from GWS. Rochelle looks like a real player already. Jordan Dawson, Saligo, Cook, Will Hamill, who's a sub today, Berry, Frampton, Shane McAdams a little bit older, Ned McHenry, Himmelberg's still reasonably young, Lockie Scholl, so Jordan Butts, Lockie Gallant. So that, you know, the players are there, but then you look at the experience and you go, okay, Ben Keys, Matt Crouch, Taylor Walker, Luke Brown, Rory Laird, Brodie Smith, so Tom Dode, so that, you know, then Riley O'Brien as the big ruckman. So it's working out who your most significant senior players are, making sure that they're buying into what you're trying to do as a football club, and then getting the right young players in. So the Crows, I believe, and speaking with their list manager, they'll still add for another 2 years through the draft. That's where they see. They see probably another 2 years of rebuilding. So this year and next year. And then from then on, you know, you're going to have 50 or 60 games into a few of those young players. And that's when their time, they think, will be to start heading back up the ladder.
So rather than naming a captain for the rest of the season, they're going to rotate the members of their leadership group, obviously without Rory Sloane, for the rest of the season. So how much is his leadership going to be missed? He's obviously had his challenges with injuries over the last couple of years, and I know the immediate response was, well, how much footy has he still got left to go? But he'd want to be there when this side starts to come out of this rebuilding period. So I still feel like he's got a pivotal role to play.
And he's spoken about wanting to continue playing football. But I think now that it's a great opportunity for a Matt Crouch, for a Rory Laird, 2 guys that are probably, you know, not really, you don't really see them leading too much out on the ground in terms of their communication with their teammates, but gives them a chance to grow. Like, show what they can do. I think, by the looks of it, Tom Dode is the natural next leader, next captain of the football club, the way he goes about it, his style of play, the way he directs and communicates with his teammates. But when your captain goes down, Taylor Walker was captain for a long time, so that forward line, that forward part of the ground is looked after. But now, through the middle of the ground, is somebody else has got to step up. Now, like I said, I think it should be Matt Crouch and Rory Laird. Ben Keys is, you know, he's going really well, but he's still a reasonably young player himself. So I want to see a difference in communication from Crouch and Laird.
He's 2 goals, Taylor Walker, away from 500 career goals. He's Adelaide's all-time leading goal scorer. He led the club through a really challenging period following the death of Phil Walsh. And yet there's obviously the element of last year with the racist comments and the way in which that's changed his legacy in which he leaves at the Adelaide Crows. So at 32 years of age, he turns 32 on Monday actually, it's important that back him in his career he can have a real influence on this young group and really be an unofficial leader, really.
Well, the key for Tex moving forward is, can he take Himmelberg to the next level? Can he take Thilthorpe to the next level in their development as 2 key position players? But, you know, can he show Rochelle and Jordan Dawson what it is to be an Adelaide Crows footballer? So Tex, I still think, his legacy, and he understands that from those comments that he made last year. He's got work to do, but I think he still leaves a positive legacy at the Adelaide Football Club when he does decide to hang up the boots.
So the Adelaide Crows about to make their way out through the banner here in Ballarat. Just the one change from last week with Rory Sloane out, and Jackson Haitley plays his first game for season 2022. There's no late changes of the medical subs. Will Hamill for the Adelaide Crows and Riley West for the Western Bulldogs. Also get to see Robbie McComb this afternoon, so he gets his chance to make his debut in Ballarat from the Western Bulldogs VFL player, their best and fairest last year, averaged 25 disposals in the VFL last year, so no doubt he'll be excited at 26 years of age, a mature age player at 181 centimetres to get his crack here down in Ballarat.
Well, they're the stories you like. So, you know, he's come through the local football competitions first, then he gets a bit of a crack at the VFL, and then the Bulldogs, I think, do a good job at really promoting their guys in the VFL and saying, well, you know what, if you play well enough, we'll draft you. And they've got a history of doing that with a couple of players. So, look, good luck to the young man. Well, he's not necessarily young anymore.
No, he's 26.
He's 26, so he's
hitting the ground running.
Good luck to the middle-aged man then.
I can't wait to see the Western Bulldogs forward line. I mean, a lot's been spoken about around Tim English, what sort of impact that's going to have with Steph Martin coming in for his first game of the season. But Bontempelli up front seems to make sense, given so much pressure's on Aaron Norton. Cody Waitman's had a couple of really good weeks, but it feels like his leadership and maturity will allow the Bulldogs just to focus on their last kick inside 50, rather than always going to Norton.
Tim English will be starting as a defender today. With Alex Keith not there, they'll start him as a defender. They'll rely on Norton. We've got fireworks in Ballarat. It might be a first time ever
during the day. Yep.
Yeah,
making the occasion count.
Yeah, that works. But yeah, I think. Look, Bontempelli's still a little bit banged up from earlier. I think it was the first or second game of the season where he hurt himself. So at 6'3", he's quite capable of playing as a permanent forward. Really. Cody Waitman's he's continues to improve his game, but I want to see the Bulldogs midfield give Aaron Norton a lot more looks. You look last night, Max King has 8 shots at goal, 1 goal 7. Okay, he kicks 57 inside 50, forward 50. Aaron Norton is every bit the player that Max King is. He's probably a better contested mark than Max King is Aaron Norton. So him having those opportunities forward today. Who's playing on Aaron Norton today? Out of the Crows team,
either Jordan Butts or Tom Duday.
Tell you what, I'm getting the ball down to Aaron Norton as quickly as I possibly can. So
the other one they played is Billy Frampton, who has more been a forward in his time at Port Adelaide and arriving at the Adelaide Crows, but they did try him down on the back line against Richmond last week, and that seemed to work okay.
Yeah, it seemed to work okay. So let's see how long they can persist with something like that. So. Just back on the Bulldogs quickly, and I know Sellers and I will talk about this shortly, but the game shifted. The game shifted now with the ball going forward at a quicker rate and giving your forwards a better chance without then allowing oppositions to roll back with defenders. The Bulldogs are notorious for stacking the stat sheet. They just constantly, for years, it's driven me crazy. I'd love to see a McRae, a Bayley Smith, who else is through the middle of the ground? A Dunkley. Go from averaging 30-odd possessions to averaging 25 and getting the ball in there quicker. Like you see, we'll see it today. There'll be a stoppage on centre wing and there'll be 7, 8, 9 handballs before they actually start taking the ball forward. Why isn't it 2 handballs and out and go?
Yeah.
And that's I think that's where the shift in the game is moving now, because those 7 or 8 handballs, that allows oppositions to set up structurally defensively, and before they know it, Aaron Norton's jumping against 4 or 5 guys. So, I don't know. I hope the Bulldogs have identified that, and in the shift, you look at the shift in St Kilda, the way they're playing. Melbourne have been doing it now for the best part of 12 months with their football. Richmond, when they were flying, will surge and just get the ball going down there. Even Fremantle now, Matt Taberner last week, they're giving plenty of looks. So the game's shifting again.
Sells and Corby have made their way back up from downstairs. I guess the comparison is Carlton, a side who gets the clearance, bangs it in quickly. And the player who looms for the Western Bulldogs is Bayley Smith. He had 17 goals last year, averaging 23 disposals. He's rocketed that up this season, averaging over 38 disposals, just over 650 metres gained, 6 inside 50s. The one knock on his game is he's had 11 shots on goal for 6 behinds.
Yeah, but again, I look at that and go, okay, he's averaging 38 disposals for 6 inside 50s.
Yeah,
like that's
exactly what you were talking
about.
Going sideways.
That's a lot of possession. Yeah. And like you look at now the difference in impact that Paddy Cripps is having. He's now playing forward to centre. So Carlton are becoming a forward half team now. They want the ball in there. They want to lock it in, or they want to take it in there as quickly as they can to give Curnow and Mackay a chance. Bayley Smith at 38 possession should be averaging 10 or 12 inside 50s a game.
At least. Especially when he plays in the centre of the ground and the clearance work that they do around the ground.
So, just quickly, Sellers, you said what's his metres gained? 650 So 650 metres, then clearly then he's going to get a lot of his ball through the back half of the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Which is the old school midfielders we used to see with guys like Tom Mitchell.
I hate to compare, but that was the difference with Dustin Martin and Cochin what they were doing.
Yep.
And then once they changed their game, guess what? Richmond start winning premierships.
40 possessions on a half-back flank doesn't help anyone. Okay?
Not really, no, does it?
You can't pay $1 million half-back flankers.
But teams do take time to discover that. Melbourne discovered it with Clayton Oliver and Christian Petrarca. He'll be far more deadly, far more ruthless, with less of the footy and to be more damaging. The question is, with the depth of the Bulldogs midfield, how long is it going to take them to work it out?
It's about speed into the forward line. It's about contest, win the contest, win the clearance, and get the ball in there as quick as you can, and you can score then. And if you don't, you go the other way. They're 2 and 2 at the moment, the Doggies.
2 and 3.
2 and 3 at the moment. They could be 2 and 4 by the end of this game, because Adelaide aren't any mugs.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to Mars Stadium in Ballarat. As we prepare for our Anzac commemoration, it's my pleasure to once again welcome your Master of Ceremonies, Samantha Richards.
A guard is with us in honour of the Anzacs and all that follows those in service of Australia. If you are able, please stand and welcome the 8th 7th Battalion of the Royal Victoria Regiment, led by Guard Commander Corporal Marie Yorston.
Catafog party by the left. Quick! Party. Halt. Catafog party. Outwards. Turn. Catafog party. Rest on. Arms.
The Australian Football League, the Western Bulldogs and the Adelaide Crows, as well as Mars Stadium, invites you to join coaches, players and umpires in honouring the memory of Australia's service men and women who gave their lives for our nation. Our thoughts too are with those currently deployed on active service. If you are able, would you please remain standing and remove your hats for the Anzac observance. We welcome today retired Major William A. Kell, CSM veteran of the Battle of Long Tan, South Vietnam, 1966.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
Catafog party, A10, Shan. Catafog party, present, arms.
Please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem.
Adelaide Party, present.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
From 1897 through to 1972, there were 8,000 VFL footballers. 2,500 of them had enlisted for service. That's 30% of all players up until 1972 serving their country. On Monday, it will be 107 years since the Gallipoli landing. 17 VFL footballers died as part of that, 6 on the very first morning. Meanwhile, the Footscray Football Club, who, of course, we're watching here today under their new moniker in the Western Bulldogs, they had over 170 players serve in Australia's armed forces, 2 of them killed in battle. Bill Downey, who used to wear number 23 back in the 20s and 30s, played 54 games as a ruckman. He was enlisted in the 2nd AIF, captured by the Japanese, and was a prisoner of war, ultimately dying at the bicycle camp while working on the Thai-Burma Railway. Experienced brutal conditions in those parts. The other was Jack Zimmerman, who wore number 30, the same jumper that Lockie McNeil is going to wear today. He was posted to New Guinea in 1943. His service cut short after he was diagnosed with leukemia. He returned home, admitted to hospital, and died 3 days later at the age of just 26. The Western Bulldogs and Adelaide as the Anzac appeal round continues. It is round 6 of the AFL Premiership season. Corbin Middlemass to call the footy alongside Matt Clinch. Lauren Borden on the boundary, our grandstand AFL experts. Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas, Premiership players. There's no late change. The 2 subs, Riley West for the Bulldogs, Will Hamill for Adelaide. And we're here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat, the gold mining town, about an hour and a half out of Melbourne. The capacity's around 11,000, Rama, and it looks full, particularly in the sun out there on the eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and thanks for that, Corbs, too. Just listening to what you just went through there, it puts a lot of things in perspective pretty quickly about people that serve for our country and what they've done for us to live through, really, sellers, isn't it? So it's just it's quite amazing, and you can't quite comprehend it. Someone's playing football one day and they're at war the next.
I went to the Burma Railway and went through the cemetery there, and there's 18-year-olds and 17-year-olds and 20-year-olds. It's horrendous, and it's moving, I can assure you.
Yeah, it is. It is very. That doesn't the last post that will never get old. It's something that we should make sure that all our generations appreciate, understand and respect.
And there's countless of footballers. I mean, that's just the VFL competition, but across the WAFL and the SANFL, and football wasn't. We like to think of sport and footy in particular as sort of removed from the real world. And certainly in times of war, that absolutely hit home that it absolutely wasn't. And as you said, Rama, if you want some perspective for it, imagine if it happened today and your footballers that you're watching here are the same guys that are headed off to war.
It can happen today, and we all understand that. We don't want that. And the problem is that sometimes we parallel war and football. That's not right. Totally far from. This is a game that we play and love.
No enjoyment.
Yeah, it's absolutely, and we should do that. And I love what they did. The bugler I was talking to downstairs, when we went downstairs, I said, "Are you nervous?" He said, "I'm always nervous." And I said,
"You don't ask that."
Well, of course you do.
Don't stuff it up. That's all you could have said that you left out there.
You got to test them a little bit. Anyway, but two clubs were looking for their third win. Both of them had 2 wins each. Let me tell you, Adelaide are capable of winning this game. Tech Walker's back. Himmelberg, they kicked 9 goals between them last week in their
forward half. So to me, I think that there's a real chance that they can move that way. They lose Rory Sloane, who's a big loss for them, but Rory Laird takes over in the middle of the ground. They've got some riches here. Jordan Dawson, who was their goal kicker against Richmond that day when they won that game at half back, and they've got a whole lot of Billy Framptons and Butt and Duday, and there's a lot of midfielders in this area that I love, with Keys and Sam Berry. Young Sam Berry comes in and takes a role for mine. And I think this is an interesting game because they're both 2 and 3, both of them. So you don't want to go 2 and 4, I can assure you. And the doggies are in a different state as well. We talked to Aneet Baines, and I tell you, he's not. They are not moving the ball quick enough. They've got enough capacity to move the ball with some haste. Emma talked about it before, and he was absolutely spot on. When you get into that forward line, the danger of Bontempelli, Waitman, who's a really good player. Cordy's a good doer. He's a bring to the ground player, and that's what you want to get around your smalls. Like a Bayley Smith, and you got Anthony Scott, who's one of the reserves players. McNeil comes in. They've got a whole lot in that area. Dunkley, who's a really big, powerful player. Don't tell me that they can't move the ball quickly into their forward line and get a score, because they can. And that's their challenge today. They need to get on the board early, knock them over early, as fast as they can, or else they're in trouble.
I think the challenge for the Bulldogs is Adelaide's forward line. You look at Rochelle, Lockie Murphy, Ned McHenry, and Shane McAdam. That's dangerous. That's small and dangerous. Then you've got Himmelberg and Tex Walker as the guys that are going to bring the ball to ground. The Achilles heel for the Bulldogs for a number of years, in my opinion, has been their defence. They've never been able to get it rock solid. And we go back to the point that I was making earlier, is that, yes, the Bulldogs are able to get a mountain of ball through the middle of the ground, but I don't feel like their midfielders necessarily help their defenders a lot. So I think that's the concern. That's why Tim English comes in today. Needs to stiffen him up a little bit with
Josh Shackey. Does Josh Shackey play? So you think he plays back rather than forward? Is that what you're saying?
I think English plays back.
No, English is out.
English is out.
Oh, not English. Sorry, O'Brien. Sorry. Tim O'Brien comes in, and I think he goes and he plays a defender for sure.
In theory, they've got Gardner, they've got Cordy, they've now got O'Brien. You throw in Shackey in, they've got a lot of tools now all of a sudden.
They've tried Shackey as a defender.
Yeah, but he's here. He's still playing.
Yeah, but he'll go and play forward.
Ugle-Hagan, they've got 2 of them on the bench to actually fill in if they need to, if they've got a problem up forward.
They tried Shackey as a defender late last year, and I don't think they felt that worked.
Why don't they put Shackey in the ruck?
I don't know if you can play both Shackey and Ugle-Hagan in the same forward 50.
Well, let's find out, huh?
Yeah, English, again, O'Brien. Tim O'Brien is coming into the team to play as a defender.
So, we're with you now.
Yeah, we're with me.
Actually,
we're with you.
Hey, Rama, I think they'd like to have English because he has been fantastic.
Course, yeah, no doubt about that. So I think the key to this game is can Adelaide's midfield provide enough opportunities in their forward line? That's going to be the key. So Matt Crouch, Rory Laird, Ben Keys, Jordan Dawson and those guys, Corbs, can they provide enough opportunities to put the Bulldogs backline under pressure?
Brodie Smith attended the coin toss. Matthew Nick saying during the week that the leadership duties are going to be shared in the absence of Rory Sloane. So Smith, Duday, Keys and O'Brien, the 4 captains to rotate over the next few weeks. We mentioned no Tim English. The Bulldogs in the last 7 games that he hasn't been there since 2019, they're 5-2. But he hasn't been this version of Tim English like he has been this year in All-Australian form, missing today for the Dogs. Lauren Borden is the 5th member of our team. She's on the boundary line. It is a little fresh outside. Loz, how is it out there?
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful down here. It is a little fresh when you're in the shade, but in the sun, it's perfect conditions. Real vibes of country footy out here in Ballarat, which is really nice for a Saturday arvo. So perfect conditions, plenty of Western Bulldogs cars driving up the highway, the stickers on the back of the cars. So I think there'll be a big cheer for the Dogs whenever they get the goals today.
A few milestones for the Bulldogs. Steph Martin, his 200th. Tim O'Brien playing his 100th game. And Macomb on debut. Robbie Macomb in jumper number 27. So both teams looking to go back-to-back for the first time this season. The Crows haven't had consecutive wins since round 3 and 4 of last season. While for the Bulldogs, they don't play a top 8 team for the next 6 weeks. Can they get on a bit of a roll? It is the Bulldogs and the Crows on Grandstand AFL. You're with Matt Clinch.
Bounce in the middle to get things underway. Steph Martin went early, couldn't get the footy for the Dogs though. And O'Brien tries to get a little toe poke forward. Straight onto it, Laird, dumping a tackle by Jack McRae, and the umpire will throw it up.
So I was right about one. O'Brien has started as a defender. Shackey has also started as a defender, which he's on Shane McAdam, which is just completely the wrong matchup.
Dunkley tries to take it from the stoppage. Hampuck picked off by Laird. He's tackled by Bayley Smith. And we've gone no further. We're still on the outer edges of the two centre circles. The umpire tosses it in the air, but now a lot more players around it. Neither Ruck with a decisive tap, so a free kick for a hold. Adelaide's going to take the advantage through Scholl. Long inside the 50. Himmelberg the target, and there's Tim O'Brien. Works him out and takes the mark. Kicks to Dale in the right back pocket. Kick was wide of him. Rochelle putting the pressure. Drives the kick up to the wing. It's out on the full. I do remember doing a game here in Ballarat, and we saw a lot of kicks out on the full on this wing. So
it's a light breeze.
Keep in mind when you're heading to this western side, our broadcast side, where most of the fans are on the other side, the eastern side.
I tell you what, there's a lot of doggies here. A lot of blue and red.
That hill looks like the place to be on the eastern side of the ground. We're on the western side, and we're shoulder to shoulder in this box. Rama's up against the concrete pillar.
Hey, don't.
Given we're the only radio partner here, you thought we might have a bit more space.
He's Cook in front of the interchange bench to take the free. Kicks it to the hold spot. Himmelberg crashes the pack. Spills down to Murphy. She's drilled in the tackle from McRae, and the umpire says ball up. The red Sharon out. The sunshine. 17 degrees. A cool breeze. And the Crows in their traditional jumper. The navy, the red and the gold and the white shorts. But a clearing kick out of the defensive arc comes from Bontempelli up to the wing. Here's Frampton. Frampton's tackled by Ugelhagen and Waitman, and the umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up, broadcast wing. No score through the opening few minutes.
They only had the 8 disposals, so 4 apiece in a pretty scrappy contested start. O'Brien taps it towards the boundary line. Bayley Smith over it, thought he was taken high. Dunkley with a hand pass out to McRae. 1-2 with Treloar on the wing. Looks to kick the Bulldogs around the wing. Awkward rush kick, which is turned over straight to Laird of the Crows. Sends it in the direction of Walker. He juggles the mark on his chest. 55 metres out from goal.
He's close.
Yeah.
He can make that.
He's going to go to the pocket. Had Murphy on, goes wider still. And the mark is taken hard against the boundary. Is that McAdam? I think it is.
Yeah. It is, 23.
He's had great form in the SANFL, Shane McAdam, to force his way back into this Adelaide Crows lineup. He's taken a few good marks and really showing what he can do at AFL level.
He couldn't get a harder kick.
This will be a good start, won't it? Just inside the boundary, deep in the left forward pocket. He sprays it across the face. Not a bad opportunity.
Free kick
for the Crows, and dragged down is Lockie Scholl. So they're going to get a shot on goal, this time in a far more favourable position from the free kick.
Well, McRae set that up.
Against Anthony Scott.
McRae's kick towards his forward line was pathetic. It was along the ground, picked up, and then all of a sudden shot straight back into the Adelaide forward line. That's going to cause this goal.
That's those 1-2 handballs that we talk about.
That's the one.
So Scholl, the Victorian, comes in from only about 25 metres out, opens proceedings down at the wrap for the Adelaide Crows. They're 1 straight 6 to the Western Bulldogs, yet to score. Through 3 minutes here in Ballarat, the Crows are off and running.
So, Charles, you just look at a couple of matchups. So, Shackey has started back. So, they've got the 3 tall defenders in O'Brien, Shackey, and Gardner's the other one. The Crows are only rolling with 2 key forwards in Himmelberg and Taylor Walker. You've got Bailey Williams sitting on the bench. So Shane McAdam takes that mark in front of Ryan Gardner. So either Gardner or Shackey are going to have to take McAdam, which is a complete mismatch. So having Bailey Williams on the bench right at the moment does not make any sense to me, really.
Crows with the opener. Steph Martin looks across the centre circles at Riley O'Brien as the umpire whacks the footy into the turf. Steph wins the hit out. Down to Crouch, though, the Crows. Hand pass releases Keys. Out on that eastern wing. Just a hurried kick inside the forward 50. Tough one to mark. Walker goes up, spills front and centre. Rochelle and McAdam both there. McAdam bowled over, doing well. Gardner wins possession, but then coughs it up. Hand passes a turnover to Berry. Now to Walker. Goes back by hand to Cook. Cook steps around one, shoots goalward, but misses. The near side are behind, so Adelaide 1-1. The Western Bulldogs yet to score through the opening 4.5 minutes down in Ballarat on Grandstand AFL.
Marcus Bontempelli's got the company of Tom Duday inside the attacking 50. Dale brings the Dogs back into play, finds DeRay on the defensive 50. 1-2 is Shackey, and from left half back, drives a kick up to the wing where Scott takes the mark. So having conceded the free kick against Scholl, he'd be keen to try and find an option here on half forward. Nothing really on offer, so drives a long kick in the northern direction, juggles the mark. Hard against the boundary, did the swap with Tom Duday, and Duday was able to stay with him until Norton used his speed to take the mark on the wing.
So Norton just...
That's a good kick.
Yeah, hits up McComb, who marks uncontested, left half forward. So this is the 26-year-old Robbie McComb out of Footscray's VFL, puts it inside 50 and turns it over. McAdam getting back. Takes the intercept mark. He comes wide to Frampton, missed him. Under pressure from Daniel. Hand pass made it tough. Dawson made it look easy. Hand pass to Laird, and now back to Frampton to clear the defensive 50.
Kicks up to the wing. He'd be happy if the ball goes out of play. O'Brien tries to gather. The Bulldogs have the numbers 3-on-2. And it goes out for a boundary throw-in.
The four of us all did the game between Adelaide and Collingwood just 4 weeks ago. The Crows have 8 new faces from that day. That feels like a lot in 4 weeks.
They needed it after that performance.
Yep. Lost by 42 points to the Magpies on that occasion. Steph Martin takes out of the ruck for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bayley Smith. Kicks to half forward. Spoiled down. Well done in the end for the Crows that had the numbers. Dawson got it down to ground level. Brown under pressure. Hand pass away to Matt Crouch. Still another chance for Jordan Dawson. Can't take the footy. And now Bayley Smith swoops in. He's tackled by Rory Laird. And the umpire will ball it up just inside the boundary. Right half forward for the Western Bulldogs, with Adelaide leading by 7 points.
They had to move out some of those kids. They just weren't tough enough and strong enough.
Up it goes. Martin swats it down to Daniel. Nice stoppage work. Hand pass to Treloar. He kicks it out on the full Western boundary line again. So that's 2 for your count, Clinchy. Out of bounds on the full on this Western side.
That's where I got the roast potato before. That was delicious, just to start the day.
Out of 10?
That was 11.
11?
Yeah, that was delicious.
Frampton brings it back in. Crows by 7. Walker, strong mark on the wing. Over Steph Martin. He turns and sends it down to half forward. Frampton the target. He's caught at the back. McComb had it. It was O'Brien had it. Lost it. Now Rochelle. Away to McHenry. Slick hands. Got it through to Laird. Inside 50 to Keys. Can he settle on the run? He can't. He misses. Shooting hurriedly to the left-hand side of behind. So Adelaide are 1-2. The Dogs yet to score 7 minutes in.
Keys rushed that one. Had an easy chance there. That should have been a goal.
Bailey Dale moves the Bulldogs up towards half-back, where Caleb Daniel takes the mark. Adelaide leading by 8 points. Goes back inside the defensive 50 to Dale, who wants to try and switch it to the eastern side. Works it through the hands of Gardner, who can now chip it out wider still, and Shaki has it. He rushes his kick, trying to get it to DeRay. Almost a chance for the Crows. Smith couldn't take it cleanly, follows up and wins it with good support from Chase Jones. Trying to work the hand pass back to Berry. It's going to be an Adelaide free kick. And Chase Jones is going to take it between wing and half forward. Held when not in possession, so he sends Adelaide inside, attacking 50 once more. Gallant in the pack, big fly, couldn't take the mark. Under pressure, Shaki's tackled immediately. Walker provides the second tackle alongside good support there by Haitley to lock the ball inside. Adelaide's attacking 50, they lead by 8.
First game of the year for Jackson Haitley. Up it goes, 15 out from the Crows' goal. Comes down to Keys. Hand pass to Laird. His kick smothered. Ricochets to McComb at centre half back. His hand pass picked off. Here's Himmelberg. Hand pass through to McHenry. Ducks one tackle. Threads it through to Haitley. Shoots goal, but it's saved on the line. And Bailey Dale puts up his left hand and knocks it through for a rush behind. But it's all Adelaide. 8.5 minutes in Ballarat. The Crows 1-3. The Dogs yet to score.
6-2 inside 50s for the Crows. And it's noticeable.
It's all being played on Adelaide's terms early here. Bailey Dale brings the Bulldogs back into play. Slices a kick out towards McRae, who marks just inside the boundary on the defensive 50. Dogs trying to use their foot skills to open up play. Kicks towards Bontempelli. Spoiled away from him. Front and centre, Daniel for the Dogs. Gives it to Bailey Smith. Tucks the footy under his arm. Up towards Ugelhagen. It's just wide of him and Cody Waitman. And Luke Brown rushing back takes a good mark for the Crows. Can go back inside the defensive 50 to Butts. And then switch it out to the right back pocket where Jones takes the mark.
Out to the sunshine on the eastern side, which looks like the place to be as Duday takes the mark. Goes short to Laird.
Now they got blocked up.
And those bright yellow boots. Adelaide with 9 early points on the board. The Dogs yet to score. He goes back to Frampton, and Frampton switches again to Butts. Left half back. Long kick to Cook. It's going to be a one-on-one. Cordy tries to spoil. Loose footy on the wing. Cordy collects for the Bulldogs. Hand pass missed Williams. Under pressure. Smith lays the tackle, but he gets it to Bayley Smith, his teammate. Hand pass along the line. Daniel the target. It's over his head and out of play. And a boundary throw-in on the wing. Broadcast side, Adelaide 1-3. The Dogs yet to score. There's no late change here in Ballarat. Riley West and Will Hamill, the two subs.
Cordy having a run in the ruck for the Western Bulldogs, but O'Brien wins down the tap. Smith couldn't get a disposal away for the Dogs. O'Brien tries to just hack a kick forward. Trelaw's in there, got it to Williams, kicks into the middle of the ground. Bontempelli caught behind against Touday, laid the tackle, ball spills clear. McNeil got it to Liberatore for the Dogs. Long towards Ugelhagen, one-on-one with Frampton. Rushing back, Norton got the footy, can't get a boot to it. Frampton's going to rush it through. The Dogs' first score of the afternoon are behind. Adelaide 1-3-9 through 10 minutes opening term on ABC Sport.
Eureka Stadium in Ballarat, capacity of around 11,000, and we wouldn't be far off that. It's hard to spot a spare place to stand or sit around the ground at the moment. As the Crows out of the defensive 50, the long kick from Dawson up to the wing. There's a
got held.
Kick for Walker.
That's his second already.
He just looks a lot stronger than Gardner.
He does.
Sellers in those marking contests.
He kicks the red Sharon down to half forward. And coming in from the side, O'Brien takes the intercept mark. In his 100th game, just a couple of those with the Bulldogs. Of course, the lion's share of his career so far with the Hawks. He comes out wide with a kick to Dunkley.
Here we go, they go backwards.
Back to O'Brien. Right half back. He looks to centre half back, finds Gardner. Takes the mark for the Bulldogs and now dishes off the hand pass to the runner Dale, to Dunkley in the middle, back to Dale under pressure, hot hands to Liberatore, feeds it through to Cordy, now to Williams, hand pass to Bayley Smith, through the corridor, kicks it deep, Norton's up, can't mark. And it's through for a minor score, so the Bulldogs have two behinds, Adelaide are 1-3-9, Crows by 7 points after 12 minutes. They found a passage through there, Sellers.
That's the first daring play they've had, through the middle of the ground. And you see how quickly it got to the forward line, gave Norton an opportunity, just fumbled it on the line.
The last two inside 50s as Touday brings it in to the right back pocket. Frampton takes them up, works it up to Brodie Smith on the defensive 50. And now to Keys. The hard-running former Brisbane Lion who found himself delisted. He's found a home at the Adelaide Crows, having a great impact in the middle. Drives a long kick up towards Gallant. Big fly. Tex Walker was there as well. Gallant was probably up before acceptances. Berry managed to get it forward. Can McHenry pick it up? He can. Back to Berry into the deep in the left forward pocket. And McAdam overran the footy, but it stayed in. Rochelle kept it alive. Hand pass was picked up. Dunkley turned it straight over. Straight to McAdam, who snaps on the right foot and puts it through. Adelaide make the Bulldogs pay from a bad error. Dunkley's hand pass straight to McAdam. And Adelaide skip out by 13 points in Ballarat. 2-3-15 to the Bulldogs, two behinds.
Well, they've had plenty inside 50s, the Adelaide Crows. They've continued up there. They've got a couple of good targets in Tex Walker and also the...
Himmelberg.
Himmelberg's the other one who's a great target as well.
And Gallant, that fly there.
Yeah, that was really good. But they moved around the boundary line. There was a mistake made by one of the doggies who just let it off, and all of a sudden, bang, you're in big, big trouble. They're not playing great footy, the doggies. What I see at the moment, they're just not playing footy with a lot of dare and some push forward. They should be able to run over the top of Adelaide. They're more experienced and probably a better list.
Nice to have Shane McAdam back. Kicked 2 last week on his return, and an early one for him in the opening quarter here. Crows by 13. In the middle of the ground, we're going nowhere fast, and we'll have another ball up. As Josh Dunkley locked up by Matt Crouch.
They look restricted to me, Rama.
Yeah.
Don't you reckon?
O'Brien wins it down. Hately tackled. A ball up again in the middle.
Yeah, they're not playing with the freedom.
No, the flair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need some flair out there. Some character.
Crows by 13 midway through the first. O'Brien wins the hit out again. Scott bangs bodies with Hately. Ball spits out the Dogs' way. Liberatore gets the centre break. Kicks it deep for Norton. Backing back Touday. Great intercept mark in the deep 50 for the Crows.
Hand passes to Frampton, who wants to go straight down the middle. Finds Berry still inside the defensive 50.
Hey, Jordan Butts played a really good role in that mark too. Good
Sam Berry continues straight down the middle. Kick didn't get to Shelley. And Richards takes the intercepting mark for the Western Bulldogs. So the Dogs just hesitant at the moment to move it too quickly as he looks for options at half forward. Not a great kick for Bontempelli. He flies against Touday in front position and then almost fell into his bat. Umpire didn't see that. Footy stuck underneath a couple of players. Steph Martin over the top ensures that it will go no further. The throw up 60 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. They're heading to the southern end in this first quarter where the old scoreboard is.
O'Brien wins the hit out, but straight to Scott. Hand pass releases Libber from the stoppage. Kicks it inside 50. There's Butts floating through. Third man in the in the queue and then takes the intercept mark anyway.
Just an important win, that one, for Butts. We know how good Norton is as a contested marker, so getting one in the first quarter becomes really important.
Kicks out to Walker, but it doesn't get to him. Cops an unkind bounce. McRae shares it with Williams. Back to McRae. Kicks for McNeil, and Berry knocks it away from him and out of play.
Another short kick when he should have gone long. Put some pressure on the opposition, doggies. They just aren't putting in, are not putting any pressure on at all.
Get it back in there.
Yeah,
repeat inside 50 entries.
So the clearances are comfortably the way of the Western Bulldogs, but the inside 50s are the way of the Crows. From the throw-in, the chance of Bayley Smith. Hand pass picked off by Keys. Couldn't get a disposal away. Crouch got down low, used his body. Opened it up for Berry. Got the hand pass away to Haitley and now to Keys. High kick towards half forward. McAdam nudged his opponent underneath the footy. Big bump from Gardner. McAdam back onto it. Needs support. 1-2 with Walker. And then back to Walker on 50 as he was tackled. The kick was smothered. Great work from Gardner. Just as Adelaide were about to loom deep inside the 50. And Bayley Smith is the hardest working dog out there at the moment. 1-2 with O'Brien. Drives a long kick up to the wing. Norton and Ugelhagen are both there. O'Brien can't take it. McNeil with a hand pass down low for Liberatore. Arm was pinned by Chase Jones. Good tackle. Eventually the Dogs end up with it through Bayley Smith.
His kick at turnover. Duday, another intercept mark.
Well, if his arm was pinned, how could he actually get rid of it?
I don't think he did, Sellers.
He threw it, did he?
I think he dropped it.
Well, that's
dropped it onto his foot, and that was enough for the umpire as Duday against the boundary line eastern side. Down to half forward. Walker tried to go for a ride, and at the back, O'Brien is going to be paid the mark. So 2-3 to 2 behinds. 16 and a half minutes in. It's the Crows by 13 points. O'Brien gives it a whack to a contest on the eastern wing. Spills down on the logo. Butts hands it out to Scholl, got it to Berry, slips the would-be tackle from Liberatore between wing and half forward, kicks inside. Gardner spoils it away for the Bulldogs. Rochelle picks up the loose footy, hand pass to Keys, kicks a high up and under goal, but has it got the trip? It floats through, but offline. And a minor score off the boot of Ben Keys. So 2-4 to 2 behinds. It's Adelaide by 14 points after 17 minutes in this opening quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Ed Richards has it, looking for options to bring the Bulldogs back into play. Drives a long kick towards Norton and Cordy. Dunkley up as well, flew from the back. The back of the pack, happy to see it out of play as Chase Jones for a boundary throw-in front of the two benches.
I think we're the only call team at Canberra last night for Friday night footy. We're the only guys here today calling the footy.
Yep.
Commitment. It's the last one standing.
Yep.
Commitment. Jeez. The pandemic's coming out of the pandemic, aren't we?
Well, some people like their creature comfort. Not us, though, do we, Rammer? We're happy to get on the bike and head down the highway.
Yeah, bike.
Oh, Rammer was less keen. Steph Martin got a free kick in the ruck battle. Feeds the hand pass to Bayley Smith. Kicks up towards Josh Dunkley at right half forward. Thought about the hand pass to McRae and he kept running. Instead, he kicks it over the top and allows him to run onto an inside 50. But hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket.
Cody Waitman was a chance.
McRae now with that lethal foot. Kicks to Ugelhagen on the lead. I think there was some nice blocking that took place that cleared the path for Ugelhagen. And that was a superb kick from Jack McRae.
A huge hole to run into, wasn't it? When you look at it.
That's what you want your forwards to do, Sellers.
Come to the ball carrier.
Come at the ball. Find where the space is. Come out hard.
Had to wait a long time to make his debut last season, Jamara Ugelhagen. He's getting his chance in 2022, and he's on the board here for the Dogs. Kicks their first goal after 19 minutes down in Ballarat. They're 1-2-8 to Adelaide 2-4-16. The Crows by 8 points, and no doubt that'll do Jamara's confidence a world of good.
And Jamara coming off and runs towards the ball carrier. That's a smart thing to do, son. Don't have to fight against the big boys. They open the space for you, you fill it up with your body. And he came straight through the middle, and it's the simplest of kicks from 20 metres out, dead in front. That's the best ball movement we've had. McRae's kick into that area was superb. A little chip pass off the wing as well. So that was the best bit of play the Doggies have had for some times. It's this chip sideways, chip this way, but they went forward every time, which was very, very different to what they have.
The Crows by 8 points as we tick into time on in this opening term. Umpire O'Gorman just slaps it into the turf at the restart. Comes down off the hands of Steph Martin, but straight to Laird. 1-2 hand pass with Crouch, and now Laird kicks out to McHenry. Not a kind kick for him. Travels over his head, coming out to meet it. Shanky, he overruns it. Berry put his head in there. Ump said play on. Pack forms behind him. And a ball up, 70 out from the Crows' goal at right half forward. 2-1. Jamara kicking the Bulldogs first moments ago. Down it comes the Crows' way. Murphy had it. There's an infringement before that, though, as Bayley Smith was dragged off it, and he'll get the free.
The doggies have picked up their inside 50s. It's now 10-7, which is much more beneficial for them.
Smith, a long kick down the wing. What a hanger. Jordan Dawson up onto the shoulders of McNeil, and Dawson reels in a superb grab on the logo of the eastern wing. The Dogs fans weren't too chuffed with that, but we certainly were. His kick inside 50s marked by Richards. What a hanger from Jordan Dawson.
Richards switch play to the right back pocket, where Gardner looks for Liberatore. Gathers on the bounce, but he's got to beat Haitley. Got a hand pass forward around the boundary line to Scott. He's hemmed in by Jones. Found a nice way forward with a good sidestep. Kicks up towards Frampton. Nudged underneath it by Dunkley. And the Bulldogs still have it on the wing. Hand pass to Williams. He kicks over the head of Cordy, looking for Treloar. He'll get there. He dropped it though at the last moment. Smith was right there with him. Got it to Cordy. Hand pass to McNeil. Snaps on the right boot and just spins it across the goal face. Snapping on the right boot, just curled across the face of the left goalpost. And through for a minor score. But the Bulldogs have found their running. Adelaide lead by 7 points.
2-4 to 1-3. Dawson on the kick out after taking that grab moments ago. Comes out to the western side, and Frampton marks over Treloar. In the shadows of the main grandstand here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. Frampton kicks down the line.
Out in the full.
There we go. What's the count up to now, Clinchy?
2. 3.
That's 3. Out on the full on this western side of the ground.
Will we have more out on the fulls or more hot donuts? What's going to be the end tally?
I've had more than 3.
Shacky takes the free for the Bulldogs, kicks it back to Dale, and he retreats all the way back to Gardner. Right half back for the Bulldogs.
Gardner's off, bounding inside the defensive 50, changes his mind and switches back to our broadcast side, the western wing, where Chase Jones takes the mark against McRae. Risky kick looking for Crouch. Dunkley intercepting mark, and Laird came cannoning in. Collected Dunkley high. And a few of the Bulldogs players are coming in to remonstrate. Laird attacked it with an aggression that might get looked at.
He's okay.
Bontempelli wants to take the free kick. I'm not sure if that's allowed while Dunkley's still recovering. Out to DeRay. Sends it out to the far wing. Kicks inside the 50 for Waitman. Is able to work around his opponent. Not much once, but twice against Luke Brown. Kicks to the top of the goal mouth. Treloar's there. He can't take the mark. And it's spoiled through for a minor score. Adelaide's lead is 6 points. We played 23 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
No one could mark that Cody Wadden floater. Just floated through the air all over the joint.
It's funny how the kicks on goal are always better than the kicks at the top of the square.
Sometimes.
Smith takes some ground from the kick out and then goes long to the wing, but Giray takes the intercept mark. Kicks inside to Martin. Hand pass to Bayley Smith. Away to Treloar from 55 out. He's on target. Trademark Adam Treloar finishes on the run, and the Dogs lock it up as we tip towards quarter time. 2-4-16, each of 2. Grandstand AFL, Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure.
But you look at so the kicker from Brodie Smith is it's really just to a pack. DeRay's good enough to take the mark, but then it's a quick move, and he doesn't go back and take a photo. He gets the ball moving back into the middle of the ground. Quick little handball to Treloar. We've seen him do it now for so many years. He's able to kick the goal. But that's through ball movement. That's what we're talking about with the Bulldogs. Get the ball rolling forward to give yourself more opportunity. Really good play by Taylor Giray.
5 goals for the season for Adam Treloar. And after the Adelaide Crows kicked the first 2 goals of the match, they got out by 9 points before McAdam made it 12. The Bulldogs have now kicked the last two. Back in the middle, O'Brien with a thumping punch forward. It's just too wide for Haitley. Richards for the Bulldogs. Got it to Bayley Smith. Hand pass to Dunkley, so he's okay. Kicks up towards half forward. Smith leads the foot race. Good support from Tuday, who put the block on Ugelhagen. Smith gathers, kicks a high ball towards the wing. Richards, big fly on the back of O'Brien, but couldn't come down with it. McAdam with a good tackle to lock the footy in. And the umpire will throw it up on the western wing here in Ballarat. Scores level at 2-4-16 apiece.
Up it goes. O'Brien wins it down lead, just threw it out to Haitley. Works though, kicks inside the forward 50. Himmelberg the target, and O'Brien marks in front of him. An intercept mark for the Bulldogs.
It's a bad kick by Haitley. Himmelberg had some space on his opponent there.
O'Brien goes to the contest on the wing. It carries them, and Butts at the back takes an uncontested mark on his chest. For Adelaide, he goes back and across to Dawson. Back edge of the centre square, scores a level, 2-4-16 apiece, 26 travelled opening quarter.
Forward. Dawson takes that advice and drives a kick towards O'Brien, who's there. He palms it down to the front, trying to find keys. In the end, the footy was locked to his chest as he's tackled by Liberatore and caught him. We'll have a boundary ball up just in front of the interchange bench. Taylor DeRay's there on the boundary, issuing instructions. Umpire tosses it up. O'Brien wins down the tap to Matt Crouch, who can't get a disposal away. Now McRae, tackled by Crouch, who fell in his back. The Bulldogs will take it at right half back. Jack McRae, possession number 9 coming up. Bayley Smith running hot with 12 and Laird with 7 for the Crows. McRae into the path of Norton. He's got 3 to compete against, and in the end, Tom Tuday punches it out of play for a boundary throw-in just below our broadcast spot here at Eureka Stadium on the western wing. Prefer to be in the shade of this wing or out on the far side on the hill?
Yeah, I think I want to be in the sun. I was just thinking there's a block below us where there's a few spare seats, and that's about it. Every single corner of the ground well populated. And the boundary throw-in, Dunkley puts his head over his tackled front on.
No, Dunkley took his head.
Took his legs.
Yeah, straight into Sam Berry.
Other way around.
Should be play on.
It's a free kick for Dunkley.
Well, you can't push into someone's legs.
And he goes back to O'Brien on the wing, and he retreats all the way back to Gardner. Centre half back for the Bulldogs. The switch is on, heads out to that eastern wing. Richards goes up, can't mark. Got the contact from McHenry, and he'll get the free. Dunkley's all alone inside the centre square. They close him down, and that option's ignored.
He's waving his arms. That should be a penalty.
Ed Richards hits up the Bont, who takes the mark at left half forward. Starting in the forward 50 again today. 60 from home. Looks into the pocket for Norton. Got the break and marks on his chest. Left forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
His opponent didn't even attempt to go with him. It was that good a kick. It's a brilliant kick by Bontempelli. Went 50 metres. And now he's going to kick one around the corner on the right foot. This will be interesting.
So Norton off his non-preferred, snapping, got enough of it, pops it through. Dogs in front. For the first time today at the 28-minute mark of the opening quarter, the Bulldogs 3-4-22, Adelaide 2-4-16. The Crows kicked the first 2 goals. The Dogs have responded with the next 3. Grandstand AFL, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, they've had most possessions of the game on the ground at this moment. They've continued to win the ball at the ball-ups and boundary throw-ins. They're pushing it forward into inside 50. The inside 50 is now 11-12, and that's in the Adelaide's way. So to me, they've got it back on track with some movement forward quickly, and that was a great kick in by Bontempelli. They've hit 2 or 3 goals from short passes that hit their target and finish it off, and that was terrific. On the right foot from Norton. He may be a right footer.
Oh. Come on, Sellers.
He ain't that good on the left.
Come on, Sellers.
The Bulldogs have had 26 more disposals despite Adelaide wanting to control the possession. Laird's hand pass to Brodie Smith with a clearance. He's run down. A chance for the Dogs. Here's Bayley Smith. Runs onto it 50 metres out. Kicks forwards. Norton or Chamara. Both are there. Hits the ground. Norton onto it. Hand pass back. Here's a chance on Deboo. McComb shot misses to the left. That would have been...
First kick?
First kick. Goal territory.
Oh, no.
He missed to the left.
They've still got
In fact, it was
No,
second. I've got to correct myself. The Bulldogs by 7 points.
It's 3-5. They've got a kicking problem with their goals at this stage.
Duday goes on a stroll from the kick out, long in front of the grandstand western side and arriving late. Cordy just knocks it out of play, so a throw in between the wing and half forward for the Bulldogs. Had plenty of time. Robbie McComb, the 26-year-old, he won the best and fairest last year for Footscray in the VFL. Joins that long list, guys like Gardner and Scott and Hannon that have all come through the VFL program at Whitten Oval. And the boundary throw-in, O'Brien tried to take it out of the ruck. Dispossessed, fed forward by Keys, and eventually out of play. Scott and Murphy see it out. So a boundary throw-in in front of the interchange gates. Luke Beveridge came down moments ago. He's been watching the last few minutes on the bench. We're at the half-hour mark of the opening quarter. It's the Bulldogs who lead at 3-5 over Adelaide 2-4.
Toss back into play. O'Brien in front, tries to knock it down to Murphy. Taken though by McRae of the Dogs. Feeds the hand pass away to Scott. Kick. Nice sidestep. Spots up Waitman. And who marks 55 metres out from home.
And another clearance.
Tried to return it to Bayley Smith, who kept running to the right forward pocket. Cook spoils it out of play. And a boundary throw in front of some fans leaning over the fence. Isn't that good to see? In front of the old scoreboard. I made reference to it, Corby. It's not working. We've got the electronic one to our left. Other side of the goals. That provides the scores.
O'Brien down to Keys. Right as the bell sounds to end the opening quarter. The Crows kicking the first two of the game. The Dogs responding with the next three. So it's the Bulldogs 3-5-23. Adelaide 2-4-16. So a 7-point lead for the Bulldogs. The goal kickers Treloar, Ugle-Hagan and Norton all have one. Meanwhile for Adelaide, one to McAdam. And Lockie Scholl kicked the first of the game. Not a fan of the scoreboard, not in use. We love the old school scoreboard. I even noticed last night the Jack Fingleton scoreboard, which is the old scoreboard at the MCG, which is now resides at Manuka Oval in Canberra.
A little bit harder to read when it's cricket season. There's a lot of information on that board.
Wasn't even used last night. And not only is it not in use, they've now turned it into essentially just a platform to put an advertising board over the top of it.
Yeah.
What disrespect to that. Beautiful old scoreboard at Manuka Oval, and we're one down here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat today. This is Grandstand AFL. We are broadcasting on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital at quarter time. It's the Dogs by 7 points.
We are one. When we were teenage girls, we loved dancing, didn't we?
We did, yes. It was lovely. We didn't get up to too much trouble, did we? No.
90 years of your stories.
I'm Betty and I'm 92.
I'm Pat and I'm 90. We're happy to be
90 years young.
We are.
90 years of the ABC.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
McAdam overran the footy, but it stayed in. Rochelle kept it alive. Hand pass was picked off. Dunkley turned it straight over. Straight to McAdam, who snaps on the right foot and puts it through. Adelaide make the Bulldogs pay from a bad error. McRae now with that lethal foot. Gets to Ugle-Hagan on the lead. I think there was some nice blocking that took place that cleared the path for Ugle-Hagan. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, he's getting his chance in 2022 and he's on the board here for the Dogs.
Giray rather takes the intercept mark, kicks inside to Martin, hand pass to Bayley Smith, away to Treloar from 55 out, he's on target. Trademark Adam Treloar, finishes on the run. Ed Richards hits up the bot, who takes the mark at left half forward. Starting in the forward 50 again today, 60 from home, looks into the pocket for Norton. So Norton off his non-preferred, snapping, got enough of it, pops it through. Dogs in front.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
We're in the beautiful gold mining town of Ballarat where the sun is out at 17 degrees. There's a slight cool breeze. Adelaide kicked the first 2 goals of the game. The Dogs the next 3. The capacity of this ground is around 11,000 and we are pretty close to it. The Bulldogs by 7 points at quarter time. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench, Lauren Borden on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, I actually think the quarter was pretty evenly poised. Adelaide in the first 15 minutes of that quarter were terrific. And then in the second 15 minutes of the quarter, the Western Bulldogs got their game started to flow again. I love that, the way Adelaide set up their forward line with those 4 smalls in McAdam, Rochelle, Murphy and Ned McHenry. I just think it looks dangerous. It looks dangerous, and it looked like it was a concern for the Western Bulldogs early in that quarter. Lockie Gallant then comes onto the ground, and it sort of evens up the numbers. And Shaki's finally got a match up to play on, and the Bulldogs back six then looks a little bit more comfortable. When they were stretching him with those four smaller forwards, McAdam was involved in there. McHenry was involved in there. So it's sort of, I think it's something that Matthew Nicks might need to look at. Kenny, is that a way to stretch the Bulldogs' defenders in this second quarter? Bayley Smith, Josh Dunkley and Jackson McRae had 36 possessions between them in that first quarter, but only 3 inside 50s. And that's, I know I'm harping on it, and I'm sorry if I'm harping on it. It looks fantastic through the middle of the ground, getting the football and the lie, but it's proof. In the back part of that quarter, they start getting the ball in Sellers. They have 8 scoring shots in the end in that quarter. So it's just got to be more. They've got to trust. They've got to trust that players are going to get the ball still in that back half. They're all beautiful kicks.
The reason why they've only won 2 games is because of that.
Yeah.
And then in the second half of the quarter, they turn it around. You see Treloar, Dunkley, Smith, Libber. And Bont's had 2 possessions for the game. Now, you can still win games with Bont not having a kick or your best player not having a kick, and that's one of the things about it. The Dogs have actually dominated the ball movement, 113 to 82. They're in front there. Their clearance work, 13 to 7. Their clearance work's fantastic, and that's all done through there. The contest is +5. The marks is +10. The tackle count's +8. 18 to 10. So they're right on top of them in every calibre of the game and everything that moves around this ground. They've just now got to put their foot down on top of them and crush them in this quarter. Try and get them off their game completely, because from the first 4 or 5 or 6, maybe 6 minutes, they have hardly touched the ball. The Adelaide boys. When they do, they mess it up sometimes. But we'll have to see, because I think the wind is going that way. The way Treloar kicked it from just about the square, went through the goals. That is a big kick. So I think the wind is going with the Adelaide Crows this quarter. It's 23 to 16. That's 3-5 to 2-4. So there's not a lot in it. Kick here and a kick there. But we'll see what happens in the second half, in the second quarter.
Luke Beveridge just running up the stairs below us through the grandstand. A few high fives with some patrons. He's still rolling with the Chopper Reed Mustaka that he's had throughout the pre-season and the early couple of rounds.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
No money here, no cash.
I can't imagine the AFL would be too stoked at that look, would they?
Wow.
One of their senior coaches.
What? Wow. The moustache?
Well, it's a bit more than a moustache.
Yeah. It's Matthew Nicks too, making his way up. It's the Dogs by 7 points. This is the 9th game for premiership points in Ballarat. The Dogs have played in 7 of them previously. It's their 8th game today. The only match they weren't involved with was last year when the Gold Coast and GWS played out a 1-point thriller. Dogs by 7 points, second quarter upon us on Grandstand AFL. Here with Matt Clinch.
Had a good record as well. The Bulldogs winning 5 of 7 against Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions. Back in the middle, Martin trying to get the clearance after the bounce went out to the left towards the Bulldogs half-forward line. Treloar is over the footy. Eventually it does come clear, and Keys with a kick up towards half-forward. Nudged underneath at Walker by Gardner. Slots it on. Got it to Rochelle. He's off. Takes a bounce at 50. Runs away from Gardner. Puts it towards Himmelberg. Up against Shaki. Couldn't quite take the mark. Races out to the left forward pocket. McAdam kept it alive. Feeds the hand pass out. Squaring kick from Cook. Looking for Laird. Couldn't take the mark. A chance for Murphy. He's onto it. Feeds the hand pass back to Matt Crouch on 50. Back to Cook. From 48 into the pocket, Rochelle dropped the mark. He was out with the arms outstretched in front of him, but didn't hang on to it. And now the footy's locked up by Tex Walker in the left forward pocket for the Crows. They should have got something for all their work there.
Yeah, they should have. It was a terrific kick. Rochelle just dropped it. Simple.
From the ball up, close to the boundary line, and out it goes after Martin wins it down. So a throw in forward pocket for the Crows. Adelaide to the southern end of Eureka Stadium in this second term. Plenty of players inside the Crows forward 50. They're all in their front half, and Walker to do the ruck work. It's a shallow throw in. Martin knocks it down to Williams. He spun around. A hand pass to Liberatore. Got it to Big Steph. His hand pass out wide for Bailey Dale. Up against the boundary line back pocket. Kicks down the wing. Chamara floats through and takes the mark. Defensive side of the eastern wing for the Bulldogs. What can they do from this? It's a short kick that dribbles along the ground to McComb. Tough half volley pickup. Got it to Bayley Smith. His hand pass and turnover. Crouch to Laird.
Laird looks inside the 50. Texas on. The kick is just wide of him. Shacky there with him. Gardner did well. Pushed him just underneath it and gathered the footy. Gardner up towards Ugle-Hagan. Great intercepting mark from Scholl of the Crows. He blazed away though. And the Bulldogs have the numbers back. Steph Martin running back with the flight. Didn't get good support from Gardner, but Tex gave the push away. So the Crows will, in the end, concede the free kick.
Well, Tex has 1 against 4 in that position there. Had to do something. Just made a mistake.
Ryan Gardner thought he had the block provided, but Tex gave the illegal shove. Gardner with the kick up towards half-back. Clears Scott. A chance for Frampton. Can't get a disposal away. Now Dunkley tries to scrap for it at ground level. Riley O'Brien's over the footy and he's going to be a hard task to move. The umpire will throw it up.
Shadows of the grandstand western side. Martin reaching over the top. Down to Keys though of the Crows. Hand pass to Scholl. He kicks to half forward, but in front Shacky drops to his knees and takes the intercept mark. Wanting to switch play out to the Sunshine. On the eastern side of the ground, he goes short to Dale, the All-Australian halfback, top of the defensive goal square. His pass is cut out. Himmelberg takes the intercept mark, 50 out, half forward, looks to centre half forward, led the target. Liberatore got a hand on it. Down to Treloar off the back flank, back to Liver. His hand pass is shocker. Crouch steals that.
Rochelli's on his own.
Turnover City at the moment. Crouch the 1-2 with Himmelberg. Kicks for Rochelle and got him. He marks left half forward, 5 in from the boundary line.
He led 3 times, Rochelle. The first one and then got missed, and then the second one and then got missed, and then the third one he got. Well done. Kept trying. And he's a goal kicker.
The youngest player on the ground, one of 2 teenagers out there for the Crows. He's kicking from about 40 out. Tight angle at left half forward. Josh Rochelle. His set shot off the boot is good, but it hits the post. Just the inside of the goal post. And a minor score, Adelaide 2-5. The Bulldogs are 3-5. Doggies by 6 points, 4 minutes into the second term.
Dogs bring the ball back into play through Dale into the left back pocket where DeRay has it. He can drive a kick up towards Scott just inside the boundary. Where's the boundary umpire? Yes.
I think it was over.
Oh, I think it was as well, but I think we had a better angle than the boundary umpire had.
It's a good mark.
It was. It deserved something. Anthony Scott kicks the Bulldogs up to half forward. Ugle-Hagan worked his way to the front with Norton there. Liberatore front and centre. Hand pass to McComb. He couldn't quite link up with Bayley Smith. A chance for Laird for the Crows. Got it to Scholl. Keys through the middle of the ground. Wants options. Kicks it laterally now. This might work as Murphy's got plenty of options further afield. Tex is working back to the goal mouth. Can he get it that far? Sends it long in front of and O'Brien. And in the end, DeRay gets back and rushes it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left forward pocket for the Crows, who are heading down towards the old scoreboard end at the southern end in this second quarter at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. The Bulldogs by 6 points. Yeah, another good thing, the cherry picker, which is the camera behind the goals.
Himmelberg wins the hit out from the boundary throw-in. Liberatore for the Dogs. Hand pass out to Dale. He gives it back to Bayley Smith. In the back pocket, kicks to that eastern wing. Flying in front is Dawson, who's already taken one screamer out there. Comes down to Duday's hand pass back into dispute, and the Dogs win it. Here's McComb through traffic. Kicks down the boundary line. Norton and Butts. Butts the first one there. Norton becomes the tackler. Butts continues to charge forward. Umpire says play on. Dogs win it. Norton hand pass out to Jamara. He kicks deep inside the forward 50. 2-on-1 for Scott. Crows with the numbers, and they work it out last line of defence. As Smith goes with the short kick to Frampton, and Frampton takes a diving mark, still in the defensive 50 for the Crows.
Go.
Billy Frampton in his 22nd game, in no urgency to move it. Decides now to kick to the left back pocket.
Now they're playing negative.
Where Jordan Dawson can try and find an avenue out. Kicked towards Cook. It was almost spoiled away by Norton. Crouch with the hand pass. That's intercepted, though, for the Western Bulldogs by Caleb Daniel. He hurries a kick towards Treloar. Hand pass at half forward to Liberatore. No. He'll go for home. Sends it goal mouth. It's offline to the left. Not a bad effort from Libber. You can see his dad, Tony, in the lead up to the match. So he'd made the trek down to Ballarat. A minor score, the Bulldogs by 7 points.
Frampton on the kick-out duties, goes short to centre-half back and just got it to Murphy with Liberatore arriving late. Not a great kick from Murphy in the middle of the ground. Rochelle the target. It gets to him eventually after the Dale spoil. Rochelle deep. Walker one out in the cage. Nudges O'Brien underneath it. Walker collects into the open goal. Kicks it. Crows within a point. 7 minutes played in the second term. They were the early leaders. It's Adelaide's first goal since the 13-minute mark of the opening quarter. We've now travelled 7 into the second. Adelaide 3-5-23. The Bulldogs 3-6-24. Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, and that's the reward, sellers. Yeah. We take that ball, Lockie Murphy takes it right on the half-back flank. It wasn't a great kick inside into the middle of the ground to Rochelle, but they made it work. And then Rochelle's able to get the handball back, long to Taylor Walker, goal. It's 3 kicks from half-back.
He's got something about him, Rochelle, hasn't he?
Yeah. No, look, he's got time.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what's most evident to me is coming into the AFL. Guys that have time and can find space are usually the ones that are turn into the really good players.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. O'Brien one down the tap, but Berry couldn't get the clearance. Liberatore down low for the Bulldogs. Got it to Martin, to McRae. Hand pass just too slick for McComb. A chance for Haitley on half-back for Adelaide. Hand pass to Frampton, pinned holding the footy.
The throw.
And it's going to be a Bulldogs free kick. And Robbie McComb's going to take it. He's right on 50, veers out to the right, he won't go for goal, he tries to get to the top of the square, looking for Waitman, and in the end Luke Brown was away to that, takes the mark 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Right idea, just not quite executed well enough.
A bit more here.
Yep.
Game 184 for Luke Brown, heads out to half-back, and O'Brien takes a strong contested grab. Back flank for the Crows. One of the 4 leaders in the absence of Rory Sloane. Ugly looking kick down the wing.
Perfect.
Gallant gets to the drop, takes the mark.
He knew it wasn't going to go far.
And the old school footballer with the black boots, Lockie Gallant, in front of the interchange. Broadcast side here at Eureka Stadium. He goes long down the line. Big fly McAdam. He went very early. Mark taken at the back by Bailey Dale. He's going to get to take the kick one way or the other. As the free kick was paid, Dale goes back to Gardner, and the shift is on out to the eastern side of the ground. Kicks to Bontempelli, one-on-one with Jones. Jones wanted the boundary line, thumps it out of play. And the umpire says, spin it in right on halfway, eastern side. The Bulldogs by a point, 10 minutes into the second term.
So Bayley Smith had 13 disposals in the opening quarter for the Bulldogs. He's had just a couple, one since then. From the throw-in, a chance for Richards for the Dogs. Tries to get it into the path of McRae. He's tackled. O'Brien still scraps for it. The ruckman trying to knock it out Adelaide's way. Eventually it comes Bayley Smith's way. His hand pass towards Murphy, who is taken high by McRae. And I don't think there's any... did they pay advantage? I don't think there was any advantage there really in the end.
Well, yes, there was. It's just the Keys didn't execute the kick.
Yeah, Keys' kick goes out of play for a boundary throw-in. 50 metres out from the Crows' goal.
From the throw-in, O'Brien wins it down, but the Dogs' first touch, Liberatore to McRae, a fumble as he's trying to give it to Bayley Smith. Back into dispute, Crows win it. Cook, hand pass to Berry, away to O'Brien, he gives it off by hand to Smith, high up and under, kicks to centre-half forward for Adelaide. A few bodies hit the deck, there's a whistle, there's a free kick, it's going the Bulldogs' way. And Gallant's a little slow to get up, but it's a free kick for Shackey.
We've gone 12 minutes in this quarter and Bont hasn't touched the ball. He's had 2 for the game so far. I think Cook's on him at this stage.
And Shackey kicks out wide to Dale. There was a clash of bodies there at centre-half back, and Gallant's still a little slow to get to his feet. Dale kicks down the wing, comes to Treloar. His hand pass to Bontempelli, has a fumble. It won't help his count Sellers. The pack forms behind him. And the umpire circles. Duday's locked up. He still lets them scrap for it. Here's McHenry. Bontempelli drills him in the tackle. The crowd wanted a free. They're not going to get it. And a ball up on the wing. Gallant coming off with a towel to his forehead. We'll get Lauren to keep an eye on that. It's the Dogs by a point, 11 minutes into the second term.
O'Brien tried to take it out of the ruck for Adelaide. Got it to Haitley. Kicks towards Rochelle. He nudged underneath it. O'Brien hit it with speed. Couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Now he's got a problem as he's tackled. Good intent from McHenry to lock the ball up. McAdam offering good support, and the umpire's going to throw it up just in front of our commentary position.
I think Gallant's going to get some stitches.
Up it goes. Cordy leaping over the top. Gets it down to Dunkley. Hand pass to Libba. Hooks a kick down the wing, but Duday takes the intercept mark. So Walker with the only goal of the quarter so far. Duday's kick across the half-back line got it to Brown. It's the Bulldogs by a point. 12 minutes into the second term. Brown's kick not that great. Duday mops it up. Skids out to the members' wing. Hand pass to Smith. Kicks a bullet back on the 45. Slips through to Libba though. Off half back to Bayley Smith. Under pressure, coughs it up. Haitley to Laird to Smith. His hand pass to Duday. At his ankles, he's pushed off it. Norton collects, and Norton's taken to ground by Brodie Smith. And a ball up on the wing again. 12 and a half minutes played in the second term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Gallant had so much blood just going straight from his nose. Even the people in the crowd here just kind of gasped when they saw it. He's been taken down to the room zone to get it all fixed up and get it away from all the people watching.
Thanks, Lauren. No clearance from this ball up, so the umpire will do it once more. Martin sets himself against O'Brien, trying to get it down to Bontempelli. Becomes the tackler now on Haitley. And Laird is lopped up by Dunkley and McRae. Inside 50s in this quarter, 8-3 Adelaide's way, so the better of the opportunities, but it's still the Bulldogs who lead by a point. Martin towards Bontempelli, who tried to slap it on to Liberatore. He's tackled. Berry brings him down, and Brodie Smith.
You love this from the Crows.
Yeah.
They're just nice and tough around the contest.
A lot of contested footy in the moment. O'Brien tries to knock it clear. Keys and Laird almost bounce into each other. Now Laird's over the footy. Knocks it out for Adelaide to Haitley. McRae slid in. Ball comes out to Berry. Can they get out Adelaide? Hand pass to Laird. It's an up and under kick that only goes about 10 metres. Berry courageously flying back with a flight. Scott the other way. Dunkley's hand pass straight to Berry. Got it forward to Murphy. McHenry can't rip it clear from Scott. Ball in dispute. Laird one way. Bontempelli the other. The Bont emerges with it. Got it to Smith. Back to Bontempelli. Leading fakes handle the Bont. Gets it to Daniel. Inboard to Martin. Now to McRae. The Dogs are out. Through Liberatore's hands. Long kick towards McNeil. It's just wide of him. At left, in the left forward pocket, but it's going to be a free kick downfield. Liberatore was dumped as he got the kick away inside the 50.
Well, it starts with Bontempelli. He wins that hard ball against Rory Laird. Correct technique, Sellers. Turns his body, uses his backside to protect himself to win that ball. Then gets the handball and the follow-up.
And Lockie McNeil gets the downfield free kick. Deep in the left forward pocket, only about 35 metres out. Oh, he kicked that off the outside of the boot. Can Norton keep it alive? He spoils it back into the field of play, but cooks away for the Crows. He can work him to half-back where Frampton takes the mark.
Up against the boundary line. The kick's going to come down that eastern wing. Daniel with the spoil. Down to Cook. Hand pass away to McAdam, so the Crows maintain possession. Not a heap presenting up front. Gives it to Crouch. Crouch kicks to half forward. Martin is back. Takes a nice mark in front of O'Brien. And O'Brien tackles him after he does so. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Haven't seen a 50 yet, have we?
No.
That's good.
Big Steph Martin goes back to Gardner. Gardner out to the back flank. Kicks it to Daniel, and Daniel hits up Shanky, who's all alone. Between wing and half-back for the Bulldogs. Doggies by a point. 15 and a half played second term. Shanky just goes along with the contest kick. Dunkley competes. Spills front and centre. Liberatore underneath it. Hand pass into the centre of the ground to Martin. Back to Libba. Kicks across the ground to Williams, who takes the mark. In fact, he's going to be paid a free for over the shoulder against McHenry. So Dogs at the footy alongside the centre circles, middle of Eureka Stadium.
Cody Waitman hasn't touched it in this quarter. As they spread it wider still to Daniel, who goes short to DeRay. He turns on his left and kicks inside 50. Norton in the back. Can't take the mark. And Dunkley becomes the tackler, locking it out just 15 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal. Matt Crouch on the very bottom of the pack. And the Bulldogs by a point.
This turned into a bit of a scrap, isn't it? There's pack after pack after pack after pack of people around the place.
O'Brien wins it down and then tries to clear it with a little kick straight to Scott. Scott bangs it back goalward, but he's offline. The hurried kick on the outskirts of the stoppage, a minor score. Anthony Scott with the behind. The Bulldogs are 3-7, Adelaide are 3-5, so the Dogs by a couple of points, 16 minutes played second term.
So Jordan Dawson brings the Crows back into play, kicks towards Himmelberg and O'Brien, spoiled down to the front. Dunkley rode the tackle, got the hand pass to Martin, out to Daniel for the Dogs, kicks towards half forward, Cordy takes the mark. Can he move it quickly? Waitman's on the lead, it won't get to him. Racing back, Cook takes the intercepting mark for Adelaide. I would have thought Cordy had time to get it to Waitman, but the kick just hung up in the air just a moment too long. As the Crows work it back to Tom Duday. He kicks it up to Jordan Butts, who takes the mark at left half back. So still searching for our first goal, our second goal of this second quarter. Taylor Walker, the only goal scorer. Tim O'Brien takes a good contested mark in the pack against Hampton.
He's looked comfortable, Tim O'Brien, playing as a defender.
And we'll take it at right half back against Frampton.
Joining that list of players that come across from Hawthorn for the Dogs. He goes short to Shackney. Shackney in the middle of the ground. Walker intercepts. Hand pass to McHenry. Puts it inside 50, and McAdam at full stretch can't complete the mark. Dogs with the numbers, top of the goal square. And Gardner can mop it up as he kicks out to Daniel on the back flank. He kicks out of bounds on the full, looking for Richards. That's our first one on the eastern side of the ground. It floats out on the full. Fourth of the day. Free kick for the Crows, and they can trap it in their front half with Chase Jones. It's the Bulldogs by a couple of points. They haven't kicked a goal in the second term, which is 18 minutes old.
He's out to the right. Jones kicks long inside the 50. Walker the target. Couldn't take the mark onto it as it hit the ground. Got the hand pass away to O'Brien. He dribbles a kick towards the goals, but it rolls out up against the left behind post for a boundary throw-in.
I saw young McAdam there. He just put his head down. He messed up there, so what? Get up and start to fight again. He's still on his haunches, worrying about what he did wrong.
Inside
Get
50s,
back in there.
11-6 in this second quarter. Tex does the ruck work, got it down to the front. A chance for Gardner, though, for the Bulldogs. Gets the hand pass to Treloar, to Shackey. Just got the kick away in time as the smother was coming from Murphy. He kicks out towards half-back. Scott can't keep it alive with Scholl right there with him for company. Bulldogs by 2 points, having led by 7 at quarter time. The Crows kicked the first 2 goals of the match, got out by 12 points. But the Dogs have really controlled the arm wrestle since then.
Lockie Gallant off the ground with a bloodied nose, and I'm sure a concussion test to follow after a clash of heads earlier in the quarter. For the boundary throw in, here's Keys. He's mowed down by Dunkley. Says play on. Treloar's hand pass picked off. Scholl's tackle, dropped it. Lets them go. Here's Liberatore. Kick out of the stoppage to half forward. Brown first one back for the Crows though. Away to Duday. Spins out of the tackle from Waitman. Hand pass to Frampton. He shoots it out further wide and led against the boundary line. Kicks in the O'Brien direction for the Crows. Slips past him. McAdam keeps it alive for Adelaide. To O'Brien, to McHenry with speed. 60 out, puts it inside 50, and Haitley hugs it to his chest at right half forward. Himmelberg wants it deep. He's got a one-on-one with Giray, and Haitley now is going to have to go back and have a ping. He'll kick from about 50 out at right half forward.
Well, he made a choice. This is mine to kick. Now you got to do it.
Hasn't played since round 16 last year. Jackson Haitley coming across from the Giants. He's yet to win a game in Adelaide colours. Haitley from right on the paint of 50. His drop punt is tracking well, but it doesn't have the trip. And thumped through on the line by Gardner. He's done a bit of work today for the Crows, Steve. The Bulldogs 3-7, Adelaide are 3-6. 21 minutes into the second term, and just putting it out there, I've seen better quarters so far this season.
Adelaide with
2 points.
1-2 to the Bulldogs, 2 behinds. Yep.
Gee whiz.
It feels like who's going to take their opportunity first? DeRay in the back pocket, hand pass to Caleb Daniel, sends the Bulldogs up to the wing. Bontempelli's there, but Tom Duday with a dominant fist sees the ball out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Been good, Duday. He's had Bontempelli a lot as his direct opponent, but still been able to come across, intercept marks, spoil.
If you had to pick one of the Adelaide leaders to be captain, would you pick him, Tom
I think so. He's younger. He can work his way into the role.
Keys gets it to half forward to Matt Crouch and McHenry inside 50. Rochelli's there, crumbing front and centre. Himmelberg, Scholl's there, little dribbling kick towards the goal mouth, won't have the distance. DeRay for the Bulldogs, up towards half back. O'Brien almost took the mark, just didn't hang on the last moment. And a long kick for Cordy towards half forward. Adelaide should gather, but in the end, Frampton's happy to see it roll out of play. Marcus Bontempelli was right there with him. You reckon smart move?
Yeah.
Not going to win that 2-on-2?
No. Not with Bontempelli. He's too good one-on-one.
So boundary throw-in between a wing and a half forward for the Bulldogs. It's a shallow throw-in. Cordy got a hand on it to McRae. Quick hand pass to Scott. Back to Cordy. Off his left. Puts the Dogs inside 50. Pack mark for Duday. Can't complete it. Spills to McNeil. He's taken high. And Lockie McNeil will get the free.
Wow.
52 out at left half forward. And immediately the forward 50 fills up. Dogs by a point. Ticking towards half-time. They haven't kicked a goal in the quarter as yet. In the Jamara direction. Strong mark, Frampton. Top of the defensive goal square. Pulls it down for Adelaide. The two big blondies, one at each end. Himmelberg up front and Frampton down back. Both with the red boots. Frampton the intercept mark here.
Sends it long towards Taylor Walker at half back. Gardner spoils it down straight to Scholl. Footy pinned to his chest as he's tackled by Dunkley, and the umpire's going to throw it up.
I haven't seen a game like this where there's only been one goal for this quarter by both sides, and the conditions are perfect.
It's sort of okay to play that way for a quarter. It's just whether Adelaide can play this contested style for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, they're going okay at the moment.
Yeah, Crouch tries to get it out, but it's straight to Treloar of the Bulldogs. His kick is straight up and down. Haitley underneath it, couldn't get a kick away. O'Brien feeds the hand pass back to Brodie Smith, who spirals the ball towards Himmelberg. Against Shack, he couldn't hang on to the mark. Keys ran into a dead-end tackle, but he was taken high by DeRay.
I think it's the other one.
Oh, you're right, it is.
Fendel.
So the Keys elbow was over the shoulder. It's probably half a dozen one way, half a dozen the other as to which way it could have gone. And DeRay's kick is just reeled in.
He's in trouble.
By Treloar.
Once you hit it
Inside
high.
the boundary, and then gave Scott a challenge, which was going to be impossible to pass.
Has to be.
And he's going to be penalised.
That loopy handball.
It's a poor handball.
It kills you every time.
Sam
Just get it on the
Berry
boot.
laid the tackle. You didn't hear the whistle. Sellers was telling you it was coming.
Sam Berry coming off 16 last week, a career high in terms of disposals against Richmond. Heads to half forward. Gallant's back out there, and the spoil comes from Cordy out of play. A throw in 70 out from the Adelaide goal.
I'd like to see a photo of Gallant's face now, just to see.
Lauren Borden on the boundary. Lauren.
Yeah, Gallant did have a big smile on his face when he came to the bench. I think he might have got a little bit about the bandage that's now on his nose. But Shane McAdam too, he came to the bench and he got his left knee assessed. He wasn't looking very comfortable on that one, so that's one to watch out for.
Thanks, Lauren. Keep us up to date. Bayley Smith from the boundary throw-in, kicks down the wing, and McNeil has had a bit to do in the quarter, takes the mark, sells the dummy around. Chase Jones on the mark, kicks to half forward, and Frampton again dropping back in front of Bontempelli to take the intercept mark.
He's done a good job down there, Frampton.
Yep.
Been very good, very solid in defence. Held him out.
Well, Norton and Jamara have sort of been non-existent really in this first half.
Second intercept possession for the quarter for Frampton. Kicks up to the wing. Liberatore for the Bulldogs. Gathers. Gets it to Dale. Kickling for Daniel. Couldn't gather. Keys coming the other way. He's able to stand up in the Daniel tackle. Got it to Laird. Back to Jones. To Crouch. He's come to a complete stop but has found Gallant. He juggles the mark. Just inside 50.
He can make it there. He can get home from there.
How's that rearranged schnoz going to affect his kick? He's got the bandage across the nose. He's going to have to kick from just outside 50.
Under a minute remaining now in this quarter. Just go back, take your time, take the deep breath. Worked extremely hard this quarter, the Crows.
He's kicked 6 goals too so far this season, Lockie Gallant. He is tall at 192 centimetres, so when he's the finished product, he's going to be an imposing marking target. From right on 50, Gallant sets fly.
Good.
That's
Pretty
a great kick.
Oh.
Just faded right late and hit the post.
I've hit 2
so
posts.
Rochelli and Gallant with posters. And Adelaide have kicked 1-3 to the Bulldogs 2 behind. Scores level at 25 apiece.
Put on 13 kilos in the off-season since joining the club. Lockie Gallant. He looks like he could easily put on another 13 kilos as well. He's a pretty tall, dangly type character as the Bulldogs work it up to the half-back flank, and Bailey Williams takes the mark up against the boundary line. He just goes long down the wing. Jamara's down there, got hands to it, but can't complete the mark, and that'll do us. The Dogs have a goalless second term. It's their second goalless quarter of the season. Adelaide are 3-7-25. The Bulldogs are 3-7-25. So on the back of that behind from Lockie Gallant, scores a level at the main break. That quarter running just 26 minutes, and the reason for it, we only had the one goal to Taylor Walker coming at the southern end of the ground. So 3 goals to both teams at half-time. The goal scorers, Treloar with 1, Ugle-Hagan with 1, and Norton with 1. While for Adelaide, all individuals as well. Walker kicking goal 499 of his career. On the precipice of the 500 mark, Shane McAdam has 1 and Lockie Scholl has the other. Half-time, 3-7-25 apiece. The ball's gone out of bounds on the full 4 times. 3 times on this western side, which Clinchy told us to watch early in the piece.
I'm only counting this side.
We were all here to see what would happen with the descent rule. Obviously, we had another ruling last night with Dan McKenzie getting pinged. We haven't had one 50-metre penalty in the game so far to half-time on what is a glorious afternoon in Ballarat. 17 degrees, the sun is out. Neither sub have been used, Riley West for the Bulldogs or Will Hamill for the Crows. Bit of a tougher watch in the second term, Rummer and Sellers. What do you make of it all at half-time? Scores level 25 or 27 points apiece, in fact.
They've had 400 possessions almost in this game from both sides and got 6 goals. 3 goals each. 3 goals, 7 each. It's been a real scrap for mine. And every time that they kick it to a contest, it gets surrounded by 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different players. Sometimes you need to actually separate yourself and do a short kick and then play on. I haven't seen a lot of mark and roll type work in this game. It goes to another contest and then there's a battle again and it continues on. I mean, it's just incredible what's happening. 1 goal, 3-2. 2 points in the quarter. I mean, I haven't been at a game where that's happened against... but that's what it means to them. That's just what it's about. I mean, they're actually... They're looking at each other. I don't think the Doggies have been that good this year. They've only won 2 games. And we have a look at Adelaide, and we thought that they were going to finish down the bottom of the ladder or around the middle part of the bottom of the ladder. I think this could be the case for this. They're in 10th spot, the Doggies, and Adelaide aren't far away from them either with 2 wins each. Are they just poor sides, Rammer? Are they just average in a sense when you think about it? When they actually about their scoring, about how they move the ball? To me, it's starting to look like that. I don't want it to be like that. I think it'll open up in the second quarter, or in the third quarter, and some movement go around. But to me, they just look average as 2 footy teams.
26 inside 50s, Adelaide 22 inside 50s to the Bulldogs in that half. So for 10 scoring shots each. So look, in terms of efficiency going inside 450, it's not too bad. Adelaide, I thought, actually had the better of that quarter.
I agree with you.
From a contest point of view, you look around the contest, they were tougher a number of times, and taking the ball inside forward 50, they probably missed a couple of opportunities. You think of McAdam.
Yeah, but they kicked 1 goal 3.
Yeah, but you think of McAdam, the drop mark.
Yeah.
Rochelle, the drop mark. So there's a couple of drop marks inside forward 50 for the Crows where they could have kicked 2 or 3 in that quarter.
Yeah, but that's the point. Are they just average?
Well, they're just a developing team.
Yeah, I know, but both are. Are both?
Yeah, well...
the Doggies aren't.
Look, the Doggies were 20 points up in a third quarter in a grand final.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, we the rest is history after that. So the Dogs at their best are clearly a good team. It's funny. There's something...
What's happened here?
There's something missing.
Yeah,
I just can't... I can't quite put my finger on what it is just yet. I personally... I feel like it's that over possession again. That's what I feel like. I feel like there's a lot of guys that need to get their possessions. They want to look at the stat sheet at the end of the game and go, I know I've had my numbers.
The individuals.
Whereas you flip the script and you look at St Kilda last night, well, there's a number of guys that are happy just to play their role in the team and do what they have to and make sure they get the win. So, look, it's fascinating to see a team that played in a grand final probably struggling the way they did in the first half against a developing team in the Crows.
They were 18th. The Crows, they were bottom of the pack.
So you look at the Crows in this first half. Frampton had a good half. Lockie Scholl, I thought, had a reasonable first half. Cook, I thought, did some nice things in that first half. So a couple of their younger guys having moments in that first half against what we think is one of the better teams in the in the competition in the Bulldogs. So positives, I think, more for Adelaide.
And I think you're right in the sense where they are that the seven dominant players in the scoring business: Dunkley, McRae, Liberatore. Then you get O'Brien, who's a ruckman from there, and that's the only one they have in the top 10. And then there's Gardner, Smith, and Dale. Yeah. Those guys. They've had more of the ball, but they're not using it properly, the Dogs. They're not scoring with any sort of haste or push forward. I mean, they kicked against the Breeze, and what did they kick? They kicked 2 points for the quarter. I mean, that's not an A-grade side in anyone's terms.
Credit to the Crows. They've made it difficult for the Dogs.
And I like that. I love it.
Can they maintain that, though? Can they maintain
That's
that
a challenge.
Scrappy,
yeah, but that's a challenge, isn't it?
Style game.
And I spoke about this a little bit on the lead, is around developing teams going into last quarters, being close to the better teams, because that's when your young players get the most development within themselves.
Jesus, if they pull off a win here,
it'd be huge.
It'd be absolutely magnificent for them, I tell you. And they possibly can.
All of a sudden, that round one win over Freo looks pretty good form, and they were disappointing against Collingwood, obviously at the MCG, but they were able to back it up last week with a good win over Richmond. So you feel like there's some positive signs there for the Adelaide Crows, and one of the good ones is Billy Frampton across half back.
It looks okay.
A good natural mark, and it probably provides a bit of size that
Reads
they can do with.
Yep.
I tell you what, they're not shy. They're tough. They're in and under. They're having a crack. They're trying to be part of it. They want to be in it. They look good, and I'm worried about where the Dogs sit.
The other interesting part is going to be Riley O'Brien is absolutely monstering Steph Martin today, and yet you'd imagine a bit similar to last night where we saw the Saints lose their ruckman and they were able to adapt and still do pretty well in the clearances. So
I'd actually like to see the Dogs in this second half take numbers away from the contest.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think right at the moment what Adelaide are loving is just plenty of numbers in.
All in.
The ball's just getting dropped at the feet, and then it just stacks on. The Dogs need to drag players away now.
Is this reminding you of last week's game against Geelong, Hawthorn Geelong? The giant killers, and then the young kids who come through. There's a little bit of that in this.
It's not as open as what that game was,
I
but
understand
I can see the young side who's really got Adelaide got nothing to lose. For them,
they're having a crack.
If they can get it inside 50 and get some good looks, it feels like they're looming as more dangerous than the Dogs.
Hey, Rochelle probably missed a couple he should have got. A couple of little things around that they could have done better, but you know what? They've been
Cody
fantastic.
Waitman's touched the footy 2 times.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
You look at those forwards there. So Waitman, 2 kicks. Ugle-Hagan, 3 kicks. Norton, 2 kicks. Bontempelli playing predominantly as a forward, 2 kicks.
2 kicks, 2 handballs. That's all he's had.
So Norton and Jamar have kicked the goal each, but had no impact on
How
this
long's
game.
Bevo willing to keep the experiment with him up forward if he's not touching the footy?
Yeah, but I don't think that's his fault.
I think his shoulders sore.
Who's that?
Bontempelli.
Oh, well, he's probably crook, yeah. But he picked a play.
Yeah, that's right.
And guess what?
Yeah.
So don't whinge.
No.
3-7-25 apiece, half-time at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. The 2 South Australian teams and the 2 WA teams both in action today. So up next on Grandstand AFL, Port Adelaide and West Coast. And then tonight it is Fremantle and Carlton. That is the lowest scoring quarter of the season so far. So just 11 points in that term. Adelaide 1-3, the Bulldogs 2 behinds. We did have a quarter between Melbourne and Port, the first term there, which was 1-0. 12 points scored in the quarter, and the Bulldogs against Sydney, where the Swans were held scoreless in the second term way back in round 3. Half-time here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat, scores level. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Deputy Labor leader Richard Marles says he showed Chinese diplomats a speech he was planning to give in Beijing because he wanted to ensure the Chinese government wasn't surprised by what he was going to say. Mr Marles gave a speech at the Beijing Foreign Studies University in 2019, but provided the Chinese embassy in Canberra with a copy of his remarks before delivering them. He says he criticised the Chinese government over its human rights record and treatment of the Uyghur population during the address. He insists he did not change his speech after he showed it to the Chinese embassy.
I made a speech in China where I criticised China, and I wanted to make sure that the Chinese government were not at all surprised by the fact of what I was going to say.
Coalition campaign spokesman Simon Birmingham says reports that a postie dumped Liberal National Party postal vote information in a bin needs to be thoroughly investigated. Australia Post says one of its staff members has been stood down after a complaint they had been seen putting hundreds of LNP postal vote applications in a wheelie bin in suburban Brisbane. Senator Birmingham says all political parties have a right to distribute voting information to the public, particularly with many Australians considering postal voting during the pandemic.
It is deeply concerning to us that there may be these type of antics happening behind the scenes that make it harder to get our message out to voters and to communicate with them.
Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister says a humanitarian corridor may be agreed upon soon to let civilians escape the destroyed city of Mariupol. Irina Vereshchuk says, however, that the evacuation of around 100,000 people will only work with the United Nations' help. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres will visit Moscow on Tuesday to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin to try to return peace to Ukraine. Ms. Vereshchuk says getting civilians out of Mariupol must be the priority now.
The main issue that needs to be resolved straight away is to arrange humanitarian corridor from Azovstal and Mariupol and then from other places so that we can evacuate our civilians. Otherwise, there is no sense to carry out any such talks.
Meanwhile, Russia's defence ministry has confirmed for the first time that the crew of the guided missile cruiser Moskva suffered casualties when it blew up and sank last week. Tim Wharton has the story.
Denying Ukrainian claims the Moskva was hit by anti-ship missiles in the Black Sea, the Kremlin initially said all the ship's crew were evacuated after an ammunition blast was triggered by a fire that ripped through the vessel. But the Russian Defence Ministry now says that during the struggle to stabilise the 43-year-old ship, one sailor did die while another 27 crew members went missing. But it insists the remaining 396 sailors were evacuated. Despite this, many family members of the Moskva crew have claimed on social media that their sons and husbands are missing and are probably dead.
A person in their 20s is among another 16 people who have died from COVID in New South Wales. Danuta Kazaki reports.
New South Wales Health says the person in their 20s who died had 4 doses of a vaccine and had significant underlying health conditions. There were 16 deaths, including the person in their 20s in the latest reporting period. 1 person was aged in their 60s, 2 people were aged in their 70s, 8 people were aged in their 80s, and 4 people were aged in their 90s. There are currently 1,617 COVID cases in hospital, including 60 people in intensive care. 20 are on ventilators. There were 12,633 positive test results recorded in the latest period.
In Queensland, 7 people have died with COVID-19 in the past 24 hours. 7,212 new infections have been recorded. 513 people are in hospital with the virus, slightly down from yesterday. 15 people are in intensive care. Emmanuel Macron's challenger for the French presidency has accused him of arrogance on the eve of the country's presidential election. Mr Macron is leading in opinion polling, but far-right challenger Marine Le Pen is hoping for a reversal tomorrow of the 2017 result, which saw her lose to Mr Macron in their runoff. She says he's out of touch and denies she's an extremist.
I'm not radical, sorry. This government has been led by the privileged minority, for the privileged minority. That's the reality. I'm running for president to change that, to establish a government of the people, for the people.
ABC News.
The aged care sector.
Cost of living.
Tactics from the government.
Young people really care about climate change.
Keep across all the election news that matters to you.
With a lineup of some of the ABC's best podcasts on the ABC Listen app.
Get in-depth reporting from podcasts like Hack,
The Party Room,
and daily coverage from Australia Votes, hosted by Melissa Clark, James Glenday and me, David Spears, as we run through the issues that matter to voters.
All the latest election news that matters to you.
With the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Bransford on the kick-out duties, goes short to centre-half back, just got it to Murphy with Liberatore arriving late. Not a great kick from Murphy in the middle of the ground. Rochelle to target, it gets to him eventually after the Dale spoil. Rochelle deep, Walker one out in the cage, nudges O'Brien underneath it. Walker collects into the open goal, kicks it.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Scores level at half-time, 25 points apiece, the Bulldogs and the Crows, after the lowest scoring quarter of the season so far. Round 6 Saturday afternoon footy as the Anzac appeal round continues. Still to come today in the twilight, it is the game between Port Adelaide and West Coast at Adelaide Oval, and then tonight the Blue Baggers Sellers over in the West for the annual Len Hall game up against the Dockers. And who'd have thought it'd be the game of the round on paper leading in?
Who's Len Hall?
Len Hall was the oldest surviving Gallipoli veteran from West Australian. So the oldest WA surviving Gallipoli veteran. He's since passed, but when the game originated, he was and went to the first couple of games. And credit to the Dockers. This has been part of their calendar since '96. So I know a lot of teams do Anzac games nowadays, or Anzac themed games in and around the blockbuster fixture, obviously, between Collingwood and Essendon. But Freo have got a rich history with this game, and they do it really well. So they host Carlton again tonight, but it is a rotating opponent. It's not the same two teams.
No, that's good. I'm glad that. I think this round's is a special round for everyone in Australia, not just the football people, but everyone. Anzac Day and gee whiz, and I love the ceremony at the front here. It's terrific, which is terrific. And so to me, this is not. I mean, the footy hasn't been the greatest I've seen, and none of us have, because it kicked 3 goals, 7 each. I mean, that's poor, but we hope that it gets better. The Doggies are in a bit of a slump for mine. You know, and I think that they're in a scrap against a side who really want to put some pressure on them, and they have done so. So the contest, and then give them no space, and it's gone on and on and on around the ground for 100 minutes or 50 minutes or 60 minutes for 2 quarters, and it's not stopped. And this is going to be the pattern of the game for the rest of it, by the look of it, because they're just closing them in. They're stopping the Doggies getting those easy kicks outside. They're stopping them moving around, and they're trying to win this game on their own, the way they want to. It doesn't have to be pretty. No one said you got to play pretty footy, but it's nice to win a game. If the Doggies lose this, they're 2 and 4, and they're in big trouble. Same for Adelaide. They
haven't won consecutive games, the Dogs, since last year's final series. For Adelaide, you have to go way back to the early part of last season, since they strung 2 in a row together. The all-time attendance record, I know I've harped on a bit about the scenery, but I thought, look, if we're going to make the trip down here and we're the only radio broadcaster here, we may as well...
Paint the picture, Corby. Paint it, my friend.
May as well. Well, I think the record attendance for a game here was the first one back in 2017. You were here that day, Clinchy. There was 10,087 in. Are we north of 10,087 today, do you think?
He hasn't finished counting the fourth pocket yet. He's got to finish somewhere.
Well, I started with the people who are lining up for donuts and hot food, and let's be honest, it looks like there's plenty there. So that would suggest there's slightly more, but the capacity. I think so. I think there's more than that.
Capacity's 11,000, and it's hard to think where another 1,000 people would be sitting.
Yeah, and you've got to give credit for the Bulldogs for building this game, and the people of Ballarat for coming out. So I think it's a great endorsement for the game. The other thing I just wanted to shout out is you mentioned the Freo Carlton game, which is sellout, the Len Hall tribute game. Great work for Freo for getting Arthur Leggett, who's 103 years of age, to be there to conduct the Ode of Remembrance in front of a packed house. So I know they tried to get him last year, and through the COVID complications, they recorded a video message. I think they did it on the big screen. But I heard an interview with Caleb Sarong, and clearly he'd spoken to the playing group, and none of that was lost on them. And so to have him there, and he looks pretty fit for 103, so I hope I'm travelling that well.
Absolutely. And he's a war veteran as well. So think about what he's experienced in his life, and he's still going strong at 103. I think they had a snap lockdown last year, Perth, so it was sort of they were meant to have the full crowd and everything that went with it, and ultimately that wasn't able to unfold. Who wins tonight, Sellers?
Freo are going really well at the moment. We all understand that, and they're playing very well. But you know what? Funny things happen. Carlton beat them over there, I think, last year when they were really poor, if you remember that.
They've got a happy knack of doing the job on the Dockers in the West.
That doesn't mean they're going to win tonight, and it's a good test for both.
I reckon the West Coast Eagles have got a great record against Port Adelaide as well, at the Adelaide Oval. They've got a good record against the Crows as well. So even though everyone thinks Port Adelaide should win, I remember Luke Shuey kicking that goal in the final, which sank Port Adelaide,
No, well, they haven't won too many games over this year.
Well, Port Adelaide duck ends, 0.
That's correct.
West Coast have only got 1-1.
What about the Bombers? How are they going?
Don't worry about the
Just reeled it in nicely.
He goes late, doesn't he, on that one?
No Essendon chat today.
We're going to get into it, okay.
No Essendon chat today.
The jam's out of the donut.
Scores are level here, 3-7-25 apiece. A low-scoring second term. All the players are in position. The shadows just lengthening slightly in front of us on the western side for the main grandstand, but a well-populated Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. Second half in front of us. Both these teams looking to win back-to-back games for the first time this year. Scores level, third term underway on Grandstand AFL. You're with Matt Clinch.
Now Marcus Bontempelli starting in the middle alongside Matt Crouch.
Where he should be.
O'Brien one down the tap, straight to Bontempelli, who kicks inside 50. Cordy came racing out, 2-day overran it. A chance for Dawson, who's taken a great screamer so far this afternoon. Feeds it back to Frampton, kicks up to the wing towards Lockie Murphy from behind. He was able to spoil it against Dale. Bontempelli gathers, so 2 disposals in the opening 30 seconds after 4 to half time, and the umpire's going to throw it in just in front of our broadcast position here on the western side here of Eureka Stadium.
Want to kill a good player, put him in the forward pocket.
Boundary throwing, a Russell way too far back, and the umpire is going to ask him to recall it.
That was a short throw, but
that was a short throw.
The ruckbirds stand so far back there, they like sprint in.
Mate, you can't throw it against the Bruisers bloke.
Now he's on notice.
He's got it.
So from the mulligan on the boundary throw-in.
Still didn't get there.
Both rucks miss it. Spills down in front of Bontempelli. Just knocks it away, but straight to Cook of the Crows. Adelaide win it. Hand pass to Crouch. Away to Dawson, who kicks a high ball to half forward. Walker the target, the 2-on-1. Richards floating through. Can't take the mark. Spills to Murphy.
Got one high.
Spun around. He was taken high in the free for Lockie Murphy. No one stands the mark, so he moves it quickly inside the forward 50. McAdam the target. Dale spoils. And out of play it goes next to the behind post to throw in deep forward for the Crows. They're kicking to the northern end in this third quarter, second half. Already in the third term. Time flies.
Loopy kick by Murphy.
There was patches in that second quarter when we wondered how much longer it was going to go for a throw-in. Martin wins down the tap, straight to McHenry. Tries to snap over his shoulder, but went straight up in the air. Tough bouncing ball for Rochelle. Gathered, tried to win a free kick. Was tackled when not in possession. Umpire didn't pay it. Liberatore up to Ugelhagen, who flew. Couldn't come down with a mark. It's kicked by Cordy into the middle of the ground. Waitman had it spoiled away. The Dogs through McComb. Hand pass to Norton. Fended off Butts. Kicks inside the 50 towards Waitman. Just couldn't claim the high-flying mark. Brown's hand pass, though, a little bit sloppy to 2-day, and Murphy has to try and lock it in as McComb lays the tackle.
26-year-old on debut out of Footscray's VFL program. Robbie McComb and his debut appearance on the restart. Treloar trying to get a little kick forward. Got to Bayley Smith. He's locked up by Chase Jones, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Centre half forward for the Dogs. They kicked the last 3 goals of the opening quarter to this end. They haven't kicked one since. A goalless second term for the Bulldogs. From the stoppage, Chase Jones floats a kick in the centre square, and Williams
good use.
Just edges McAdam under the footy.
Good use of his body.
One of the Baileys as Williams puts it inside 50. Strong mark 2-day, who's been excellent. Takes the intercept mark in the pack.
So what McAdam did then should have been a 50-metre penalty, because he said touch to the umpire. So similar last night to what Dan McKenzie did.
Mark number 5 for Tom Duday as he kicks to the right back pocket. Dawson has it up to the wing. Himmelberg in the pack, brought it down to the front. McHenry tries to swoop onto it. Tackle by Bontempelli. The Bont lays the tackle. Ball comes out eventually to Himmelberg, who was able to get it away to Scholl. He got it from Crouch, kicks up to Rochelle, nudged underneath it by Liberatore, but McHenry kept running, gets on it between wing and half forward, long kick inside the 50, McAdam one-on-one, great mark. Propelling his body back in a one-on-one with Bailey Williams. That was a great mark.
It was a great kick also by...
kicked it to his advantage.
Yeah, it was. But that's just a pure one-on-one contest there inside forward 50, so... Again, that comes down to ball movement and being prepared to kick long and give your forwards a chance.
Kicked a couple of goals last week against the Tigers. Kicked the opening goal here in Ballarat. Shane McAdam will give Adelaide back the lead. He comes in from about 15 metres out and steers it straight through the middle for his second. Adelaide lead by a goal with the first goal of the third quarter through 4.5 minutes. It's Adelaide 4-7-31 to the Western Bulldogs 3-7-25. This young Crows outfit taking it right up to last year's grand finalists.
Oh, they're plucky sellers at the moment. That's what they are. They're wanting. They're happy to fight the Bulldogs around the contest. They're happy to continue to bump and to tackle and to, drive the Bulldogs midfielders into the ground. Then you see the enthusiasm when it gets on the outside. McHenry there in a contest with Taylor Walker helping him out. McHenry wins the ball, gets it inside forward 50 long to give his teammate a real chance. Good play by the Crows.
Second lead change in the game. Crows by 6 points. Steph Martin wins the hit out down to Liberatore. Gives it to Dunkley. Back to Libba. Kicks to centre half forward and Waitman arriving too late. Dawson stands strong, centre half back, takes the intercept mark, comes wide to Crouch. He drops the mark, puts himself under pressure, hands it to Murphy, who fumbles it out of play, and it came off his knee before going out. And so a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates.
The ruckmen are back 40 metres. So it's 40 metres. They're crazy.
6 minutes into the third term, Crows by a goal from the boundary throw in. Martin wins it down, Liver threw his head back, and he's going to get a free kick. In fact, it was Anthony Scott, so Scott's going to get the free.
Should get fined.
Umpire bought what he sold against Jackson Haley, so free kick for Scott on the back flank. A 6-point lead for Adelaide.
Kicks up towards Waitman. Hard against the boundary. O'Brien had a big piece of it. The umpire says throw it in. Quiet afternoon for Cody Waitman. Just the 2 disposals so far.
He's got a good player on him. Luke Brown's a really underrated defender.
Off the back of kicking 5 goals last week. Josh Dunkley can't break away for the Bulldogs from the clearance. Bayley Smith tackles him. And the umpire will do it all once more on the wing. Adelaide by 6 points. Neither ruckman got a hand to it. Liberatore slots it down. Scott tackled immediately by Laird. Spills out to Keys. Kicks inside the 50. Rochelle got it! Down low to the right. The kick just, McAdam it is, just fell short. And McAdam was able to dive down low and claim the mark.
You can see their method. If you don't go one out, you get 2 and 3, and you push and you scrap and scrape until you get the ball and clear it. They are just piling on every chance they can get.
This looms as a tough kick. Deep in the left forward pocket, he'll have to kick 50. Veers out to the right. Won't quite have the distance. It snouts right. It's right to the goal line. Walker grabs it. Tries to get it to boot. He can't kick it over his shoulder. And Richards for the Dogs emerges to Bolton-Belly. Sold his teammate under enormous pressure, McComb. And Keys steps over the boundary line as he's tackled. He's happy to have it thrown in the right forward pocket for Adelaide. They lead by 6 points.
Walker put his hand up immediately and said, I'll contest this one against Big Steph Martin in his 200th game. So from the boundary throw-in, the 2 rucks go at it. They both miss it. Comes down to Richards. He's dispossessed by Walker. Bayley Smith shoots a hand pass out to Bailey Dale. Kicks off the back flank in a Norton direction. Duday again with courage. Can't mark but follows up. Wins it for the Crows to McHenry. Hands it out to Smith. That's Brodie Smith. Shoots goalward, and O'Brien whacks it away from McAdam and through for a rush behind. So a 7-point lead for Adelaide. It's the Crows 4-8. The Bulldogs are 3-7. 8 minutes into the third term. Crows by 7.
1-1 to nothing. They've had 26 disposals to 16. The Adelaide Crows as Bailey Dale brings the Dogs back into play and finds Josh Dunkley in the right back pocket. Both Dale and Dunkley out of contract at season's end. Kicks long towards Steph Martin. Spoiled down by O'Brien. Got it to Laird. Hand pass under pressure to Brown. Jones' kick smothered by Waitman. Hand passes to himself out in front. Jones has done anything a bar of that. He tackles him from behind. Brought him down. Frampton for Adelaide. Hand pass to Brown. To Duday and back to Smith. Off balance. Kicks a high ball to the wing. Himmelberg's there. Spoiled away by O'Brien. Now behind the interchange bench for a boundary throw-in.
See, they're happy with that. They're happy to punch it over the line, get it started again. Let's have another wrestle in this area. That's how they're playing, and they've been instructed that way by the look of it. It's not a pretty way, but it may be effective.
Dogs fans thought Waitman was ridden into the turf. Umpire didn't see it that way.
Himmelberg also put his fist through the ball and knocked it out into the car park, so they had to get a new one off the bench. It's spun him now, comes to Dunkley. Great tackle from Murphy. He's dispossessed, spills to Rochelle, kicks to half forward. G. O'Brien was underneath it, ripped off it. Ump says play on. Keys to Laird, and Laird fumbles out of play. So a throw in half forward for the Crows, 50 out.
Keys a left footer. He should have banged that to the top of the square. Well.
Not Sells' car. He's got a 2K hike back to his car. He wasn't happy about that.
No, I'm not pleased.
Not the 1A.
I'll have to get a taxi.
One of 6 lefties in the team for Adelaide today. From the boundary throw in, Laird, first disposal here, kicks to the top of the goal square. O'Brien spoils it away. They all compete for the footy out at half forward for the Crows, and McNeil's on the bottom of that pack. He's locked up straight away by McAdam, and we'll have a ball up, 30 out from the Adelaide goal. And the only team to have scored in this second half, they lead it by 7 points.
Himmelberg doing the ruck work against Steph Martin. Comes down to Liberatore of the Bulldogs. Good burst speed away from the contest. Kicks up to the wing. Frampton in front. Marks in front of Shaki.
Well, Shaki's
got to get
forward.
up the ground, Shaki.
Another intercept mark for Frampton. Back inside the centre square, where Jordan Dawson's just controlling traffic. And now to Matt Crouch. Not a lot of movement further afield, so Crouch just sends it long in the direction of Frampton. 3 to compete against. O'Brien brought it down to the front. Dunkley with a hand pass to McRae. To Scott through traffic, turn it over to Duday. Kicks to 50. Hately with the hand pass to Keys. Standing start from 48. It's out to the left. And Adelaide are peppering the goals. 1-2 in this third quarter. Crows by 8 points.
Keys in his 44th consecutive game. It's the longest streak of any Crows player. A hell of a career turnaround, really, after his fade out in Brisbane. Off the list, and then a career revival as Bailey Dale out of the defensive 50, kicks down the wing, and Norton's outmarked by Butts.
Well, they've continually been stopped now. 10 minutes in, they can't get a past their centre at the moment, the Bulldogs. Frampton, Butts, Jordan Dawson, Duday, absolutely rock solid at the minute.
Incredible.
But short to Scholl. And Scholl is just going to load up and kick it to a contest at half forward. Gardner spoils, but straight down to McHenry. 48 out at half forward. Shoots a high kick towards the goal mouth. Charging out to meet it, McAdam can't mark. Falls to Murphy. His hand pass back into dispute, and McAdam stands up with it again. And locked up immediately. The umpire says, I'll have it. So a ball up 20 metres out from Adelaide's goal. Winning the territory battle at the moment and winning the game. They're up by 8 points.
Neither ruck got a hand to it. Liberatore got the clearance straight to the boundary line though. His kick is out on the full.
You can see the numbers around the ball.
It was touched on the way through. So a boundary throw in right on the 50-metre arc for the Adelaide Crows.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
The wind's picked up a little bit now here, and it is favouring that northern side of the ground where Adelaide are kicking, so it might help them lock the ball in that half of the ground as well.
Adelaide by 8 points. O'Brien straight down to Liberatore. To Brodie Smith. Kicks inside the 50. Bailey Williams takes a good contested mark. Just 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks to Treloar in the left back pocket. Out to McRae, who works it up to Bailey Smith. He comes up to possession number 20, so he was running hot in the first quarter. Not as much since then.
Dangerous centering kick to Daly. Turns it over. Gallant picks it up for Adelaide. Bangs it goalward, but again he's offline. A minor score for the Crows, so the Bulldogs are 3-7. Adelaide are now 4-10. They lead it by 9 points. 13 minutes into this third term. They are all over the Dogs here in the third quarter.
10-3, the inside 50s as Daniels brings the Dogs back into play. Williams has to try and clean it up.
He didn't push him.
Around the boundary line.
There's nothing there.
And in the end, McHenry has given away the free kick, shoving Taylor DeRay on the boundary.
You're allowed to push in the side. It's okay.
By a team, that wasn't the case.
Obviously
here.
not.
Taylor DeRay gets the free kick at left half back.
A penalty's for a push in the back.
Sends it long towards Shaki and Cordy. Both are there for the Dogs. Neither can take them up.
Oh, 2 headbutts.
Keys coming one direction, Scott the other. Almost bounce into each other like two bulls. It ricochets out to McNeil. Hand pass to Smith. Inside 50. Norton doubles back, turns front on and takes the mark. He was racing back to the goal mouth with Butts for company and then realised the kick was going to fall shallow. Turned around and led up to the footy. It was good forward craft as he marked low on his chest and will shoot on goal on a 45-degree angle from about 25 metres out.
Norton's got one so far. On his right foot. Have another go.
The Dogs need him to lead the way here. with 14 goals for the season so far. Aaron Norton, their spearhead, comes in and steers it through the middle. Their first goal since the 23-minute mark of the opening term comes through Aaron Norton. And Adelaide's lead is cut back to 3 points. The Crows 4-10-34 to the Bulldogs 4-7-31. 14 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You're with Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
I tell you what, it's a battle out here. The two sides are really working hard against each other. Norton took a really good mark down low. That's not really his go. He's usually a flyer and a charger up the middle of the ground. And sometimes his left foot is not the best, but that was perfect. That's exactly what they require. That's the first goal they've had for 2 quarters.
Almost 2 quarters.
2 quarters. So that's the first goal, and Norton picked it up. There's a bit of a rush down the side of the ground. But this is a battle between all of them, if you watch it. There's numbers around the ball. It's a contest.
All of a sudden, just a 3-point game. The Crows lead it, and they get the centre break. Laird hands it to Crouch, kicks to centre half forward. Walker arrives late as the footy's dropping right in front of the two players behind him and takes it for himself. And now Walker can shoot true centre half forward. He's about 45 out.
Obviously into the bruise.
I think it's with a slight bruise. Taylor Walker turns 32 on Monday. He skips in at centre half forward. His drop punt fades to the left, and it's a behind.
He kicked it well.
He's still one away from a milestone. Career goals 499 at the moment for Tex.
Bulldogs quickly bring it back into play. Dale to DeRay at half-back. They're trying to move it quickly around the outer wing. Found McComb, who takes the mark on his chest. Has options in the middle of the ground. Wants to go more than direct than that. Bontempelli down low. Takes the mark at right half forward. Hand pass to DeRay, who kept running. He was over the boundary line when he received the hand pass from the Bont, and the umpire says throw it in.
After that Walker behind, Crows by 4, of course. 4-11 to 4-7. 16 played in the third.
So Tex Worker, the all-time leading goal scorer for the Crows on 499 goals. Halfway to Buddy. Thrown back in. Steph Martin taps it down on the bottom of the pack. Laird can't clear it. Still a chance for Scholl. Got it out to Matt Crouch. He takes a bounce as he runs the outer side. Works it to Lockie Murphy, who draws an opponent, gives it back to Laird. Good linkage now to Walker at right half forward. He kicks inside 50. Where's McAdam? Where's Michelle? Neither can get there. And Scott takes them up.
They all ran back.
Goal square.
They all ran back to the goal square when you have to come towards the ball kicker. No one gets it.
So Scott out of the defensive 50, heads to halfback Williams. Takes a nice mark. Brodie Smith went a little early. Hand pass inside to Dale, who kicks from that eastern wing down to Jamara and just edged underneath it by Frampton, who takes another intercept mark at centre half back. They've done well, the Crows defenders today. Swings his kick out to the western wing. And Braden Cook takes the mark. He's got a couple of runners alongside him. Cook decides to go himself. Wrong foot's Waitman from the logo. Kicks inside 50. Gallant leaps up. No mark. There's a free. It's coming back. It's going the Bulldogs' way.
I reckon it was McAdam went for the fly and was up with the hands in the back.
Yeah. So Jaray's going to take it, and he'll come wide to O'Brien, who marks at half-back. Up against the boundary line for the Bulldogs. Crows by 4 points. 18 played third quarter.
Billy Frampton's had 7 marks for 7 intercept possessions. Into his direction as well this time, but big Riley O'Brien takes the mark over Steph Martin.
Their big boys have killed him in the air.
Hand passes it away to Frampton. Kicks long towards Walker in the pack. Flies, can't come down with a footy. Running onto it, Murphy stripped of it, then laid the tackle on Daniel. Trying to feed the hand pass out to Dunkley on all fours for the Dogs. Can't get it clear. Walker has a go. Bulldozes a path forward.
Kick.
Got it to Keys. Squaring kick for Gallant. He takes the mark on his chest. And Bontempelli trying to make up ground, and he's grabbing that left shoulder.
Great work by Keys. You've got to centre that ball. Can't actually put it through the goals from that area. And everyone was set for it, and they all knew. And Gallant took a really good mark under pressure.
That was terrific by Tex. Walker there.
Walker too,
cleared the path.
There's a few players to keep an eye on, which Lauren will do so. McAdams has come to the boundary. Bontempelli with that shoulder. But all eyes are on Lockie Gallant at the moment. Trying to answer back after the Bulldogs goal at the other end. to stretch it back out to a 10-point advantage. Lockie Gallant comes in. That's a nice set shot. Finishes it straight over the goal umpire's hat and steers it through. So the Crows out by 10 points. They've kicked 2 goals to 1 in this third quarter. They're 5-11-41 to the Bulldogs 4-7-31. We've played 19 minutes in the third term on ABC Sport.
You just wonder now. What do we got? About 6.5 minutes remaining in this quarter. Adelaide have had the better this quarter, I think, particularly across half-back. The Bulldogs have continually kicked it to Frampton and Dode.
2 goals to 1.
Cook, Dawson, Luke Brown's been really good on Cody Waitman. But that momentum now of going forward and continually putting the Bulldogs under pressure. It's 2 goals to 1 this quarter. And can they sneak another 2 more and go in with a handy lead in this last quarter?
And a few more points too as well to add to it.
Since quarter time, they've outscored them 3-7 to 1-2.
Yeah.
So really, they should be in front by more, the Crows. We're going to have another ball up in the middle. So it's at 25 points to 8 since quarter time. We're closing in on 3-quarter time. Crows by 10. From the restart, comes to Scott, and he's playing on the ball again today. Going to Liberatore. Great tackle from Laird. Hand pass ended up with Richards, though, the Bulldogs. He gives it to Scott. Squeezes a little kick out, but straight to Cook. Beautiful half-volley pick-up. He hands it to Dawson. Kicks to the outer wing for Gallant. Heads down to half-forward. Short kick, Rochelle. Takes the mark right on the 50.
I hate that when they walk back slowly.
I've liked Cook's game. He's had he's only had 12 possessions, but he looks very cool, calm and collected. He looks very composed when he has the ball in his hand, makes good decisions.
Doesn't this man love the big moment? Josh Rochelle is the youngest player on the ground. Went back with confidence. He's going to have to kick it from 55 out, the boundary line, 5 in on his right-hand side. His drop punt sails goal, but it won't get there. Gallant flies high. Free kick for a push. It's going the Bulldogs' way on the last line. And in amongst really a whole pack of players on the behind line, they've plucked out a free for Ryan Gardner, who's going to take it for the Dogs.
Quick dash out of defence and puts it towards Cordy. Tall timber support with O'Brien coming in from the side. Takes the mark in front of Duday. Hand passes back to Brodie Smith. Eventually gets it to him inside the 50. Doesn't get to him, but it does to Rochelle. A push out though, and Richards is going to take it.
That's 3 or 4 in the back half.
Yep.
Against the Adelaide Crows.
It's probably fair to say the umpires aren't doing their bit for this spectacle.
I know.
Reached a great standard. It is, yeah.
Still haven't had a 50 today?
No. Inside 50s, though, are starting to stack up. 43 to 27 Adelaide's way.
I'm disappointed they haven't had a 50-metre penalty.
8 marks inside 50 for the Crows to 4 for the Dogs. Kick up to the wing. Duday is brought down by 3 Dogs who lay the tackle.
I can tell you, this wouldn't be an easy game to umpire.
No.
It's all over the joint. There. Packs and packs on packs all the time. It's just incredible.
Crows by 10, 22 played in the third term. O'Brien swats it down. Liberatore hands it to Dunkley. Floats a kick down to half forward. Waitman. Waitman takes the sprawling mark. Got a bit of separation from Luke Brown and hangs on to it 60 out. He gets up, kicks to the top of the goal square. Frampton hits the deck hard, looking to spoil. Ball still alive in the back pocket. And in the end, Chase Jones just ferociously attacks it and spills it out of play. It's a good result for Adelaide. And a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Bulldogs, kicking to the southern end in this third quarter. They're down by 10 points, the Dogs. 23 minutes played in the third term.
They've kicked 1 goal since just before quarter time from the throw-in. A chance for Laird for the Crows on half-back, trying to get it to Murphy. Ended up running onto it himself. Hand pass to Berry. And smothered by Bailey Dale, whose left hand is just ringing a little bit.
It's not a pretty game.
No. Bailey Dale was successful with the smother there. Tried to pretend it didn't hurt, and then by the end just conceded it stung a bit. Thrown back in. Martin and Riley O'Brien. O'Brien wins down the tap. A chance still for Murphy, who kept his feet when it looked like he was going to lose them. Hurries a kick up towards Tex. It's through his fingertips. And Gardner, nice sidestep to get around Taylor Walker. He sends it out on the full. Number 5 on this.
It was ambitious, the sidestep.
Yep. Number 5 out on the full on this western wing. Warren Borden on the boundary.
Bontempelli looks fine. He's just getting some last instructions before going onto the field. McAdams just there took part in that play. he had a corky on his right calf. So he's already come off for a bit of a left knee complaint, came off for a right calf, but back on.
Which way's the wind blowing, Lauren?
It's swirling around a little bit down here. It was blowing completely to the left of your radio dial, blowing a bit across, and now favouring a little bit of the right. So everyone gets a share.
Thanks, Lauren.
Good luck with that.
From the boundary throw-in, he's led. He's tackled immediately by Liver and pinged holding the ball. So free kick for the Dogs. Adelaide by 10 points, 24 travelled in the third. Liver kicks off a step down to the bottom, a one-on-one. Jones does well to reach around and get a spoil in. Spills to Berry. Treloar tackles him. Umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up 70 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. Just a metre or two in from the boundary line on this western side. A bit of urgency from the Dogs as we tick towards three-quarter time.
Caught into the ruck, taps it over the boundary line as O'Brien lost his footing. So they've got Shaki, Bontempelli, Norton, Ugelhagen and Waitman inside their forward 50. And this feels like the Dogs have gone back to their old ways of trying to get it in as quickly and long as possible. O'Brien wins down the tap. Liberatore sharks it for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bayley Smith. Long kick inside 50. Norton's in the pack. Ugelhagen as well. Brody Smith there for the Crows. The Bont tries to bust away through. Lost the footy. Smith takes it for the Crows. Hand pass to Haley. Long and direct. Straight down the middle towards Himmelberg. Almost took the mark. Brought down by O'Brien. Had to Ray front and centre. Dale didn't take it cleanly. Gallant lays the tackle. Still a chance for the Crows. Hand pass from Keys. Got it to Himmelberg. Thrown into the turf. McHenry wanted a free kick. He was tackled in non-possession. The umpire didn't buy that. And Caleb Daniel kicks out to the outer wing, where McRae takes the mark for the Western Bulldogs.
Averaging 32 touches a game. Jack McRae this year is playing in his 8th game at the venue, so he's played more games here than anyone else, along with Josh Dunkley, both in their 8th appearance. He goes short to Daniel, and Daniel heads out wide with a kick to Norton. He marks 70 from home. Short kick to Duray. Marks right on the 50-metre arc. As he goes back to take his kick, he's 55 out. Kicking to the southern end, just lays it up to the top of the goal square. Duday again in the front of the pack. Can't mark. Spills to Shatney. Shatney shoots hurriedly and kicks it. Something out of nothing for the Bulldogs. And Josh Shatney delivers it. In his first game since round 1, Shatney puts the Bulldogs within a kick. As we tick towards three-quarter time, the Bulldogs 5-7-37, Adelaide 5-11-41. It's the Crows by 4 points, 27 travelled in the third.
Well, they're not separated by much, these two. A couple of points here and a couple of points there. Every quarter's been in the game. There's 4 points in this game at this stage, and it's still with Adelaide in their hands. The ball's gone up and down the ground, and it's been scrappy, it's been ordinary, but just every now and then you see a glimpse of really good stuff. And Shucky, who's been much maligned, I would think, in his career so far, picks up one that they actually needed. Well done to the young man.
4 individual goal scorers for both sides, and the Bulldogs close it to inside a goal. Keys trying to break clear, tackled by Bontempelli. Treloar takes the advantage, almost run down by Berry. Toe pokes it inside the 50. Liberatore fires on goal and misses to the right. Adelaide's lead is 3 points. 27 minutes gone, third term.
Adelaide have dominated large parts of this game, and yet the Bulldogs are within 3 points just before three-quarter time. Frampton long kick the wing. Himmelberg hands to it, can't mark. Comes down to O'Brien of the Crows. Hand pass to Jones, to Keys. Dale's got him. Hurried hand pass. Berry's on the end of it. Collects, gives it to McHenry.
That's a free kick.
McHenry tackled by Bayley Smith. Umpire circles and says ball up in the middle of the ground. And we think around 10,000 in at Eureka Stadium, finding their voice for the home team and the Bulldogs just before three-quarter time. They've been trailed for much of the day. We've got another stoppage in the same spot as Berry's locked up again. Third go at it in the middle of the ground. O'Brien grabs it out of the ruck, tried to hand it to Keys. Volleyball spike from the Bont to centre-half forward, but cut off by Dawson. He hurriedly kicks to the wing.
For a chance for Himmelberg to run onto it, but he left it behind. Bailey Dale didn't do that. Picked it up and kicks a worm burner around the boundary line. As Treloar tries to gather, he goes over the line. Boundary throw in, right half forward for the Dogs. It's Adelaide leading by 3 points. Crows got out by as much as 10 points in this third quarter.
Oh, that's a weak throw.
Throw in, shallow throw in. O'Brien runs on it for Adelaide. Hand pass to Scholl. to Jones, to Matt Crouch, kicks end over end towards Berry, is able to brush off a Dunkley tackle and get it back to Scholl, kicks towards Himmelberg, in from the side to Ray, spoils it towards the boundary line for the Dogs. Walker and Dale are happy to see it across. And a boundary thrown in front of the two benches.
I apologise to the umpire. They've had that many throw-ins on this side. He'd have to be worn out, I reckon.
Yeah, needs that rocket arm. Here he goes. Throws it as far as he can, but once more it's shallow. O'Brien runs onto it. Hand past the Keys. Kicks towards half forward. Himmelberg in front. Good body work from O'Brien. He nudged him underneath. And then sees the ball out of play for a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Adelaide Crows. They lead by 3 points.
And it comes again. O'Brien and Cordy. O'Brien wins it down. Here's Jones. Hand pass away to Crouch. Puts it back into traffic. Haitley extracts it. Got it to Berries. Kick inside 50. Smothered. Ricochets towards O'Brien, who's tackled as soon as he grabs it. And that'll do us through 3 quarters. A 3-point game. Adelaide lead at 5-11-41. The Western Bulldogs 5-8-38. We've had a couple of lead changes. The Crows kicked the first 2 goals of the game. The Bulldogs the next 3. Walker kicks the only goal in the second term. And then we had goals alternating in that third quarter, 2 apiece for the term. So after scores were level at halftime, it's now the Crows by 3 at 3-quarter time. The goal kicker, Shane McAdam, has a couple. 1 to Taylor Walker, 1 to Lockie Scholl, and 1 to Lockie Gollant. Meanwhile, for the Bulldogs, Aaron Norton has 2 singles for Trelaw, Ugelhagen and Shackey. 3-quarter time at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. Game on here. It's a 3-point lead for the Crows on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Some shows are informative, others are entertaining, but only one show is a bona fide public service.
Unprecedented in modern times.
The team at The Weekly watches all the news so that you don't have to, and puts it all together again so you know everything you need to and nothing you don't.
Story after story.
The Weekly. If you give us 30 minutes, we'll give you the week.
The new season of The Weekly.
Some assembly required.
Back this Wednesday night on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Kenny's coming one direction, Scott the other. Almost bounce into each other like 2 bulls. It ricochets out to McNeil. Hand pass to Smith. Inside 50. Norton doubles back, turns front on and takes the mark. Aaron Norton, their spearhead, comes in and steers it through the middle. Murphy stripped of it, then laid the tackle on Daniel. Trying to feed the hand pass out to Dunkley on all 4s for the Dogs. Can't get it clear. Walker has a go. Bulldozers a path forward.
Kick.
Got it to Keys. Squaring kick for Gallant. He takes the mark on his chest. Lockie Gallant comes in. That's a nice set shot. Finishes it straight over the goal umpire's hat.
Duray. As he goes back to take his kick, he's 55 out. Kicking to the southern end, just lays it up to the top of the goal square. Duday again in the front of the pack. Can't mark. Spills to Shackey. Shackey shoots hurriedly and kicks it. Something out of nothing for the Bulldogs.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Crows in front by 3 points at 3-quarter time. They're almost the best bang for your entertainment buck in the competition this year, the Crows. They played in 3 thrillers already. They played in 3 games decided by 4 points or less. They've won 1 of them, dropped a couple, a 1-point loss to Fremantle and a 4-point loss to Essendon. They're trying to win back-to-back games for the first time since the opening month of last season, rounds 3 and 4, the last time the Crows won consecutive games. Our next stop on Grandstand AFL is the City of Churches at Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide and West Coast. Aaron Bryant's heading up the call with this preview as...
Corby 0-5, the all-important ledger today. It's not only Port Adelaide's worst start to a season and their record for season 2022, but it's actually their results against West Coast at Adelaide Oval as well. We've had plenty of thrillers. All their contests here decided by 10 points or under, so looking forward to the contest this afternoon. The Eagles love a major scalp here in South Australia. Today could be their toughest yet, though. They're leaning on debutant Luke Stranatica to lead their ruck stocks. He's 24 years of age, making his debut against the Power, a former Docker as well at 202 centimetres. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, bolstered by the return of Brownlow medalist Ollie Wines after that heart irregularity. So great to see him back out there so quickly. In terms of the late changes, they've just come through, so I'm going to try and squeeze them in while I can. The medical subs for the Eagles, Zach Langdon. For the Power, we've got Lockie Jones in. Carl Amon has officially been named after originally being omitted. So Miles Bergman comes out with illness, which is a big in, I imagine, for Port Adelaide. I know he wasn't informed, Carl Amon, but certainly another big name to add into their rotation of the midfield outfit. Looking forward to this one, Corby. A special guest in the box as well, AFL Hall of Famer Nathan Burke to join us alongside Stephen Williams. Neil Cross will call the action alongside me. I'm a bit worried of what will become of Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley if they slump to 0-6, but you never know what can happen at the Adelaide Oval. Looking forward to this one on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Aaron. The news as it happened. So Carl Amon, a late in for Port Adelaide despite being left out at selection. Crows by 3 points here. Game on the line, Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. Mark McClure, Adam Romanascus.
So I think what needs to happen from a Bulldogs point of view is they're getting beaten up around the contest now. Adelaide are just swarming that contest, tackling, then just trying to surge the ball forward in some capacity. Bulldogs need to take players away from the contest now. They just need to open. They need to try to open this game up. I know it's only a couple of points, 3 points the margin, but 19 inside 50s to 8 in that quarter in Adelaide's favour. So as this game, you're going to get tighter and tighter as this game now wears on into the last quarter. The Bulldogs look like when they're out and running, yep, the game looks fine to them. In close, it's all the Crows at the minute. Keys, Laird, Matt Crouch, even Ned McHenry when he's gone up onto the ball. Lockie Murphy comes up around the back of the stoppage and flies through there. So it's a really, really interesting one because usually the Bulldogs' strength is the numbers around the contest where they get the ball, but I'm asking the Bulldogs and Luke Beveridge maybe take some players away in this last quarter and see what happens.
They had to move Bont into the middle of the ground. You know he's not 100%. They put him in the middle of the ground at the start of the quarter and he went okay, but I haven't seen him after that. Where's he gone now? Haven't seen him up forward. He's hardly touched the ball in a sense. They're just about to start. Let me tell you, the last quarter is going to be fantastic.
And we'll need it to decide the outcome. Still in dispute here with a quarter to go. Crows by 3. O'Brien wins the tap. Down to Laird. Hand pass to Keys. Kicks out of the centre square. Crows get the break to centre half forward. G. Frampton and Scott bang bodies. The pack forms behind them. And we'll have a ball up at centre half forward here for the Crows. It was Himmelberg, in fact.
Yeah.
The opposite Blondie.
Good contest. Bang.
Up it goes. Centre half forward for Adelaide. O'Brien wins it down. Here's Murphy. Chucks it on his boot. Rochelle in front. Can't complete the mark. Spills to Dale. Hand pass to Williams. He can kick out of the defensive 50.
We're from behind. McRae trying to compete. Dawson almost had enough to claim the mark. Umpire didn't pay it. Brodie Smith over the footy as Wakeman locks it in with McRae over the top. There was that one where Rochelle wasn't paid the mark and O'Brien got the free kick. And Rochelle put his arms out as if, for what? Mm-hmm. And then Taylor Dray put the arms out and said, what about a free kick for arms out? That was the only one I saw on the replay. Goodness me, if that's what we're going to become.
Gone.
Holding the footy as Bontempelli tried to surge clear from the stoppage. Brodie Smith got him, and that's no easy task. Locking up the Bont.
Territory you need, Brodie.
So Smith has it on the wing for Adelaide. Sends them inside 50. Himmelberg the marking target. O'Brien's there, he pucks the mark. No! Umpire said O'Brien in front had hands on the footy as well. Oh, I would have almost given it to O'Brien. I thought he had enough of it. Right, yeah, good call. Riley O'Brien. Tim O'Brien was in front. Martin knocks it down to the front.
O'Brien and O'Brien.
Yeah,
Windscreens.
Unable to clear it was Riley O'Brien, and the umpire will throw it up. You have a go, Colby.
2 O'Briens, 2 Smiths, and Himmelberger looks like Frampton playing by the ground. Here's Dunkley, who tries to come away with a footy off the deck, hands it to Scott. Scott's tackled by Dawson, and the umpire says ball up. Plus all the Baileys, of course, that are running around out there for the Bulldogs today, just to keep us honest. Up it goes. As Martin wins it down. McRae tries to extract it out of there. Free kick here. Coming in. The Bont. In fact, Dunkley throwing his head back. He's going to get the free kick. at half-back for the Bulldogs. So lays off a hand pass out to Dale. Kicks a long ball down the wing. Floating through, Butts can't complete the mark. Still alive, just inside the boundary line. Scholl gives it to Duday. Under pressure, his hand pass in front of Scott. And Scott in the end's happy to see it out. So a boundary throw in, western side of the ground, right in front of the interchange gates. Adelaide lead it by 3 points. 2.5 minutes into the final term. 5-11 Adelaide. The Bulldogs 5-8.
Toss back in, O'Brien, that's Riley, knocks it down to the front, got it to Keys, kicks towards half forward, Hamilton, good strong mark in front of Tim O'Brien, quick hand pass away to Murphy, sends it along towards Walker, is out the back, he takes the mark, thought about taking a step and snapping around his body, he'll go back and have the stock standard set shot on a 45-degree angle.
Such a smart lead by Tex, because he went forward and got Gardner to turn his head, then double backed on him. It was perfect forward play by Tex Walker. This should be goal 500 for him.
So looking to put Adelaide out to a 9-point advantage in this final term as well. The former Adelaide Crows captain served his 6-week suspension, back into the Adelaide lineup and steers through goal 500. And they come from everywhere to celebrate with Adelaide's all-time leading goal scorer. Taylor Walker, the Adelaide Crows coaching staff showed faith in him, and he hasn't let them down in the early stages of the season. There's still a bit left to come in Taylor Walker's playing career.
And they separate themselves by 9 points in front at this stage. They get themselves out to a little lead, Adelaide, and it was all set up by a really good contest on the wing here, and a handball out, and then bang long straight to the forward line, and you take the territory straight down there. And Tex Walker, he was clever, he's smart, a ripper kick, and he's played a really big role in this lead at this stage.
So Tex Walker 500 goals for the Crows. Tony Modra 440, Eddie Betts 310.
And a massive goal in the context of the game, the first of the final term. The Dogs haven't kicked one yet to the northern end of the ground. They need at least 2 to win it. Back in the middle, Liberatore gets the centre clearance. Shaki crashes the pack, spills the mark. Sliding in Trelaw, wins it at centre half forward for the Bulldogs. Hands it to McNeil, he kicks wide, and Jamara takes the mark at left half forward for the Bulldogs.
Someone get hold of Bont.
And the man on the mark's about 47 metres out from the goal line, so let's see what Ugelhagen can do from distance here. Kick one in the opening term. Haven't seen a heap of him since, the former number 1 pick. Ugelhagen slides off his left boot. He misses the whole set.
He's had 3 possessions. This is his 4th.
A poor finish. He kicks it out on the full. Yeah. 6-11 to 5-8. 5 minutes into the final term. Adelaide by 9.
Frampton into Dawson. He can chip it over the top to Luke Brown. Adelaide by 9. Short to Laird. How big would this be for the Crows to beat last year's grand finalists in Ballarat? Can the Dogs muster up a final quarter surge? Long kick to the wing. O'Brien, Riley underneath it. Spoiled away by Garden across the boundary line, where Anthony Scott's there. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Another blood rule issue for Adelaide. Brody Smith has gone running down into the rooms. He had blood coming from his right eye, so gone down into the rooms again to get that fixed up.
Thanks, Lauren. Thrown back in. Steph Martin wins down the tap for the Dogs, but straight to Keys. Kicks up towards Walker in a tangle with Gardner. Running onto it, Lockie Murphy against the boundary. Great kick. Into the pocket. Finds Rochelle.
Now he must kick this.
In fact, it's McAdam again once more.
They look
in the
similar.
right
Same
pocket.
haircuts.
Rochelle's so quick on the lead that you assume it's him, but McAdam has shown that's been his role starting in the goal square. He's been able to kick a couple of goals for what it's worth as well. This will be big. This has put Adelaide out by 15 points. Shane McAdam, deep in the right forward pocket, comes in, starts at the left, and it won't fade back. It's right to the behind line, and in the end, it's punched through by Ed Richards for a minor score.
He didn't hit it hard.
Adelaide by 10.
30 metres.
The Crows led it by 13 early in the game. We've had 2 lead changes. The Bulldogs' biggest lead was 7 points, and that came at quarter time as Daniel sends it in to Dale. He goes long down the wing over the back. Martin just swats it down and out of play, so we're throwing on the broadcast wing. Crows by 10 points. A low-scoring affair here in Ballarat. It is a glorious day. A little cool, but 17 degrees according to the Bureau from the boundary throw-in. Martin, hand pass away towards McRae. Links up with Bayley Smith. They get it out of the stoppage. The Dogs kicks to centre half forward. No mark for Jamara. Has a second go. Takes on the tackler. Hand pass into the path of McComb. He went without it. The Crows now with the numbers. Oh, gee, Berry gave it away to Scholl. Scholl lost the handle. Close to the boundary line. Norton's going to keep it alive in the pocket. Bulldogs back with it. Bontempelli, the fend off. He can't finish.
Kick it into the car park.
Hits the fat part of the footy and blows his snap from the pocket right across the goal mouth, and it's out of bounds in the opposite pocket. A boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. They'll get another crack at it. Crows by 10. 8 minutes played in the final quarter.
A lot of players around this throw-in. Dogs have it in attack. Norton's going to do the ruck work against Riley O'Brien. Norton knocking it down towards the Bont. Couldn't pick it up. A chance for Treloar. Gathers hard against the boundary. Snaps on goal. Impossible angle. What a finish. Adam Treloar from the top shelf with his second. And Adelaide's lead is cut back to 4 points. 6-12-48 the Crows. The Western Bulldogs 6-8-44. Well, the Bont tried in the left forward pocket. Adam Treloar was able to execute in the right. A great piece of individual brilliance.
That was just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, really. So just it was a scrap inside the Bulldogs forward 50 after that boundary line throw in. Treloar good enough just to tap that ball in front of him to give him that little bit of space, and really just jammed it on that right foot for the impossible angle to kick a goal. So again, like the Crows have started this quarter well. They've started better than the Bulldogs, but the Dogs just find a way just to hang in there at the moment.
They've done a lot right all day, Adelaide, and yet lead it by just 4 points. 10 minutes into the final term. O'Brien wins. That's Riley O'Brien wins the hit out in the middle, down to Crouch. Got his arm free in the tackle. Hands it to Brodie Smith. Kicks to centre half forward. Unkind bounce for Daniel. Sits for McHenry. McHenry goals on the run. Back to 10 points Adelaide's way. The immediate response from the Crows out of the middle. And at the 10-minute mark of the final term, Ned McHenry restores a double-digit advantage for the visitors. Adelaide 7-12-54. The Bulldogs 6-8-44. Grandstand AFL.
It's taken us 100 minutes to get 10 goals in. Now we've had 2 in a minute, which has been exciting because this is the crescendo of the game. And all of a sudden McHenry bounces into his hands. Clearance out of the centre of the ground. Quickly straight in. Bang. Goal. This has been not the most exciting game, but it's a very interesting game for both clubs. They're both fighting for a spot. They both want to improve, and Adelaide are going really well.
Poor old Caleb Daniel got the bounce. Sometimes he kicks, sometimes he get kicked. He got one there. Here's Keys trying to get the clearance for Adelaide. Retreats back to the back edge of the centre square. Matt Crouch couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Here's Bayley Smith. Hand pass out. McComb inside 50. Shackey takes the mark. In the end, he's right on 50, which you would have thought is beyond him, but he has kicked a goal already. Josh Shackey setting himself up with the intent to try and strike from long range. Not looking to give it off. Veers out to the left. Shackey gives it everything, and it's out to the left. It won't have the distance. Norton used his body, trying to clear a path. Waitman's there, front and centre as well. Squeezing a kick forward. Dunkley, bouncing ball across the goal mouth. And Dawson for the Crows. Hand pass to Keys. Couldn't clear the congestion. Shackey couldn't pick it up cleanly. Dale good. He's locked up. Brodie Smith. Good tackle. The Bulldogs retreat outside 50 to Richards. His hand pass too wide for Bayley Smith, and it goes out in front of him and Rochelle for a boundary throw-in. 60 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. It's still Adelaide by 10 points. 11 minutes gone, final term.
2-1 in this final quarter for the Crows. They're 4-1 in final terms this season so far, so they do finish well. This young Adelaide team, Riley O'Brien grabs it out of the ruck. Cordy tackles into the ground. Umpire says play on. Comes to Scholl. He snaps a kick down the eastern wing. Gallant out to meet it. Spun around. Dispossessed. Umpire says a throw. Holding the ball and a free kick for the Dogs. And Bailey Dale is going to take it. His team down by 10, final quarter. Dale gives it a whack, kicks to the hot spot. Frampton reaching over the back, can't complete the mark. It'll come to the Crows anyway, out the back. Butts gives it to Jones, and Jones just a surge kick up to the wing.
Waiting underneath it, O'Brien, hoping he got a favourable bounce. In the end, it backpedalled and found Caleb Daniels, so he gets one back the other way between wing and half forward. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Landing awkwardly was Dunkley and also Chase Jones, whose left shoulder looks a bit worse for wear. It's a throw-in for the Dogs inside their forward 50.
Horrible feeling where you lose your legs when you're in the air.
Yeah, Chase Jones. Thrown back in, clears Riley O'Brien and Cordy. Knocked down by Scott to Smith. Squeeze the kick inside 50. Dunkley on the bounce. Hand pass to Scott. To Bontempelli. 48 metres out. Hacks it to the top of the goal square. Well spoiled by Butts. Shackey on the goal line. It's finished in the end.
Wow.
I'm not sure how the Western Bulldogs managed to muster that up. But in the end, Norton was able to knock it on and Shackey was able to finish it for his second. They'll take him. Anyway, they'll come at the moment. The Crows lead is cut back to 4 points. The Dogs 7-8-50, trailing Adelaide 7-12-54. Adam Remenaskis and Mark McClure.
Well, it was chaos, really. That's what had happened to it. They just got the ball inside there. They had a contest, and Shackey just threw his foot at it and went straight through the middle. I thought it might have been touched, but no eye known. And good on them. You've got to be in the right spot. It's a territory game. You kick it in there, and sometimes the ball bounces your way. And it bounced straight to Shackey. He just put his boot there, and the rest is history.
Neither team have kicked back-to-back goals in the second half. So the last time the Dogs kicked back-to-back goals was the later stages of the opening quarter. They've got the last here and within 4 points. Cordy down to Liver. Hand pass to Smith. Kicks for Waitman. It bounced square off his head. Comes down to Frampton. Frampton to Dudo. Crunched in the tackle. McNeil hands it out to Dunkley. Dunkley puts the Dogs in front. 2 in a minute for the Bulldogs, and they've hit the front midway through the final term. And Eureka Stadium erupts. The Dogs home away from home. They found their voice. The third lead change of the game, and the Bulldogs lead it by a couple off the snap from Josh Dunkley. 8-8-56. Adelaide 7-12-54.
All the Bulldogs players are going to Marcus Bontempelli. It was his tackle on Duday that the ball was able to jam free, where Dunkley was able to run on and kick the goal. Terrific tackle by Bontempelli. Hasn't had a lot of the ball today at all, Bontempelli. I reckon he's only had 10 or 11 possession, or 13 he's had for the game, so well below. But that tackle, huge in the scheme of this game to put the Dogs in front.
The Dogs could only manage 2 goals in almost 2 quarters. They've kicked 3 here. Here's Berry with the clearance for Adelaide. Kicks inside the 50. Tough one for McAdam. Couldn't take the mark. The Dogs emerged from it through Richards. Drives the kick out of the defensive 50. In the pack, Ugelhagen flew. Chase Jones dribbles a little kick forward. Liberatore gets a hand pass forward to Waitman. Jones is still struggling with that shoulder. It comes to Ugelhagen. Kicks towards Norton. From behind, Dunkley tried to fly. And Butts lands awkwardly. There's players worse for wear all over the ground.
He's got to get up. Come on, get back into position.
Jordan Butts slowly getting to his feet as Norton streamed back to the goal mouth.
This game isn't over. There's 10 minutes in it.
Umpire to throw it in 70 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. The 2 rucks tangle. Steph Martin and Riley O'Brien. It comes down to Bontempelli inside the 50. Sharked down by Frampton into the left forward pocket. And Waitman can't run onto it. A throw in the Bulldogs forward 50. They lead by 2 points.
Crows led it by 10 at the 10-minute mark of this final term. We've now travelled 16 minutes, and the Dogs are in front by a couple after back-to-back goals for the first time since the opening quarter. From the boundary throw, and it comes to Lever to Treloar, almost kicking in danger. Jones soccers it out of the defensive 50. Ump says play on. Coming back, though, Duray on the wing for the Bulldogs. Kicks a high ball to half forward.
Good mark.
Good mark. It's Lockie Scholl who takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. Short kick to Jones. Can the Crows get something going in transition now? Looks in the middle of the ground for Crouch. Had the hand pass, didn't give it. Now lifts it over to Laird. Up in the front half. His hand pass reaches Murphy. 70 from home. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Tim O'Brien underneath it. No mark. Still alive inside the Crows forward 50. McHenry puts his head over it. Pack forms around him. Umpire says ball up. 35 metres out from the Adelaide goal. It is the Bulldogs by 2 points, who have trailed most of the day, 17 minutes into the last.
Walker doing the ruck work, took it out of the ruck, fires on goal and blazes it out to the right. Into the crowd in front of the old scoreboard here at Eureka Stadium. And the Bulldogs will take it out of bounds on the full. Dogs by 2 points. When you do see that happen, you realise how hard it is what Tom Hawkins does on a regular basis. We take it for granted, but it's such a fine art to use your body and then be able to execute. Gardner long out of defence for the Dogs, up towards Waitman. Riley O'Brien spoiled it down. Laird squeezed the kick inside 50 and finds the target. McAdam once more in from stage left. Takes the mark, but he's suffering from a bit of cramp.
Stay down then.
Well, it did work after the siren when Lockie Murphy was taken high. The circumstances were slightly different.
Well, he kicked one from here not so far away, did he? Not long ago.
Shane McAdam with 2 goals straight so far, 11 disposals, looking to take back the lead for the Crows. 35 metres out, leaves it out to the left, and it's not a good execution. Out of bounds on the full.
That's why you stay down.
Bulldogs by 2 points. An opportunity goes begging for the Crows.
They've been so good today, Adelaide. 7-12. They now trail the Dogs 8-8. The Bulldogs long out to half-back. Himmelberg tries to knock it to the boundary line, and Keys is happy to see it out. So a throw in between wing and half-forward for Adelaide. Bulldogs by 2. They've kicked the last 2 goals of the game. A bit of work on the Adelaide bench for a couple of the young boys with a bit of cramp. Jackson Haitley, one of those. Shallow throw in. They both miss it in a ruck. Comes to Sholey, has a fumble. Treloar doesn't off his backside. Shoots a hand pass out to Bayley Smith. One way then the other. Kicks down the wing, turns it over. Jones takes the intercept mark for the Crows.
Been pretty good, this kid.
He looks to move them towards half forward. Tex comes out. Going back. Richards got a fist onto it. Now has to try and win it at ground level.
Well picked up.
O'Brien, but Keys runs onto it, dribbles it to the goal mouth. It's across the face and through for a minor score to the right. Bulldogs lead by 1 point. 19 minutes gone, final term.
He's been pretty good, Ben Keys. 29 possessions, but he's had, I think that's his 3rd behind or maybe 4th behind for the game now.
He's not clean.
Yeah,
he's not that
behinds.
clean with his kicks, though. That's the problem.
A lot under pressure, but yeah, 4 behind.
That's where he lives.
1-6 for the year for Ben Keys. Daniel the half back to Waitman, drops a chest mark. Mops it up, kicks down the wing, but turns it over.
Get it back in there.
Crows lock it in their front half. This is Duday. He kicks to the hot spot. Big leap, Rochelle can't pull it down. Spills to McHenry. Now McAdam on the bottom of the pack. Dogs get it out back door. Daniel jams it on the boot. Brown competes, no mark at half forward. Dogs win it. McNeil to Martin, and now to Waitman. Draws the defender. Hand pass to McRae. Kicks down the boundary line, and Dunkley marks beneath us.
He's had a huge game, this bloke.
Possession number 28 coming up, including 10 tackles and 6 clearances for Josh Dunkley. Kicks towards Norton with Butts for company. Flying over the top, Frampton. Another intercepting mark.
He's been good too, hasn't he?
Intercept mark number 9 for Frampton. Works it back to Duday inside the defensive 50, and now to Lockie Murphy. Call to play on. The Bulldogs don't surge at him, so he just chips it laterally to the left back pocket where Bayley Smith takes the mark. In fact, it's Lockie Scholl who has it just in front of the Adelaide fans that have made the trek. Comes inboard to Luke Brown. So the Crows just wanting to be careful with the footy here. As he moves it back, Frampton drives now a kick up to the wing. Riley O'Brien will take the mark. He had the mismatch with Cody Waitman.
Well done.
Can chip it over the top. And a chance for Dawson between wing and half forward for the Crows.
Bulldogs by a point. Dawson kicks it deep inside 50. Caught at the back, Gallant, and Tim O'Brien takes the intercept mark.
Oh, it was inches away, though, from a beautiful kick.
Gallant leading into the space in the pocket. O'Brien drops in front of him, so Dogs in the back pocket. Tim O'Brien, long kick to the contest on the wing. They all miss it. Here's Dawson. Hands it to Frampton. Shoots a hand pass to Butts. Surge kick down to half forward. Himmelberg and Gallant both at the drop. No mark for Adelaide. Spills down underneath the lead. Throws it out to Bayley Smith. To Keys. Kicks to Rochelle. The kid's got it. 35 out at centre half forward. Dead in front.
It looked like Keys was just going to jam that ball on his boot and just go long.
Yeah, but the skill level
just
to get
lowered
that
his
kick.
eyes.
Yeah.
Just lowered his eyes at the last moment, Sellers.
That's a great kick.
And found Rochelle.
As much as we find him sometimes slaughter the ball, but that was just pure.
Just 19 years of age. He's done some big things in his short career already in final quarters. Josh Rochelle, the youngest man on the ground to put Adelaide in front. He misses. Out to the right, it's a behind. They've had their moments, Adelaide, in this final term.
All square.
Scores a level. 5 minutes left on the game clock. Adelaide 7-14.
Look at the
Bulldogs.
See, they need to lock this in. Do not let it out.
The Bulldogs 8-8. 23 played in the last, scores level.
Dale goes straight down the middle, wanted Bontempelli, it clears he and Keys, a chance for Dawson to run onto the footy, he left it behind, the Bont tries to knock it on.
Well played.
Chase Jones, great pickup, got it back to Keys, into the middle of the ground for the Crows.
No.
Frampton's half pass, set and led, an enormous challenge, brought down by Steph Martin and Norton. A chance for McNeil, hand pass it straight to Laird of the Crows. Back to Frampton, looking for
Well
Berry,
played, get it
knocks
in
it
there.
on to Smith. Hand pass just a bit loose for McHenry, spins out of the Richards tackle. Got it forward to Sam Berry at right half forward. It's getting desperate now.
That's good stuff.
Smith tackled by Trelaw. No whistle. Now there is holding the footy. As the crowd in Ballarat is going bunter.
Kick the ball, Crows.
Yeah, trying to work it forward by hand and they turn it over. Trelaw kicks up to the wing. Through the hands of Dunkley. Waitman gathers. Kicks towards Shaki. Hard against the boundary. Ugelhagen running the boundary. Taps it on to Shaki. And then tried to run back onto it himself. Butts off his chase. Works him onto the footy. Interesting hand pass back to Jones. He's tackled but pushed in the back.
That was a dangerous
Bontempelli gave
handball.
away the free kick. And he switches
Space.
play out to Murphy in the back pocket.
So Murphy runs to half-back, couple
Get it,
of
the big
bounces. Murphy for the Crows, kicks down to Himmelberg, scores level, time on in the last. Himmelberg marks against the boundary line, eastern side, kicks from the wing to Walker at half-forward. Gardner leaps up and spoils it away. Straight into the path though with Brown. Hand pass to Walker, he's caught holding the ball. Bailey Dale with the chase-down tackle. And the Dogs win possession back on the back flank. 56 points, each of two as the kick from the Dogs down the eastern wing. Scholes onto it, tried to keep it alive as he's running out of room, and Murphy will be happy to push it over the boundary line. And a throw in here on the eastern wing, all knotted up at 56 points each. 25 played final term.
These two sides have played in 47 matches. They've never played in a draw. Scores level here into the final 4 minutes from the throw in. Laird got it to Berry. Runs to the outer wing, spots Tex Walker. He's free at left half forward. Gallant surges back to the goal square. Finds McHenry pushing forward. Great vision. Rather than blaze away, Tex showed maturity and composure to find the right player inside 50.
So you go back to the ruck contest. It was beautiful over the back from Riley O'Brien. That got Berry into space. Berry could have easily blazed away going inside forward 50. Smart enough just to hit Tex Walker. And then Tex Walker's probably one of the better kicks in this team. He's able to find Ned McHenry inside forward 50. Should score at least.
Ned McHenry, the boy from Barwon Heads, in the Adelaide side for his pressure. Can he kick a big goal here? He misses to the right. McAdam, Keys, McHenry, they've had a plethora of chances. And they lead by a point, but they've left a few out there.
3.
Fourth lead change of the game. Daniel's kick out to turnover. Daniel puts it onto the chest of Gollant, who takes the mark at half forward, goes short to Walker in the pocket. And Walker marks right forward pocket for Adelaide, and Caleb Daniels' exiting kick out was a howler. Adelaide in this final term have kicked 2 goals, 7, and 2 out of bounds on the full.
They could miss 3 goals that were absolutely easy kickable. And they missed the 3 of them. Gee whiz. Tex got this for the 4th.
This is the 12th look at the sticks they'll have in this final term.
It's incredible.
Walker from the tight angle. The greatest goal kicker in club history. With one of his greatest moments. Kicks it from out wide to put Adelaide 7 clear in the last. What a finish from Taylor Walker. On the day he goes past the 500 barrier. How important is goal 501 27 minutes into the last. The Crows 8:15.63. The Bulldogs 8:56.
That was sensational by Tex. He's a beautiful kick of the ball. We all understand that. But the next minute of this, we've got 2 minutes to go in this quarter. And I don't mind telling you, because the next clearance is the most important thing for Adelaide in this game. And both sides. If you clear this ball, it seems as though you score in some way or another. And they've put in... who's come back in there to the ruck there?
Steph Martin's back in the
come
middle.
back in, and let me tell you, O'Brien's almost been best on the ground. Oh yeah, O'Brien been fantastic.
Liberatore, Bontempelli, Treloar in there. A chance for Laird trying to get the clearance. He scraps. He's got support from Keys and Berry in the middle. It's a big clearance, and neither side can take it. So the umpire to throw it up. More numbers coming to the middle of the ground. Riley O'Brien wins it down to Keys. Can't get a clearing hand pass. It comes to Daniel. He's locked up by Rochelle and Berry. And the Crows will be very happy to play this style of footy for another minute.
Gee. I'll go forward a bit.
Back in the middle. Still no clean takeaway. Liberatore's gang tackle taken to ground by Murphy and Laird.
They've done a terrific job. The Crows are controlling this quarter. 85 to 67 disposals. But marks 27-6 in their favour.
Martin wins it down. Bayley Smith squeezes a kick down the wing. Giray trying to pick it up. Fumbles. Falls to Walker. His kick smothered. Still alive on the wing. Skidding through is Richards. Gets a kick out. Bontempelli, great handle to Treloar, to Smith. He threads it to half forward by hand. Away to Waitman, back to Treloar. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Norton flies for it, no mark. And Brodie Smith can just bang it out of defensive 50 for Adelaide.
Walker and Galan, and Walker stands tall, takes them out, and then smartly drops to his bottom and starts stretching out his hamstring. Trying to soak all important seconds off the clock. Chips it back to Brodie Smith, who's free. Tex wants to come to the bench. I'm sure Matty Nicks would like him to stay on. The Bulldogs need a man up.
Go back to
to
Brodie Smith.
Smith, short part to Matt Crouch, who's unmanned.
Even go back in.
Seconds counting down as Crouch now sends it long towards half forward. Gallant the target. It's the sixth time out of the full. And the Bulldogs take back the ball through Bailey Williams.
Williams to Richards. Adelaide by 7 points. Half-hour mark, final term. Richards kicks to the eastern wing. Daniel collects on the half volley. Hand pass to McComb.
Don't tell me.
And McComb will send it out to Shackey. Shackey marks between wing and half forward. Looks inside 50 for the Dogs. They need a mark. They won't get one. Falls in front of the Bont. The Bont snaps. The Bont's kicked it. Single score game with seconds left. Bontempelli wipes off 7 points of the deficit, and now the Crows lead it by 1 with 8 seconds on the game clock.
8 seconds.
The Bulldogs move to 9:8.62. Adelaide 8:15.63. We got 1 centre bounce and 1 point the difference in the game.
Well, they just made something of absolutely nothing there, Bontempelli. So, but you go back to the back Crouch kick. He kicks it out of the full. It just gives the Crows gives the Bulldogs an opportunity. That ball goes out of bounds. The game's over. It's got to be clean, quick, and direct, this clearance from the Bulldogs if they're to give themselves a chance to score.
Crows by 1 point. 8 seconds to go. They need a set play. It's a shallow bounce. It's recalled.
No.
As O'Brien took it to his chest, but they lose a second.
Two
seconds.
Oh, no.
6 seconds. Umpire's going to throw it up. Makes it harder. Steph Martin sets himself. Tries to win down the tap. It comes to Keys. The Crows are going to win. The Crows are going to record their first win in Ballarat against last year's grand finalists. What a famous win for the Crows. They prevail by a point over the Western Bulldogs with Taylor Walker kicking the winner.
The Adelaide Crows, they're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
The Bulldogs led by 7 points at quarter time. Scores will level at half time, and the Crows took a 3-point lead at three-quarter time. And then an arm wrestle in the final term. The Adelaide Crows prevailing by a point. 8:15.63 to the Bulldogs 9:8.62. The Crows with 3 goals for and 2 out on the full to the Bulldogs, 4 straight in the final term, including Marcus Bontempelli trying to pinch it right at the death. But Adelaide by a point in front of 10,412 fans.
The story will be told as we fight the rugged battles. The flag will be our goal. Our skill and nerve will see us through. Our commitment never grows. We're the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows. Yes, the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
Adelaide winners by a point. They move to 3-3. And a massive win for a developing club to beat last year's grand finalists and do it in that fashion, where they had to fight tooth and nail and eventually survive a thrilling last 8 seconds. Taylor Walker booted 3 goals, 2 goals to McAdam, individuals to Gallant, McHenry and Scholl. Ben Keys finished with 4 behinds. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Treloar, 2 goals to Norton and 2 goals to Shaki. Individuals to Bontempelli, Dunkley and Ugle-Hagan. The Crows winners by a point.
There's a lot to pull apart in the end there, but that's the 4th game out of 6 that Adelaide have been involved in that's been decided by 4 points or less. So they're the king of the thrillers this year, the Crows. They've won 2 of them. They've lost a couple of them. This is their 3rd visit to Ballarat. They dig out the 4 points for the first time in 3 visits. The bounce at the end of the game. Can we just quickly start with that, Rammer and Sellers? It feels like this is always something which has been discussed, so it's well and truly been on the radar of footy pundits. Yeah. What happens if that happens at the end of the game and you lose some seconds to decide the outcome? And we didn't get a clean break in the end anyway, but we very nearly saw it happen. We got the crooked bounce. There's only 8 seconds left, and then by the time they chuck it up, there's 2 seconds that are just gone.
Guess what? The world's not fair. Okay? We all understand that, but that's the way it goes. What do you do?
If you just throw it in the air, Sellers, you don't lose the seconds.
Well, that's terrific.
Get rid of the bounce.
But that's not our game.
Get rid of the bounce.
You want to get rid of the bounce. You want to get rid of anything where you can make a mistake.
In that scenario, maybe.
Who doesn't make a mistake?
There's 8 seconds left in the game and we lose 2 seconds for nothing.
I reckon you're wasting your time.
What do you think, Rammer?
The irony of the Western Bulldogs, the player they missed the most was Tim English, because the hit-outs was,
correct.
What was it, 52-29. Adelaide had them all afternoon.
Yeah, O'Brien had an enormous game.
49.
Enormous influence over this game. Like, a lot of marks around the ground today. He took,
superb.
What did he take? Yeah, it's got him down.
I got it here.
4 marks. Oh, I thought he took a lot more marks than that. But
his hit-outs were 49.
Yeah.
49 hit-outs. That's massive.
Steph Martin, 22.
18 disposals.
No comment, Rammer, on the
5
bounce?
tackles. No.
No, I do like the bounce. I understand what you mean. I don't think the clock should start until someone touches the ball, like basketball.
Put the seconds back on.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That's what I think.
Yep.
Like the clock shouldn't have started when the ball hits the ground. The clock should start when a hand hits the ball.
So the umpire made a mistake there with his bounce.
Yeah, of course.
So this is the point. The world's not fair.
No, I'm not blaming the umpire. I think that there's a better way around it, but I like that as a solution. I mean, back-to-back wins for Adelaide for the first time since rounds 3 and 4 last year. So a hell of a win to come to Ballarat and square themselves up at 3-3. How did they do it today?
Well, they battled. That was a battle that you wouldn't believe. The numbers around the ball, the contest and the contest after contest all the time. It was just, to me, they are hard to play against. They're making themselves difficult to play against. And when you're talking about close games, that's what they're doing, and they're coaching well. In the end, you'll get some class in the team. And then when Tex Walker's come back in the last 2 games, guess what? They win. They win because Tex kicked 3 goals in this game, and that's probably no one else has got anywhere near that. And he probably could have got a couple more if they had hit the ball properly. But to me, they are a difficult side that they pounce on you, they push you, they shove you. They've got some speed. I love that Chance Jones. He is really quick. Yeah. And he's a person that you want to have in your team who plays in the midfield or on a wing or somewhere because he can move. Those sorts of things are important. The doggies for mine are unusual. They're just... I don't think they've clicked since the grand final. I don't think they've got themselves back to where they should be. The Blues beat them. A few other people have beat them. You know, they've only won 2 games, which is Sydney and North. And to me, North are not a hard game to win, but the other Sydney are a bit hard to beat. But you know what? Adelaide are difficult to play against, and we're watching it every week against other sides, and I applaud them for that area. They're not the greatest side. They're not the greatest. They haven't got the greatest players, but gee whiz, they got some gall about them, and I like the way they go about it. And as I said, and I love Frampton down back. I tell you, he was super. Frampton and then Butts. I loved him. Duday. They were tremendous down the back half, and in their intercept marking and ball movement. And then you get some of those guys like Jordan Dawson and Brown and those sort of blokes, and Brodie Smith, who can use the ball and punch it forward. So for me, I think that they deserve their victory, and there's something wrong at Western Bulldogs.
Lauren Borden is out on the playing arena, and we already have an interview.
Look
How
at
about
this.
The Crows winners by a point. Lauren.
I've got Lockie Murphy straight after this victory, just 1 point. What was it like on the field, and what was the feeling when the siren went?
Oh, I mean, we've been on the rough end of, that sort of result a few times already this year, and we kicked ourselves out of it almost, but to get that win and all the hard work that we're putting in the last couple of years, and result aside, just to be in contest basically every game this year and to get a win, it just means so much to the footy club.
You've also been on the right end of this scoreline a couple of times this year. How does this one compare to the showdown a few weeks ago?
Yeah, that is true. We play in a lot of thrillers, don't we? As I was saying, it's just we put in so much hard work, and the supporters are sticking with us, and to get a win, and again the showdown, and then this, and as I've said a couple of times there, but the work we're putting in Monday to Friday and off season, it's worth it for games like this.
And you did mention you had your chances to put them away. Did you think that might have cost you as it got tight in the last quarter?
Oh, I mean, one thing you take away from stuff like that is we've got the ball in our hands and we're doing a lot of things right. We're just letting ourselves down with the finish. So, we didn't finish, and we'll work on that, but we're getting enough chances, and we just played the same way we played the whole game. We're going to get more and more and more chances, and Tex at the end there, very clutch, and he's a leader, and to put that through, and as I said, it's just a great win.
And obviously Rory Sloane, you're missing that big leader today. What was it like to come out here and also get that win, knowing that he won't be in the side for the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's devastating for Sloane, but I've never met a more positive human ever, and even as soon as he's done it, he's still smiling. He's texting all the boys. He's still, he just had the surgery the other day, but checking in, and he'll still play a massive part for us Monday to Friday, and I assume once he gets going on the bench. But our young leaders, Rob, Keezy, Tex has been there and done it, but to step up there in the last or the whole game really and get us a result, it's huge for us.
And I think it was Adelaide to Dalesford to Ballarat. What's the plan now as you celebrate this win?
Oh, I don't know. It was a bit of a shambles getting over here, if I'm honest, but I think we're getting a bus straight to the airport now and fly back to Adelaide, and away trips are a lot better when you win. I can promise you that.
Well, you're about to head into the rooms now, Lockie Murphy, so thanks so much for joining us on ABC Grandstand.
No worries, thank you.
Thanks to Lockie Murphy, and thanks to Lauren Borden as well. How good's that for the Crows?
Terrific.
The second siren's already gone. The Crows are still out there celebrating.
The kids, I love it.
So the barricades have broken and everyone's rushed onto the ground, the patrons that have made their way to the footy today. And so there's sort of random Adelaide players stopping, having photos with certain members of the crowd, and kick the kick going on around them. And now the rest of the security trying to reel in the last of the Adelaide players and get them down the race as the kick takes over. We've got about 3.5 minutes to go before we get out of here. Rama, just a quick word before we get the votes on what you saw today.
Well, look, make no mistake, Adelaide deserved to win this game. They were tougher for longer. They came in with a clear plan. They wanted to swarm the contest of the Western Bulldogs, and they wanted to apply pressure around that contest to force the Bulldogs into error. I spoke about Smith, Dunkley and McRae before the game. They've had 83 possessions between the three of them for 7 inside 50s. Wow. Keys, Laird and Matt Crouch had 85 possessions between them for 13 inside 50s. So I look at that and I'm thinking, what's the value for money? Come on, let's take the ball forward more. But Tex Walker's goal at the end, goal kicking's an art. It's a craft. It's something that you practice day in, day out if you're a professional. To do that, the wind was playing havoc down that end of the ground. Tex Walker, right forward pocket, right foot. And just to be able to caress it into the wind and let the wind do the work, I just love that. I just love that as a finish.
Me too.
Danny Next lost his first 13 games as coach in 2020. He's getting some good wins from a great young side who's trying to build. And There'll be a bit of talkback hours to Bevo and the Bulldogs, I reckon.
Here you go, Crows fans. Let's have a listen to the Crows. Bang it out downstairs. A 1-point victory for Adelaide.
I missed it.
Oh, we missed it.
We've got the
Just
last
missed it. That's I promise you, we'll get a recording
Pride.
of it.
How's
and
it go? The
we'll
Pride
get
of
it on,
South Australia.
We'll get it on ABC Radio later today.
I'm no good at it.
No.
We're off to Adelaide next. It is Port Adelaide and West Coast. For our audience on the ACT, listening through the ACT, you'll be off to NRL Saturday with the Cowboys and the Titans coming up. Are the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year? Mark McClure has them.
I gave one to Tex Walker. Tex Walker's appearance on the ground today was just special. Loved the way he got his 500th goal, and then the way he finished the game off to win a game for his team. He's a star, this kid. 19 possessions, 7 marks, and 3 goals. And and I tell you, in a side that's kicked 7 or something, or 8 or something like that in the thing, that's a massive part of the play. I gave 2 to Josh Dunkley, who was superb. He had 28 possessions. He had 17 handballs, 7 marks, 10 tackles. 10 tackles, that's a massive in the middle of the ground, Josh Dunkley. He played his part for his side. And I gave 3 votes to Riley O'Brien. I thought Riley O'Brien in the ruck was superb. He had 49 hit-outs. He had 18 possessions. He had 5 tackles. I mean, this bloke's a monster. And
6 clearances.
And 6 clearances as well on his own. So to me, you know, that is one of a superb game for a side who's trying to actually be hard to play against, and they were hard to play against, and they won. I loved it.
And the crowd called 10,412.
10,412, so an attendance record in the 9th game for premiership points here at Eureka Stadium in
And
Ballarat.
Out in the 4?
We had 5.
6, I thought.
6, yeah.
5 on this side, 1 on the other side.
Donut consumption? Plenty.
About 10.
We're not done yet. That count hasn't finished. We're out of here. Thanks to Adam Ramanauskas, to Matt Clench, to Mark McClure, to Jules Outted, to Lauren Borden downstairs, and Craig back in the studio. They dig out the 4 points. Adelaide down here in Ballarat. A 1-point victory to get themselves to 3-3. For our AFL audience, it's Port Adelaide.